Chapter 7 More Lust. And so she married him. She did what he asked. Helen thought it was a pretty good story for a start. Old Tinch liked it too. It is rich with lunacy and sorrow, Tinch told Garp. Tinch recommended that Garp send the pension Grillparzer to Tinch's favorite magazine. Garp waited 3 months for this reply. The story is only mildly interesting, and it does nothing new with language or with form. Thanks for showing it to us, though. Garp was puzzled and he showed the rejection to Tinch. Tinch was also puzzled. I guess they're interested in newer fiction, Tinch said. What's that? Garp asked. Tinch admitted he didn't really know. The new fiction is interested in language and in FF form, I guess, Tinch said. But I don't understand what it's really about. Sometimes it's about it itself, I think, Tinch said. About itself? Garp said. It's sort of fiction about fi-fi fiction, Tinch told him. Garp still didn't understand, but what mattered to Garp was that Helen liked the story. Almost 15 years later, when Garp published his 3rd novel, that same editor at Tinch's favorite magazine would write Garp a letter. The letter would be very flattering to Garp, and to his work, and it would ask Garp to submit anything new he might have written to Tinch's favorite magazine. But T.S. Garp had a tenacious memory, and the indignation of a badger. He found the old rejection note that had called his Grillparzer story only mildly interesting. The note was crusty with coffee stains, and had been folded so many times that it was torn at the creases, but Garp enclosed it with a letter to the editor at Tinch's favorite magazine. Garp's letter said, I am only mildly interested in your magazine, and I am still doing nothing new with language or with form. Thanks for asking me, though. Garp had a foolish ego that went out of its way to remember insults to and rejections of his work. It is fortunate for Helen that she had a ferocious ego of her own, for if she hadn't highly esteemed herself, she would have ended up hating him. As it was, they were lucky. Many couples live together and discover they're not in love, some couples never discover it. Others marry, and the news comes to them at awkward moments in their lives. In the case of Garp and Helen, they hardly knew each other, but they had their hunches, and in their stubborn, deliberate ways they fell in love with each other sometime after they had married. Perhaps because they were so busy pursuing their singular careers, they did not over-scrutinize their relationship. Helen would graduate from college 2 years after she began. She would have a Ph.D. in English literature when she was only 23, and her first job an assistant professor at a women's college when she was 24. It would take Garp 5 years to finish his first novel, but it would be a good novel, and it would earn him a respectable reputation for a young writer even if it wouldn't make him any money. By then, Helen would be making money for them. All the time that Helen went to school, and Garp was writing, Jenny took care of the money. Jenny's book was more of a shock to Helen, when she first read it, than it was to Garp who, after all, had lived with his mother, and was unsurprised by her eccentricity. It had become commonplace to him. Garp, however, was shocked by the book's success. He had not counted on becoming a public figure, a leading character in someone else's book before he'd even written a book of his own. The editor, John Wolfe, would never forget the first morning at his office where he met Jenny Fields. There's a nurse to see you, his secretary said, rolling her eyes as if this might be a paternity suit that her boss had on his hands. John Wolfe and his secretary could not have known that a manuscript of 158 typed pages was what made Jenny's suitcase so heavy. It's about me, she told John Wolfe, opening her suitcase and hefting the monster manuscript to the top of his desk. When can you read it? It looked to John Wolfe as if the woman intended to stay in his office while he read it. He glanced at the first sentence, in this dirty-minded world, and he thought, oh boy, how do I get rid of this one? Later, of course, he was panic-stricken when he could not find a phone number for her, when he wanted to tell her that yes, they would certainly publish this. He could not have known that Jenny Fields was the proper guest of Ernie Holm at Steering, where Jenny and Ernie talked into the night, every night, the usual parental concern when parents discover that their 19-year-old children plan to get married. Where can they go every night? Jenny asked. They don't come back here until 2 or 3, and last night it rained. It rained all night, and they don't even have a car. They went to the wrestling room. Helen, of course, had a key. And a wrestling mat was as comfortable and familiar to them as any bed. And much bigger. They say they want children, Ernie complained. Helen should finish her education. Garp will never finish a book with children, Jenny said. After all, she was thinking that she'd had to wait 18 years to begin her book. They're both hard workers, Ernie said, to reassure himself and Jenny. They'll have to be, Jenny said. I don't know why they can't just live together, Ernie said. And if it works out, then let them get married, then let them have a baby. I don't know why anyone wants to live with anyone else, said Jenny Fields. Ernie looked a little hurt. Well, you like Garp living with you, he reminded her, and I like Helen living with me. I really miss her when she's away at school. It's lust, Jenny said, ominously. The world is sick with lust. Ernie felt worried about her. He didn't know she was about to become rich and famous forever. Do you want a beer? He asked Jenny. No, thank you, Jenny said. They're good kids, Ernie reminded her. But lust gets them all in the end, said Jenny Fields, morosely, and Ernie Holm walked delicately to his kitchen and opened another beer for himself. It was the lust chapter of a sexual suspect that especially embarrassed Garp. It was one thing to be a famous child born out of wedlock, quite another to be a famous case history of adolescent need. His private randiness become a popular story. Helen thought it was very funny, though she confessed to not understanding his attraction to whores. Lust makes the best men behave out of character, wrote Jenny Fields, a line that particularly infuriated Garp. What the hell does she know about it? He screamed. She never felt it, not once. Some authority she is. It's like listening to a plant describe the motives of a mammal. But other reviewers were kinder to Jenny, though the more serious journals occasionally chided her for her actual writing. The media, in general, felt warmly toward the book. The first truly feminist autobiography that is as full of celebrating one kind of life as it is full of putting down another, somebody wrote. This brave book makes the important assertion that a woman can have a whole life without a sexual attachment of any kind, wrote somebody else. These days, John Wolfe had forewarned Jenny, you're either going to be taken as the right voice at the right time, or you're going to be put down as all wrong. She was taken as the right voice at the right time, but Jenny Fields, sitting whitely in her nurse's uniform in the restaurant where John Wolfe took only his favorite writers, felt discomfort at the word feminism. She was not sure what it meant, but the word reminded her of feminine hygiene and the Valentine treatment. After all, her formal training had been nursing. She said shyly that she'd only thought she made the right choice about how to live her life, and since it had not been a popular choice, she'd felt goaded into saying something to defend it. Ironically, a rash of young women at Florida State University in Tallahassee found Jenny's choice very popular. They generated a small controversy by plotting their own pregnancies. For a while in New York, this syndrome among singular-minded women was called doing a Jenny Fields. But Garp always called it doing a Grillparzer. As for Jenny, she felt only that women just like men should at least be able to make conscious decisions about the course of their lives. If that made her a feminist, she said, then she guessed she was one. John Wolfe liked Jenny Fields very much, and he did what he could to warn her that she might not understand either the attacks or the praise her book would receive. But Jenny never wholly understood how political a book it was, or how it would be used as such a book. I was trained to be a nurse, she said later, in one of her disarming interviews. Nursing was the first thing I took to, and the first thing I ever wanted to do. It simply seemed very practical, to me, for someone who was healthy, and I have always been healthy to help people who weren't healthy, or who couldn't help themselves. I think it was simply in that spirit that I wanted to write a book too. In Garp's opinion, his mother never stopped being a nurse. She had nursed him through the steering school, She had been a plodding midwife to her own strange life story. Finally, she became a kind of nurse to women with problems. She became a figure of famous strength. Women sought her advice. With the sudden success of a sexual suspect, Jenny Fields uncovered a nation of women who faced making choices about how to live. These women felt encouraged by Jenny's own example of making unpopular decisions. She could have started an advice column for any newspaper, but Jenny Fields felt through with writing, now just as she'd decided, once before, that she was through with education, just as she'd decided she was through with Europe. In a way, she was never through with nursing. Her father, the shocked Shoe King, died of a heart attack shortly after the publication of A Sexual Suspect. Although Jenny's mother never blamed Jenny's book for the tragedy and Jenny never blamed herself, Jenny knew that her mother could not live alone. Unlike Jenny Fields, Jenny's mother had developed a habit of living with someone else. She was old now, and Jenny thought of her as rattling about in the great rooms at Dog's Head Harbor, purposeless and wholly without her few remaining wits in the absence of her mate. Jenny went to care for her, and it was at the Dog's Head Harbor mansion that Jenny first began her role as counselor to the women, who sought some comfort from her no-nonsense ability to make decisions. Even weird decisions. Garp wailed, but he was happy and taken care of. He and Helen had their first child, almost immediately. It was a boy named Duncan. Garp often joked that the reason his first novel was written with so many short chapters was because of Duncan. Garp wrote between feedings and naps and changes of diapers. It was a novel of short takes, he claimed, later, and the credit is wholly Duncan's. Helen was at school every day. She had agreed to have a child only if Garp would agree to take care of it. Garp loved the idea of never having to go out. He wrote and took care of Duncan, he cooked and wrote and took care of Duncan some more. When Helen came home, she came home to a reasonably happy homemaker. As long as Garp's novel progressed, no routine, however mindless, could upset him. In fact, the more mindless, the better. He left Duncan for 2 hours every day with the woman in the downstairs apartment. He went to the gym. He later became an oddity at the women's college where Helen taught running endless laps around the field hockey field, or jumping rope for half an hour in a corner of the gymnasium reserved for gymnastics. He missed wrestling and complained to Helen that she should have gotten a job somewhere where there was a wrestling team. Helen complained that the English department was too small, and she disliked having no male students in her classes, but it was a good job, and she would keep it until something better came along. Everything in New England is at least near everything else. They got to visit Jenny at the shore and Ernie at steering. Garp would take Duncan to the steering wrestling room, and roll him around like a ball. "This is where your daddy wrestled," he told him. "It's where your daddy did everything," Helen told Duncan, referring of course to Duncan's own conception, and to her first rainy night with Garp in the locked and empty Seabrook gymnasium, on the warm crimson mats stretching wall to wall. "Well, you finally got me," Helen had whispered to him, tearfully, but Garp had sprawled there, on his back on the wrestling mat, wondering who had gotten whom. When Jenny's mother died, Jenny visited Helen and Garp more frequently, though Garp objected to what he called his mother's entourage. Jenny Fields traveled with a small corps of adorers, or with occasional other figures who felt they were part of what would be called the women's movement. They often wanted Jenny's support or her endorsement. There was often a case or a cause that needed Jenny's pure white uniform on the speaker's platform, although Jenny rarely spoke very much or for very long. After the other speeches, they would introduce the author of A Sexual Suspect. In her nurse's uniform, she was instantly recognizable. Into her 50s, Jenny Fields would remain an athletically attractive woman, crisp and plain. She would rise and say, "This is right." Or sometimes, "This is wrong," depending on the occasion. She was the decision-maker who'd made the hard choices in her own life, and therefore she could be counted on to be on the right side of a woman's problem. The logic behind all this made Garp fume and stew for days, and once an interviewer from a women's magazine asked if she could come interview him about what it was like to be the son of a famous feminist. When the interviewer discovered Garp's chosen life, his housewife's role, as she gleefully called it, Garp blew up at her. I'm doing what I want to do, he said. Don't call it by any other name. I'm just doing what I want to do, and that's all my mother ever did, too. Just what she wanted to do. The interviewer pressed him. She said he sounded bitter. Of course, it must be hard, she suggested, being an unknown writer with a mother whose book was known around the world. Garp said it was mainly painful to be misunderstood, and that he did not resent his mother's success. He only occasionally disliked her new associates. Those stooges who are living off her, he said. The article in the women's magazine pointed out that Garp was also living off his mother, very comfortably, and that he had no right to be hostile toward the women's movement. That was the first time Garp heard of it, the women's movement. It was not many days after this that Jenny came to visit him. One of her goons, as Garp called them, was with her, a large, silent, sullen woman who lurked in the doorway of Garp's apartment and declined to take her coat off. She looked warily at little Duncan, as if she awaited, with extreme displeasure, the moment when the child might touch her. Helen's at the library, Garp told Jenny. I was going to take Duncan for a walk. You want to come? Jenny looked questioningly at the big woman with her. The woman shrugged. Garp thought that mother's greatest weakness, since her success was to be, in his words, used by all the crippled and infirm women who wished they'd written a sexual suspect, or something equally successful. Garp resented standing cowed in his own apartment by his mother's speechless companion, a woman large enough to be his mother's bodyguard. Perhaps that's what she is, he thought. And an unpleasant image of his mother with a tough-dyke escort crossed his mind, a vicious killer, who would keep the men's hands off Jenny's white uniform. Is there something the matter with that woman's tongue, Mom? Garp whispered to Jenny. The superiority of the big woman's silence outraged him. Duncan was trying to talk with her, but the woman merely fixed the child with a quieting eye. Jenny quietly informed Garp that the woman wasn't talking because the woman was without a tongue. Literally. It was cut off, Jenny said. Jesus, Garp whispered. How'd it happen? Jenny rolled her eyes. It was a habit she'd picked up from her son. You really read nothing, don't you? Jenny asked him. You just never have bothered to keep up with what's going on. What was going on, in Garp's opinion, was never as important as what he was making up, what he was working on. One of the things that upset him about his mother, since she'd been adopted by women's politics, was that she was always discussing the news. This is news, you mean? Garp said. It's such a famous tongue accident that I should have heard about it. Oh God, Jenny said wearily. Not a famous accident. Very deliberate. Mother, did someone cut her tongue off? Precisely. Jenny said. Jesus, Garp said. You haven't heard of Ellen James? Jenny asked. No. Garp admitted. Well, there's a whole society of women now, Jenny informed him, because of what happened to Ellen James. What happened to her? Garp asked. Two men raped her when she was 11 years old, Jenny said. Then they cut her tongue off so she couldn't tell anyone who they were or what they looked like. They were so stupid that they didn't know an 11-year-old could write. Ellen James wrote a very careful description of the men, and they were caught, and they were tried and convicted. In jail, someone murdered them. Wow, Garp said. So that's Ellen James, he whispered, indicating the big quiet woman with new respect. Jenny rolled her eyes again. No, she said. That is someone from the Ellen James Society. Ellen James is still a child, she's a wispy-looking little blonde girl. You mean this Ellen James Society goes around not talking, Garp said, as if they didn't have any tongues. No, I mean they don't have any tongues, Jenny said. People in the Ellen James Society have their tongues cut off. To protest what happened to Ellen James. Oh boy, Garp said, looking at the large woman with renewed dislike. They call themselves Ellen Jamesians, Jenny said. I don't want to hear any more of this shit, Mom, Garp said. Well, that woman there is an Ellen Jamesian, Jenny said. You wanted to know. How old is Ellen James now? Garp asked. She's 12, Jenny said. It happened only a year ago. And these Ellen Jamesians, Garp asked, do they have meetings, and elect presidents and treasurers and stuff like that? Why don't you ask her? Jenny said, indicating the lunk by the door. I thought you didn't want to hear any more about it. How can I ask her if she doesn't have a tongue to answer me? Garp hissed. She writes, Jenny said. All Ellen Jamesians carry little notepads around with them, and they write you what they want to say. You know what writing is, don't you? Fortunately, Helen came home. Garp would see more of the Ellen Jamesians. Although he felt deeply disturbed by what had happened to Ellen James, he felt only disgust at her grown-up, sour imitators whose habit was to present you with a card. The card said something like, Hello, I'm Martha. I'm an Ellen Jamesian. Do you know what an Ellen Jamesian is? And if you didn't know, you were handed another card. The Ellen Jamesians represented, for Garp, the kind of women who lionized his mother and sought to use her to help further their crude causes. I'll tell you something about those women, Mom, he said to Jenny once. They were probably all lousy at talking, anyway. They probably never had a worthwhile thing to say in their lives, so their tongues were no great sacrifice. In fact, it probably saves them considerable embarrassment. If you see what I mean. You're a little short on sympathy, Jenny told him. I have lots of sympathy for Ellen James, Garp said. These women must have suffered in other ways themselves, Jenny said. That's what makes them want to get closer to each other. And inflict more suffering on themselves, Mom. Rape is every woman's problem, Jenny said. Garp hated his mother's everyone language most of all. A case, he thought, of carrying democracy to an idiotic extreme. It's every man's problem, too, Mom. The next time there's a rape, suppose I cut my prick off and wear it around my neck. Would you respect that, too? We're talking about sincere gestures, Jenny said. We're talking about stupid gestures, Garp said. But he would always remember his first Ellen Jamesian, the big woman who came to his apartment with his mother. When she left, she wrote Garp out a note and slipped it into his hand as if it were a tip. Mom's got a new bodyguard, Garp whispered to Helen as they waved goodbye. Then he read the bodyguard's note. Your mother is worth two of you, the note said. But he couldn't really complain about his mother. For the first 5 years Garp and Helen were married, Jenny paid their bills. Garp joked that he called his first novel procrastination because it had taken him so long to write it, but he had worked on it steadily and carefully. Garp was rarely a procrastinator. The novel was called Historical. It is set in the Vienna of the war years, 1938 to 45, and through the period of the Russian occupation. The main character is a young anarchist who has to lie low, after the Anschluss, waiting for just the right blow he can strike against the Nazis. He waits too long. The point being, he should better have struck before the Nazi takeover, but there is nothing he can be sure of then, and he is too young to recognize what is happening. Also, his mother, a widow, cherishes her private life, unconcerned with politics. She hoards her dead husband's money. Through the war years, the young anarchist works as a zookeeper at Schönbrunn. When the population of Vienna begins seriously starving, and midnight raids on the zoo are a common source of stolen food, the anarchist decides to liberate the remaining animals who are, of course, innocent of his country's own procrastination and its acquiescence to Nazi Germany. But by then the animals themselves are starving. When the anarchist frees them, they eat him. That was only natural, Garp wrote. The animals, in turn, are slaughtered easily by a starving mob now roaming Vienna for food just ahead of the Russian forces. That, too, was only natural. The anarchist's mother survives the war and lives in the Russian zone of occupation. Garp gave her the same apartment he and his mother shared on the Schwingasse. The miserly widow's tolerance is finally wearied by the repeated atrocities she now sees committed by the Soviets, rape chief among them. She watches the city restored to moderation and complacency, and she remembers her own inertia during the Nazi rise to power with great regret. Finally, the Russians leave. It is 1956, and Vienna retreats into itself again. But the woman mourns her son and her damaged country. She strolls the partially rebuilt and once again healthy zoo at Schönbrunn every weekend, recalling her secretive visits to her son there during the war. It is the Hungarian Revolution that prompts the old lady's final action. Hundreds of thousands of new refugees come into Vienna. In an effort to awaken the complacent city that it must not sit back and watch things develop again, the mother tries to do what her son did. She releases the animals in the Schönbrunn Zoo. But the animals are well fed and content now. Only a few of them can even be goaded into leaving their cages, and those who do wander out are easily confined in the Schönbrunn paths and gardens. Eventually they return to their cages, unharmed. One elderly bear suffers a bout of violent diarrhea. The old woman's gesture of liberation is well intended, but it is completely meaningless and totally unrealized. The old woman is arrested and an examining police doctor discovers that she has cancer. She is a terminal case. Finally, and ironically, her hoarded money is of some use to her. She dies in luxury in Vienna's only private hospital, the Rudolfinenhaus. In her death dream she imagines that some animals escape from the zoo, a couple of young Asiatic black bears. She imagines them surviving and multiplying so successfully that they become famous as a new animal species in the valley of the Danube. But this is only her imagination. The novel ends after the old woman's death with the death of the diuretic bear in the Schönbrunn Zoo. So much for revolution in modern times, wrote one reviewer, who called Procrastination an anti-Marxist novel. The novel was praised for the accuracy of its historical research, a point of no particular interest to Garp. It was also cited for originality, and for having unusual scope for a first novel by such a young author. John Wolfe had been Garp's publisher, and although he had agreed with Garp not to mention on the jacket flap that this was the first novel by the son of the feminist heroine Jenny Fields, there were few reviewers who failed to sound that chime. It is amazing that the now famous son of Jenny Fields, wrote one, has actually grown up to be what he said he wanted to be when he grew up. This and other irrelevant cuteness concerning Garp's relationship to Jenny made Garp very angry that his book couldn't be read and discussed for its own faults and or merits. But John Wolfe explained to him the hard fact that most readers were probably more interested in who he was than in what he'd actually written. Young Mr. Garp is still writing about bears, chided one wit, who'd been energetic enough to uncover the Grillparzer story from its obscure publication. Perhaps, when he grows up, he'll write something about people. But altogether, it was a literary debut more astonishing than most and more noticed. It was, of course, never a popular book, and it hardly made T.S. Garp into a brand name. It would not make him the household product, as he called her, that his mother had become. But it was not that kind of book, he was not that kind of writer, and never would be, John Wolfe told him. What do you expect? John Wolfe wrote him. If you want to be rich and famous, get in another line. If you're serious about it, don't bitch. You wrote a serious book, it was published seriously. If you want to make a living off it, you're talking about another world. And remember, you're 24 years old. I think you'll write a lot more books. John Wolfe was an honorable and intelligent man, but Garp wasn't sure and he wasn't content. He had made a little money, and now Helen had a salary. Now that he didn't need Jenny's money, Garp felt all right about accepting some when she simply gave it out. And he felt he'd at least earned another reward to himself. He asked Helen to have another baby. Duncan was 4, he was old enough to appreciate a brother or a sister. Helen agreed, knowing how easy Garp had made it for her to have Duncan. If he wanted to change diapers between the chapters of his next book, that was up to him. But it was actually more than merely wanting a second child that prompted Garp to reproduce again. He knew he was an overwatchful, worrisome father, and he felt he might relieve Duncan of some of the pressure of fatherly fears, if there was another child to absorb some of Garp's excess anxiety. I'm very happy, Helen told him. If you want another baby, we'll make one. I just wish you'd relax, I wish you'd be happier. You wrote a good book, now you'll write another one. Isn't it just what you always wanted? But he bitched about the reviews of procrastination, and he moaned about the sales. He carped at his mother, and roared about her sycophantic friends. Finally Helen said to him, "You want too much. Too much unqualified praise, or love, or something that's unqualified anyway. You want the world to say, 'I love your writing, I love you,' and that's too much to want. That's really sick, in fact." "That's what you said," he reminded her, "I love your writing, I love you. That's exactly what you said." "But there can only be one of me," Helen reminded him. Indeed, there would only be one of her, and he loved her very much. He would always call her the wisest of my life's decisions. He made some unwise decisions, he would admit, but in the first 5 years of his marriage to Helen, he was unfaithful to her only once, and it was brief. It was a babysitter from the college where Helen taught, a freshman girl from Helen's freshman English class. She was nice with Duncan, though Helen said that the girl was not a very special student. Her name was Cindy, she had read Garp's Procrastination, and she'd been properly awed. When he drove her home, she would ask him one question after another about his writing. "How did you think of that? And what made you do it this way?" She was a tiny thing, all flutters and twitches and coos, as trusting, as constant, and as stupid as a steering pigeon. Little Squab Bones, Helen called her, but Garp was attracted, he called her nothing. The Percy family had given him a permanent dislike of nicknames. And he liked Cindy's questions. Cindy was dropping out of school because she felt a women's college was not right for her. She needed to live with grown-ups, and with men, she said, and although the college allowed her to move off campus into her own apartment, in the second semester of her freshman year, still she felt the college was too restricted, and she wanted to live in a more real environment. She imagined that Garp's Vienna had been a more real environment, though Garp struggled to assure her that it had not been. Little Squab Bones, Garp thought, was puppy-brained, and as soft and as easily influenced as a banana. But he wanted her, he realized, and he saw her as simply available like the whores on the K-Rinterstrasse. She would be there when he asked her. And she would cost him only lies. Helen read him a review from a famous news magazine. The review called Procrastination, a complex and moving novel with sharp historic resonances. The drama encompasses the longings and agonies of youth. Oh fuck the longings and agonies of youth. Garp said. One of those youthful longings was embarrassing him now. As for the drama, in the first 5 years of his marriage to Helen, T.S. Garp experienced only one real-life drama, and it did not have that much to do with him. Garp had been running in the city park when he found the girl, a naked 10-year-old running ahead of him on the bridle path. When she realized he was gaining on her, she fell down and covered her face, then covered her crotch, then tried to hide her insubstantial breasts. It was a cold day, late fall, and Garp saw the blood on the child's thighs and her frightened, swollen eyes. She screamed and screamed at him. "What happened to you?" he asked, though he knew very well. He looked all around them, but there was no one there. She hugged her raw knees to her chest and screamed. "I won't hurt you," Garp said. "I want to help you." But the child wailed even louder. My God, of course. Garp thought, the terrible molester had probably said those very words to her, not long ago. Where did he go? Garp asked her. Then he changed his tone, trying to convince her he was on her side. I'll kill him for you, he told her. She stared quietly at him, her head shaking and shaking, her fingers pinching and pinching the tight skin on her arms. Please, Garp said, can you tell me where your clothes are? He had nothing to give her to wear except his sweaty t-shirt. He was dressed in his running shorts, his running shoes. He pulled his t-shirt off over his head and felt instantly cold. The girl cried out, awfully loud, and hid her face. No, don't be frightened, it's for you to put on, Garp told her. He let the t-shirt drop on her, but she writhed out from under it and kicked at it, then she opened her mouth very wide and bit her own fist. She was not old enough to be boy or girl yet, Garp wrote. Only in the pudginess around her nipples was there anything faintly girlish. There was certainly no visible sex about her hairless pudenda, and she had a child's sexless hands. Perhaps there was something sensual about her mouth. Her lips were puffy, but she had not done that to herself. Garp began to cry. The sky was gray, dead leaves were all around them, and when Garp began to wail aloud, the girl picked up his t-shirt and covered herself with it. They were in this queer position to each other. The child crouched under Garp's t-shirt, cringing at Garp's feet, with Garp crying over her when the mounted park police, a twosome, rode up the bridle path and spotted the apparent child molester with his victim. Garp wrote that one of the policemen split the girl and Garp apart by steering his horse between them, nearly trampling the girl. The other policeman brought his billy down on Garp's collarbone. One side of his body, he wrote, felt paralyzed but not the other. With the other, Garp unseated the policeman and tipped him from the saddle. "It's not me, you son of a bitch!" Garp howled. "I just found her, here just a minute ago." The policeman, sprawled in the leaves, held his drawn gun very still. The other policeman, mounted and prancing, shouted to the girl. "Is it him?" he yelled. The child seemed terrified of the horses. She stared back and forth from the horses to Garp. She probably isn't sure what happened, Garp thought, much less who. But the girl violently shook her head. "Where'd he go?" said the policeman on his horse. But the girl still looked at Garp. She tugged her chin and rubbed her cheeks. She tried to talk to him with her hands. Apparently, her words were gone, or her tongue, Garp thought, recalling Ellen James. "It's the beard," said the cop in the leaves. He had gotten to his feet, but he had not holstered his gun. "She's telling us there was a beard." Garp had a beard then. "It was someone with a beard," said Garp. "Like mine?" he asked the girl, stroking his dark, round beard, glossy with sweat. But she shook her head and ran her fingers over her sore upper lip. "A mustache," cried Garp, and the girl nodded. She pointed back the way Garp had come, but Garp remembered seeing no one near the entrance to the park. The policeman hunched on his horse, and through the thrown leaves he rode away from them. The other policeman was calming his horse, but he had not remounted. "Cover her, or find her clothes," Garp said to him. He started to run down the bridle path after the first policeman. He knew there were things you could see from ground level that you couldn't see on a horse. Also, Garp was such a fool about his running that he imagined he could outlast, if not outrun, any horse. Hey, you better wait here," the policeman called after him, but Garp was in stride and clearly not stopping. He followed the great rents in the ground that the horse had made. He had not gone even half a mile back along the path before he saw the bent figure of a man, maybe 25 yards off the path, and almost hidden by the trees. Garp yelled at the figure, an elderly gentleman with a white mustache, who looked over his shoulder at Garp with an expression so surprised and ashamed that Garp was sure he'd found the child molester. He thundered through the vines and small, whip-like trees to the man, who had been peeing, and was hastening to fold himself back into his trousers. He looked very much like a man caught doing something he shouldn't have done. "I was just..." the man began, but Garp was upon him and thrust his stiff, cropped beard into the man's face. Garp sniffed him over like a hound. "If it's you, you bastard, I can smell it on you," Garp said. The man flinched away from this half-naked brute, but Garp seized both the man's wrists and snapped the man's hands up under his nose. He sniffed again, and the man cried out as if he feared Garp was going to bite him. "Hold still," Garp said. "Did you do it? Where are the child's clothes?" "Please," the man piped. "I was just going to the bathroom." He had not had time to close his fly, and Garp eyed his crotch suspiciously. "There is no smell like sex," Garp wrote. "You cannot disguise it. It is as rich and clear as spilled beer." So Garp dropped to his knees in the woods and unbuckled the man's belt and tore open the man's pants, and yanked the man's undershorts straight down to the man's ankles. He stared at the man's frightened equipment. "Help!" the old gentleman screamed. Garp took a deep sniff and the man collapsed in the young trees, staggering like a puppet strung under the arms. He thrashed in a thicket of slender trunks and branches too dense to allow him to fall. "Help, God!" he cried, but Garp was already running back out to the bridle path, his legs digging through the leaves, his arms pummeling the air, his struck collarbone throbbing. At the entrance to the park, the mounted policeman clattered about the parking lot, peering in parked cars, circling the squat brick hut where the rest rooms were. A few people watched him, sensing his eagerness. "No mustaches," the policeman called to Garp. "If he got back here before you did, he could have driven away," Garp said. "Go look in the men's room," the policeman said, riding toward a woman with a baby carriage piled high with blankets. Every men's room made Garp remember every W.C. At the door to this sour place, Garp passed a young man who was just leaving. He was clean-shaven, his upper lip so smooth that it almost shone. He looked like a college kid. Garp entered the men's room like a dog, with his hair standing up on the back of his neck and his hackles curling. He checked for feet under the crapper stall doors. He would not have been surprised to see a pair of hands or a bear. He looked for backs turned toward him at the long urinal or for anyone at the dirty brown sinks, peering into the pitted mirrors. But there was no one in the men's room. Garp sniffed. He had worn a full but trimmed beard for a long time, and the smell of shaving cream was not instantly recognizable to him. He just knew he smelled something foreign to this dank place. Then he looked in the nearest sink. He saw the gobs of lather, he saw the whiskers rimming the bowl. The young, clean-shaven man who looked like a college kid was crossing the parking lot, quickly but calmly, when Garp came out the men's room door. "It's him!" Garp hollered. The mounted cop looked at the young molester, puzzled. "He doesn't have a mustache," the policeman said. "He just shaved it off." Garp cried. He ran across the lot, straight at the kid, who began to run toward the maze of paths lacing the park. A litter of things flew out from under his jacket as he ran. Garp saw the scissors, a razor, a shaving cream can, and then came the little batches of clothes, the girl's, of course. Her jeans with a ladybug sewn at the hip, a jersey with the beaming face of a frog on the breast. Of course there was no bra, there was no need. It was her panties that got to Garp. They were simply cotton, and a simple blue, stitched at the waistband was a blue flower sniffed at by a blue bunny. The mounted policeman simply rode over the kid, who was running away. The chest of the horse pounded the kid face forward into the cinder entry path, and one rear hoof took a U-shaped bite of flesh out of the kid's calf. He curled, fetal, on the ground, holding his leg. Garp came up then, the girl's blue bunny panties in his hand. He gave them to the mounted cop. Other people, the woman with the blanketed carriage, two boys on bikes, a thin man carrying a newspaper, approached them. They brought the cop the other things the kid had dropped. The razor, the rest of the girl's clothes. Nobody spoke. Garp wrote later that at that moment he saw the short history of the young child molester spread out at the horse's hooves, the scissors, the shaving cream can. Of course. The kid would grow a mustache, attack a child, shave the mustache, which would be all most children would remember. "Have you done this before?" Garp asked the kid. "You're not supposed to ask him anything," the policeman said. But the kid grinned stupidly at Garp. "I've never been caught before," he told him, cockily. When he smiled, Garp saw that the young man had no upper front teeth. The horse had kicked them out. There was just a bleeding flap of gum. Garp realized that something had probably happened to this kid so that he didn't feel very much, not much pain, not much of anything else. Out of the woods at the end of the bridle path the second policeman came, walking his horse, the child in the saddle, covered by the policeman's coat. She clutched Garp's t-shirt in her hands. She did not seem to recognize anybody. The policeman led her right up to where the molester lay on the ground, but she didn't really look at him. The first policeman dismounted. He went to the molester and tilted his bleeding face up toward the child. Him, he asked her. She stared at the young man blankly. The molester gave a short laugh, spat out a mouthful of blood. The child made no response. Then Garp gently touched his finger to the molester's mouth. With the blood on his finger, Garp lightly smeared a mustache on the young man's upper lip. TB child began to scream and scream. The horses needed quieting. The child kept screaming until the second policeman took the molester away. Then she stopped screaming and gave Garp back his t-shirt. She kept patting the thick ridge of black hair on the back of the horse's neck, as if she had never been on a horse before. Garp thought it must have hurt her to sit on horseback, but suddenly she asked, "Can I have another ride?" Garp was at least glad to hear that she had a tongue. It was then that Garp saw the nattily dressed, elderly gentleman whose mustache had been innocent. He was making his meek way out of the park, coming cautiously into the parking lot, looking anxiously about for the madman who'd so savagely snatched his pants down and sniffed him like some dangerous omnivore. When the man saw Garp standing beside the policeman, he seemed relieved. He assumed Garp had been apprehended and he more boldly walked toward them. Garp contemplated running to avoid the confusion, the explanation, but just then the policeman said, "I have to get your name. And what it is that you do. Besides run in the park." He laughed. "I'm a writer," Garp told him. The policeman was apologetic that he hadn't heard of Garp, but at the time Garp hadn't published anything except the Pension Grillparzer. There was very little the policeman could have read. This seemed to puzzle the policeman. "An unpublished writer?" he asked. Garp was rather glum about it. "Then what do you do for a living?" the policeman said. "My wife and my mother support me," Garp admitted. "Well, I have to ask you what they do," the policeman said. "For the record, we like to know how everyone makes a living." The offended gentleman with the white mustache, who had overheard only the last bits of this interrogation, said, "Just as I would have thought. A vagrant, a despicable bum." The policeman stared at him. In his early, unpublished years Garp felt angry whenever he was forced to admit how he had enough to live on. He felt more like inviting confusion at this moment than he felt moved to clear things up. "I'm glad to see you've caught him, anyway," the old gentleman said. "This used to be a nice park, but the people who get in here these days, you ought to patrol it more closely," he told the policeman, who guessed that the old man was referring to the child molester. The cop didn't want the business discussed in front of the child, so he rolled his eyes up toward her. She sat rigid in the saddle and tried to indicate to the old gentleman why he shouldn't continue. Oh no, he didn't do it to that child," the man cried, as if he'd just noticed her, mounted beside him, or just noticed she was not dressed under the policeman's coat. Her small clothes bugged in her arms. "How vile," he cried, glaring at Garp. "How disgusting. You'll want my name, of course," he asked the policeman. "What for?" the policeman said. Garp had to smile. "Look at him smirking there," the old man cried. "Why, as a witness, of course I'd tell my story to any court in the country, if it could condemn such a man as that." "But what were you a witness to?" the policeman said. "Why, he did that thing to me, too," the man said. The policeman looked at Garp. Garp rolled his eyes. The policeman still clung to the sanity that the old gentleman was referring to the child molester, but he didn't understand why Garp was being treated with such abuse. "Well, sure," the policeman said, to humor the old fool. He took his name and address. Months later Garp was buying a package of 3 prophylactics when this same old gentleman walked into the drugstore. "What? It's you," the old man shouted. "They let you out already, did they? I thought they'd put you away for years." It took Garp a moment to recognize the person. The druggist assumed that the old codger was a lunatic. The gentleman in his trimmed, white mustache advanced cautiously on Garp. "What's the law coming to?" he asked. "I suppose you're out on good behavior. No old men or young girls to sniff in prison, I suppose. Or some lawyer got you off on some slick technicality. That poor child traumatized for all her years, and you're free to roam the parks." "You've made a mistake," Garp told him. Yes, this is Mr. Garp, the druggist said. He didn't add, the writer. If he'd considered adding anything, Garp knew, it would have been the hero, because the druggist had seen the ludicrous newspaper headlines about the crime and capture in the park. Unsuccessful writer, no failure as hero. Citizen catches park pervert, son of famous feminist has knack for helping girls. Garp was unable to write for months because of it, but the article impressed all the locals who knew Garp only from the supermarket, the gymnasium, the drugstore. In the meantime, Procrastination had been published, but almost no one seemed to know. For weeks, clerks and salespeople would introduce him to other customers. Here's Mr. Garp, the one who nabbed that molester in the park. What molester? That one in City Park. The mustache kid. He went after little girls. Children? Well, Mr. Garp here is the one who got him. Well, actually, Garp would say, it was the policeman on his horse. Knocked all his teeth down his throat, too. They would crow with delight, the druggist and the clerk and the salespeople here and there. Well, that was actually the horse, Garp admitted, modestly. And sometimes someone would ask, and what is it you do, Mr. Garp? The following silence would pain Garp, as he stood thinking that it was probably best to say that he ran for a living. He cruised the parks, a molester nabber by profession. He hung around phone booths, like that man in the Cape waiting for disasters. Any of this would make more sense to them than what he really did. I right, Garp would finally admit. Disappointment, even suspicion, all over their once admiring faces. In the drugstore, to make matters worse, Garp dropped the package of 3 prophylactics. Aha, the old man cried. Look there. What's he up to with those? Garp wondered what options there were for what he could be up to with those. A pervert on the loose, the old man assured the druggist. Looking for innocents to violate and defile. The old geezer's self-righteousness was irritating to the point that Garp had no desire to settle the misunderstanding. In fact, he rather enjoyed the memory of unpantsing the old bird in the park, and he was not in the least sorry for the accident. It was some time later when Garp realized that the old gentleman had no monopoly on self-righteousness. Garp took Duncan to a high school basketball game, and was appalled that the ticket-taker was none other than the mustache kid, the real molester, the attacker of that helpless child in the city park. You're out, Garp said, amazed. The pervert smiled openly at Duncan. One adult, one kiddie, he said, tearing off tickets. How'd you ever get free? Garp asked. He felt himself tremble with violence. Nobody proved nothing, the kid said haughtily. That dumb girl wouldn't even talk. Garp thought again of Ellen James with her tongue cut off at 11. He felt a sudden sympathy for the madness of the old man he had so unpleasantly unpantsed. He felt such a terrible sense of injustice that he could even imagine some very unhappy woman despairing enough to cut off her own tongue. He knew that he wanted to hurt the mustache kid, on the spot in front of Duncan. He wished he could arrange a maiming as a kind of moral lesson. But there was a crowd wanting basketball tickets. Garp was holding things up. Move along, hair pie, the kid said to Garp. In the kid's expression, Garp thought he recognized the leer of the world. On the kid's upper lip was the insipid evidence that he was growing another mustache. It was years later when he saw the child, a girl grown up. It was only because she recognized him that he recognized her. He was coming out of a movie theater in another town. She was in the line waiting to come in. Some of her friends were with her. Hello, how are you? Garp asked. He was glad to see she had friends. That meant to Garp that she was normal. Is it a good movie? The girl asked. You've certainly grown. Garp said. The girl blushed and Garp realized what a stupid thing he'd said. Well, I mean, it's been a long time and it was a time well worth forgetting, he added heartily. Her friends were moving inside the movie theater, and the girl gave a quick look after them to make sure she was really alone with Garp. Yes, I'm graduating this month, she said. High school. Garp wondered aloud. Could it have been that long ago? Oh no, junior high, the girl said, laughing nervously. Wonderful. Garp said. And without knowing why, he said, I'll try to come. But the girl looked suddenly stricken. No, please, she said. Please don't come. Okay, I won't, Garp agreed quickly. He saw her several times after this meeting, but she never recognized him again because he shaved off his beard. Why don't you grow another beard? Helen occasionally asked him. Or at least a mustache. But whenever Garp encountered the molested girl, and escaped unrecognized, he was convinced he should remain clean-shaven. I feel uneasy, Garp wrote, that my life has come in contact with so much rape. Apparently, he was referring to the 10-year-old in the city park, to the 11-year-old Ellen James, and her terrible society, his mother's wounded women with their symbolic, self-inflicted speechlessness. And later he would write a novel, which would make Garp more of a household product, which would have much to do with rape. Perhaps rape's offensiveness to Garp was that it was an act that disgusted him with himself, with his own very male instincts, which were otherwise so unassailable. He never felt like raping anyone, but rape, Garp thought, made men feel guilt by association. In Garp's own case, he likened his guilt for the seduction of little squab bones to a rape-like situation. But it was hardly a rape. It was deliberate, though. He even bought the condoms weeks in advance, knowing what he would use them for. Are not the worst crimes premeditated? It would not be a sudden passion for the babysitter that Garp would succumb to. He would plan, and be ready when Cindy succumbed to her passion for him. It must have given him a twinge, then, to know what those rubbers were for when he dropped them in front of the gentleman from the city park, and heard the old man accuse him, looking for innocence to violate and defile. How true. Still, he arranged obstacles in the path of his desire for the girl. He twice hid the prophylactics, but he also remembered where he'd hidden them. And the day of the last evening that Cindy would babysit for them, Garp made desperate love to Helen in the late afternoon. When they should have been dressing for dinner, or fixing Duncan's supper, Garp locked the bedroom and wrestled Helen out of her closet. Are you crazy? She asked him. We're going out. Terrible lust, he pleaded. Don't deny it. She teased him. Please, sir, I make a point of never doing it before the hors d'oeuvres. You're the hors d'oeuvres, Garp said. Oh, thanks, said Helen. Hey, the door's locked, Duncan said, knocking. Duncan, Garp called, go tell us what the weather is doing. The weather? Duncan said, trying to force the bedroom door. I think it's snowing in the backyard. Garp called. Go see. Helen stifled her laughter, and her other sounds, against his hard shoulder. He came so quickly he surprised her. Duncan trotted back to the bedroom door, reporting that it was springtime in the backyard and everywhere else. Garp let him in the bedroom now that he was finished. But he wasn't finished. He knew it driving home with Helen from the party. He knew exactly where the rubbers were, under his typewriter, quiet these dull months since the publication of Procrastination. You look tired, Helen said. Want me to take Cindy home? No, that's okay, he mumbled. I'll do it. Helen smiled at him, and nuzzled her cheek against his mouth. My wild afternoon lover, she whispered. You can always take me out to dinner that way, if you like. He sat a long time with little squab bones in the car outside her dark apartment. He had chosen the time while the college was letting out. Cindy was leaving town. She was already upset at having to say goodbye to her favorite writer. He was, at least, the only writer she'd actually met. I'm sure you'll have a good year, next year, Cindy, he said. And if you come back to see anyone, please stop and see us, Duncan will miss you. The girl stared into the cold lights of the dashboard, then looked over at Garp, miserably tears and the whole flushed story on her face. I'll miss you, she whined. No, no, Garp said. Don't miss me. I love you, she whispered, and let her slim head bump awkwardly against his shoulder. No, don't say that, he said, not touching her. Not yet. The 3-pack of condoms nestled patiently in his pocket, coiled like snakes. In her musty apartment, he used only one of them. To his surprise, all her furniture had been moved out. They jammed her lumpy suitcases together and made an uncomfortable bed. He was careful not to stay a second more than necessary, lest Helen think he'd spent too long a time for even a literary goodbye. A thick swollen stream ran through the women's college grounds, and Garp discarded the remaining 2 prophylactics there, throwing them furtively out the window of his moving car, imagining that an alert campus cop might have seen him, and would already be scrambling down the bank to retrieve the evidence, the rubbers plucked out of the current. The discovered weapon that leads back to the crime for which it was used. But no one saw him, no one found him out. Even Helen, already asleep, would not have found the smell of sex peculiar. After all, only hours before he had legitimately acquired the odor. Even so, Garp showered and slipped cleanly into his own safe bed. He curled against Helen, who murmured some affection. Instinctively, she thrust one long thigh over his hip. When he failed to respond, she forced her buttocks back against him. Garp's throat ached at her trust, and at his love for her. He felt fondly the slight swell of Helen's pregnancy. Duncan was a healthy, bright child. Garp's first novel had at least made him what he said he wanted to be. Lust still troubled Garp's young life, but he was fortunate that his wife still lusted for him, and he for her. Now a second child would join their careful, orderly adventure. He felt Helen's belly anxiously for a kick, a sign of life. Although he'd agreed with Helen that it would be nice to have a girl, Garp hoped for another boy. Why? He thought. He recalled the girl in the park, his image of the tongueless Ellen James, his own mother's difficult decisions. He felt fortunate to be with Helen. She had her own ambitions, and he could not manipulate her. But he remembered the K. Rinderstrasse whores, and Cushy Percy, who would die making a baby. And now her scent still on him, or at least on his mind, although he had washed the plundered little squab bones. Cindy had cried under him, her back bent against a suitcase. A blue vein had pulsed at her temple, which was the translucent temple of a fair-skinned child. And though Cindy still had her tongue, she'd been unable to speak to him when he left her. Garp didn't want a daughter because of men. Because of bad men, certainly, but even, he thought, because of men like me. Chapter 8 Second Children, Second Novels, Second Love. It was a boy, their second son. Duncan's brother was called Walt. It was never Walter, and never the German Walt. He was simply at the end of a wall. Walt, like a beaver's tail smacking water, like a well-hit squash ball. He dropped into their lives, and they had 2 boys. Garp tried to write a second novel. Helen took her second job. She became an associate professor of English at the State University, in the town next door to the women's college. Garp and his boys had a boys' gym to play in, and Helen had an occasional bright graduate student to relieve her of the monotony of younger people. She also had more, and more interesting, colleagues. One of them was Harrison Fletcher. His field was the Victorian novel, but Helen liked him for other reasons. Among them, he was also married to a writer. Her name was Alice. She was also working on her second novel, although she'd never finished her first. When the Garps met her, they thought she could easily be mistaken for an Ellen Jamesian. She simply didn't talk. Harrison, whom Garp called Harry, had never been called Harry before, but he liked Garp, and he appeared to enjoy his new name, as if it were a present Garp had given him. Helen would continue to call him Harrison, but to Garp he was Harry Fletcher. He was Garp's first friend, though Garp and Harrison both sensed that Harrison preferred Helen's company. Neither Helen nor Garp knew what to make of Quiet Alice, as they called her. She must be writing one hell of a book, Garp often said. It's taken all her words away. The Fletchers had one child, a daughter whose age put her awkwardly between Duncan and Walt. It was implied that they wanted another. But the book, Alice's second novel, came first. When it was over, they would have a second child, they said. The couples had dinner together occasionally, but the Fletchers were strictly cookout people, which is to say, neither of them cooked, and Garp was in a period where he baked his own bread. he had a stockpot always simmering on the stove. Mostly, Helen and Harrison discussed books, teaching, and their colleagues. They ate lunch together at the University Union, they conversed at length in the evening on the phone. And Garp and Harry went to the football games, the basketball games, and the wrestling meets. 3 times a week they played squash, which was Harry's game, his only sport, but Garp could play even with him simply because Garp was a better athlete, in better shape from all his running. For the pleasure of these games, Garp suppressed his dislike of balls. In the second year of this friendship, Harry told Garp that Alice liked to go to movies. "I don't," Harry admitted, "but if you do and Helen said that you did, why not take Alice?" Alice Fletcher giggled at movies, especially serious movies. She shook her head in disbelief at almost everything she saw. It took months for Garp to realize that Alice had something of an impediment, or a nervous defect in her speech. Perhaps it was psychological. At first Garp thought it was the popcorn. "You have a speech problem, I think, Alice," he said, driving her home one night. "Yes," she said, nodding her head. Often it was a simple lisp, sometimes it was completely different. Occasionally, it wasn't there. Excitement seemed to aggravate it. "How's the book coming?" he asked her. "Good," she said. At one movie she had blurted out that she'd liked procrastination. "Do you want me to read any of your work?" Garp asked her. "Yes," she said, her small head bobbing. She sat with her short, strong fingers crushing her skirt in her lap. The way Garp had seen her daughter crinkle her clothes, the child would sometimes roll her skirt, like a window shade, right up above her panties, though Alice stopped short of this. "Was it an accident?" Garp asked her. "Your speech problem. Or were you born with it?" "Born with," Alice said. The car stopped at the Fletcher's house, and Alice tugged Garp's arm. She opened her mouth and pointed inside, as if this would explain everything. Garp saw the rows of small, perfect teeth, and a tongue that was fat and fresh-looking like the tongue of a child. He could see nothing peculiar, but it was dark in the car, and he wouldn't have known what was peculiar if he'd seen it. When Alice closed her mouth, he saw she was crying, and also smiling, as if this act of self-exposure had required enormous trust. Garp nodded his head as if he understood everything. "I see," he mumbled. She wiped her tears with the back of one hand, squeezed his hand with her other. "Harrison is having an affair," she said. Garp knew that Harry wasn't having an affair with Helen, but he didn't know what poor Alice thought. "Not with Helen," Garp said. N.A., Alice said, shaking her head. "Thumoni elth." "Who?" Garp asked. "Uth didn't." Alice wailed. "A stupid little twat." It had been a couple of years since Garp had molested little Squab Bones, but in that time, he had indulged himself in one other babysitter. To his shame, he had even forgotten her name. He felt, honestly, that babysitters were an appetite he was forever through with. Yet he sympathized with Harry. Harry was his friend, and he was an important friend to Helen. He also sympathized with Alice. Alice was alertly lovable, a kind of terminal vulnerability was clearly a part of her, and she wore it as visibly as a too-tight sweater on her compact body. "I'm sorry," Garp said. "Can I do anything?" "Tell him to stop," Alice said. It had never been hard for Garp to stop, but he had never been a teacher, with students on his mind or on his hands. Perhaps what Harry was involved with was something else. The only thing Garp could think of that would perhaps make Alice feel better was to confess his own mistakes. "It happens, Alice," he said. "Not to you," Alice said. "Twice to me," Garp said. She looked at him, shocked. "Tell the truth," she insisted. "The truth," he said, "is that it happened twice. A babysitter both times." "Jesus Christ," said Alice. "But they weren't important," Garp said. "I love Helen." "Fifth is important," Alice said. "He hurt me. And I can't write." Garp knew about writers who couldn't write. This made Garp love Alice on the spot. Fucking Harry is having an affair, Garp told Helen. I know, Helen said. I've told him to stop, but he keeps going back for more. She's not even a very good student. What can we do? Garp asked her. Fucking lust, Helen said. Your mother was right. It is a man's problem. You talk to him. Alice told me about your babysitters, Harry told Garp. It's not the same. This is a special girl. A student, Harry, Garp said. Jesus Christ. A special student, Harry said. I'm not like you. I've been honest, I've told Alice from the first. She's just got to accommodate it. I've told her she's free to do this, too. She doesn't know any students, Garp said. She knows you, Harry told him. And she's in love with you. What can we do? Garp asked Helen. He's trying to set me up with Alice so he'll feel better about what he's doing. At least he's been honest with her, Helen told Garp. There was one of those silences wherein a family can identify its separate, breathing parts in the night. Open doors off an upstairs hall, Duncan breathing lazily, an almost 8-year-old with lots of time to live, Walt breathing those tentative 2-year-old breaths, short and excited, Helen, even and cool. Garp held his breath. He knew she knew about the babysitters. Harry told you, he asked. You might have told me before you told Alice, Helen said. Who was the second one? I forget her name, Garp admitted. I think it's shabby, Helen said. It's really beneath me, it's beneath you. I hope you've outgrown it. Yes, I have, Garp said. He meant he had outgrown babysitters. But lust itself? Ah, well. Jenny Fields had fingered a problem at the heart of her son's heart. We've got to help the Fletchers, Helen said. We're too fond of them to do nothing about this. Helen, Garp marveled, moved through their life together as if it were an essay she was structuring with an introduction, a presentation of basic priorities, then the thesis. Harry thinks the student is special, Garp pointed out. Fucking men, Helen said. You look after Alice. I'll show Harrison what's special. So, one night, after Garp had cooked an elegant paprika chicken and sptzle, Helen said to Garp, Harrison and I will do the dishes. You take Alice home. Take her home. Garp said. Now? Show him your novel, Helen said to Alice. Show him everything you want. I'm going to show your husband what an asshole he is. Hey, come on, Harry said. We're all friends, we all want to stay friends, right? You simple son of a bitch, Helen told him. You fuck a student and call her special, you insult your wife, you insult me. I'll show you what's special. Go easy, Helen, Garp said. Go with Alice, Helen said. And let Alice drive her own babysitter home. Hey, come on. Harrison Fletcher said. Shut up, Harrison. Alice said. She grabbed Garp's hand and stood up from the table. Fucking men, said Helen. Garp, as speechless as an Ellen Jameson, took Alice home. I can take the babysitter home, Alice, he said. Just get back fast, Alice said. Very fast, Alice, Garp said. She made him read the first chapter of her novel aloud to her. I want to hear it, she told him, and I can't say it myself. So Garp said it to her, it read, he was relieved to hear, beautifully. Alice wrote with such fluency and care that Garp could have sung her sentences, unselfconsciously, and they would have sounded fine. You have a lovely voice, Alice, he told her, and she cried. And they made love, of course, and despite what everyone knows about such things, it was special. Wasn't it? Asked Alice. Yes, it was, Garp admitted. Now, he thought, here is trouble. What can we do? Helen asked Garp. She had made Harrison Fletcher forget his special student. Harrison now thought that Helen was the most special thing in his life. You started it, Garp said to her. If it's going to stop, you've got to stop it, I think. That's easy to say, Helen said. I like Harrison, he's my best friend, and I don't want to lose that. I'm just not very interested in sleeping with him. He's interested, Garp said. God, I know, Helen said. He thinks you're the best he's had, Garp told her. Oh, great, Helen said. That must be lovely for Alice. Alice isn't thinking about it, Garp said. Alice was thinking about Garp, Garp knew, and Garp was afraid the whole thing would stop. There were times when Garp thought that Alice was the best he'd ever had. And what about you? Helen asked him. Nothing is equal, Garp would write, one day. I'm fine, Garp said. I like Alice, I like you, I like Harry. And Alice? Helen asked. Alice likes me, Garp said. Oh boy, Helen said. So we all like each other, except that I don't care that much for sleeping with Harrison. So it's over, Garp said, trying to hide the gloom in his voice. Alice had cried to him that it could never be over. Could it? Could it? She had cried. I can't just stop. Well, isn't it still better than it was? Helen asked Garp. You made your point, Garp said. You got Harry off his damn student. Now you've just got to let him down easy. And what about you and Alice? Helen asked. If it's over for one of us, it's over for all of us, Garp said. That's only fair. I know what's fair, Helen said. I also know what's human. The goodbyes that Garp imagined conducting with Alice were violent scenarios, fraught with Alice's incoherent speech, and always ending in desperate lovemaking. Another failed resolution, wet with sweat and sweet with the lush stickum of sex, oh yes. I think Alice is a little loony, Helen said. Alice is a pretty good writer, Garp said. She's the real thing. Fucking writers, Helen mumbled. Harry doesn't appreciate how talented Alice is, Garp heard himself say. Oh boy, Helen murmured. This is the last time I try to save anyone's marriage except my own. It took 6 months for Helen to let Harry down easy, and in that time Garp saw as much of Alice as he could, while still trying to forewarn her that their foursome was going to be short-lived. He also tried to forewarn himself, because he dreaded the knowledge that he would have to give Alice up. It's not the same, for all 4 of us, he told Alice. It will have to stop, and pretty soon. Though what? Alice said. It hasn't stopped yet, has it? Not yet, Garp admitted. He read all her written words aloud to her, and they made love so much he stung in the shower, and couldn't stand to wear a jock when he ran. We've got to do it, Alice said, fervently. Do it while we can. You know, this can't last, Garp tried to warn Harry, while they were playing squash. I know, Harry said, but it's great while it lasts, isn't it? Isn't it? Alice demanded. Did Garp love Alice? Oh yes. Yes, Garp said, shaking his head. He thought he did. But Helen, enjoying it the least of them, suffered it the most. When she finally called an end to it, she couldn't help but show her euphoria. The other 3 couldn't help but show their resentment, that she should appear so uplifted while they were cast into such gloom. Without formal imposition there existed a 6-month moratorium on the couples seeing each other, except by chance. Naturally, Helen and Harry ran into each other at the English department. Garp encountered Alice in the supermarket. Once she deliberately crashed her shopping cart into his. Little Walt was jarred among the produce and the juice cans, and Alice's daughter looked equally alarmed at the collision. I felt the need of thumb contact, Alice said. And she called the Garps one night, very late, after Garp and Helen had gone to bed. Helen answered the phone. Is Harrison there? She asked Helen. No, Alice, Helen said. Is something wrong? He's not here, Alice said. I haven't seen Harrison all night. Let me come over and sit with you, Helen suggested. Garp can go look for Harrison. Can't Garp come over and sit with me? Alice asked. You look for Harathon. No, I'll come over and sit with you, Helen said. I think that's better. Garp can go look for Harrison. I want Garp, Alice said. I'm sorry that you can't have him, Helen said. I'm sorry, Helen, Alice said. She cried into the phone and said a stream of things that Helen couldn't understand. Helen gave the phone to Garp. Garp talked to Alice and listened to her for about an hour. Nobody looked for Harathon. Helen felt she had done a good job of holding herself together for the 6 months she'd allowed it all to continue. She expected them all to at least control themselves adequately, now that it was over. If Harrison is out screwing students, I'm really going to cross him off, Helen said. That asshole. And if Alice calls herself a writer, why isn't she writing? If she's got so much to say, why waste saying it on the phone? Time, Garp knew, would ease everything. Time would also prove him wrong about Alice's writing. She may have had a pretty voice, but she couldn't complete anything. She never finished her second novel, not in all the years that the Garps would know the Fletchers or in all the years after. She could say everything beautifully, but as Garp remarked to Helen, when he was finally exasperated with Alice, she couldn't get to the end of anything. She couldn't stop. Harry, too, would not play his cards wisely or well. The university would deny him tenure, a bitter loss for Helen, because she truly loved having Harrison for a friend. But the student Harry had thrown over for Helen had not been let down so easy. She bitched about her seduction to the English department, although, of course, it was her jilting that really made her bitch. This raised eyebrows among Harry's colleagues. And of course, Helen's support of Harrison Fletcher's case for tenure was quietly not taken seriously, her relationship with Harry having also been made clear by the jilted student. Even Garp's mother, Jenny Fields, with all she stood up for women, agreed with Garp that Helen's own tenure at the university, so easily granted her when she was younger than poor Harry, had been a token gesture on the part of the English department. Someone had probably told them that they needed a woman on the department at the associate professor level, and Helen had come along. Although Helen did not doubt her own qualifications, she knew it hadn't been her quality that had gotten her tenure. But Helen had not slept with any students, not yet. Harrison Fletcher had, unforgivably, allowed his sex life to be more special to him than his job. He got another job, anyway. And perhaps what remained of the friendship between the Garps and the Fletchers was actually saved by the Fletchers having to move away. This way, the couples saw each other about twice a year. Distance diffused what might have been hard feelings. Alice could speak her flawless prose to Garp in letters. The temptation to touch each other, even to bash their shopping carts together, was removed from them, and they all settled into being the kind of friends many old friends become. That is, they were friends when they heard from each other or when, occasionally, they got together. And when they were not in touch, they did not think of one another. Garp threw away his second novel and began a second novel. Unlike Alice, Garp was a real writer, not because he wrote more beautifully than she wrote, but because he knew what every artist should know, as Garp put it. You only grow by coming to the end of something, and by beginning something else. Even if these so-called endings and beginnings are illusions. Garp did not write faster than anyone else, or more, he simply always worked with the idea of completion in mind. His second book was swollen, he knew, with the energy he had left over from Alice. It was a book full of wounding dialogue and sex that left the partners smarting. Sex in the book also left the partners guilty, and usually wanting more sex. This paradox was cited by several reviewers who all led the phenomenon, alternately brilliant and dumb. One reviewer called the novel bitterly truthful, but he hastened to point out that the bitterness doomed the novel to the status of only a minor classic. If more of the bitterness had been refined away, the reviewer theorized, a purer truth would have emerged. More nonsense was compiled concerning the novel's thesis. One reviewer struggled with the idea that the novel seemed to be saying that only sexual relationships could profoundly reveal people to themselves, yet it was during sexual relationships that people appeared to lose what profundity they had. Garp said he never had a thesis, and he grumpily told an interviewer that he had written a serious comedy about marriage but a sexual farce. Later he wrote that human sexuality makes farcical our most serious intentions. But no matter what Garp said or the reviewers, either the book was not a success. Titled Second Wind of the Cuckold, the novel confused nearly everyone, even its reviews were confusing. It undersold Procrastination by a few thousand copies, and even though John Wolfe assured Garp that this was what often happened to second novels, Garp for the first time in his life felt he had failed. John Wolfe, who was a good editor, protected Garp from one particular review until he feared Garp would see the review by accident. Then Wolfe reluctantly sent the clipping, from a West Coast newspaper, with the attached note that he'd heard the reviewer suffered a hormone imbalance. The review remarked curtly that it was sordid and pathetic that T.S. Garp, the talentless son of the famous feminist, Jenny Fields, has written a sexist novel that wallows in sex and not even instructively. And so forth. Growing up with Jenny Fields had not made Garp the sort of person who was easily influenced by other people's opinions of him, but even Helen did not like Second Wind of the Cuckold. And even Alice Fletcher, in all her loving letters, never once mentioned the book's existence. Second Wind of the Cuckold was about two married couples who have an affair. "Oh boy," Helen said, when she first learned what the book was about. "It's not about us," Garp said. "It's not about any of that. It just uses that. And you're always telling me," Helen said, "that autobiographical fiction is the worst kind." "This isn't autobiographical," Garp said. "You'll see." She didn't. Though the novel was not about Helen and Garp and Harry and Alice, it was about four people whose finally unequal and sexually striving relationship is a bust. Each person in the foursome is physically handicapped. One of the men is blind. The other man has a stutter of such monstrous proportions that his dialogue is infuriatingly difficult to read. Jenny blasted Garp for taking a cheap shot at poor departed Mr. Tinch, but writers, Garp sadly knew, were just observers, good and ruthless imitators of human behavior. Garp had meant no offense to Tinch, he was just using one of Tinch's habits. I don't know how you could have done such a thing to Alice," Helen despaired. Helen meant the handicaps, especially the women's handicaps. One has muscle spasms in her right arm, her hand is always lashing out, striking wineglasses, flower pots, children's faces, once nearly emasculating her husband, accidentally, with a pruning hook. Only her lover, the other woman's husband, is able to soothe this terrible, uncontrollable spasm so that the woman is, for the first time in her life, the possessor of a flawless body, entirely intentional in its movement, truly ruled and contained by herself alone. The other woman suffers unpredictable, unstoppable flatulence. The farter is married to the stutterer, the blind man is married to the dangerous right arm. Nobody in the foursome, to Garp's credit, is a writer. We should be grateful for small favors. Helen asked. One of the couples is childless, and wants to be. The other couple is trying to have a child. This woman conceives, but her elation is tempered by everyone's anxiety concerning the identity of the natural father. Which one was it? The couples watch for telltale habits in the newborn child. Will it stutter, fart, lash out, or be blind? Garp saw this as his ultimate comment on his mother's behalf on the subject of genes. It is to some degree an optimistic novel, if only because the friendship between the couples finally convinces them to break off their liaison. The childless couple later separates, disillusioned with each other, but not necessarily as a result of the experiment. The couple with the child succeeds as a couple. The child develops without a detectable flaw. The last scene in the novel is the chance meeting of the two women. They pass on an escalator in a department store at Christmas time, the farter going up, the woman with the dangerous right arm going down. Both are laden with packages. At the moment they pass each other, the woman stricken with uncontrollable flatulence releases a keen, treble fart. The spastic stiff arms an old man on the escalator in front of her, bowling him down the moving staircase, toppling a sea of people. But it's Christmas. The escalators are jam-packed and noisy. no one is hurt and everything in season is forgivable. The two women, moving apart on their mechanical conveyors, seem to serenely acknowledge each other's burdens. They grimly smile at each other. It's a comedy. Garp cried out, over and over again. No one got it. It's supposed to be very funny. What a film it would make. But no one even bought the paperback rights. As could be seen by the fate of the man who could only walk on his hands, Garp had a thing about escalators. Helen said that no one in the English department ever spoke to her about Second Wind of the Cuckold. In the case of procrastination, many of her well-meaning colleagues had at least attempted a discussion. Helen said that the book was an invasion of her privacy, and she hoped the whole thing had been a kick that Garp would soon be off. Jesus, do they think it's you? Garp asked her. What the hell's the matter with your dumb colleagues, anyway? Do you fart in the halls over there? Does your shoulder drop out of socket in department meetings? Was poor Harry a stutterer in the classroom? Garp yelled. Am I blind? Yes, you're blind, Helen said. You have your own terms for what's fiction and what's fact, but do you think other people know your system? It's all your experience somehow, however much you make up, even if it's only an imagined experience. People think it's me, they think it's you. And sometimes I think so, too. The blind man in the novel is a geologist. Do they see me playing with rocks? Garp hollered. The flatulent woman does volunteer work in a hospital. She is a nurse's aide. Do you see my mother complaining? Garp asked. Does she write me and point out that she never once farted in a hospital, only at home, and always under control? But Jenny Fields did complain to her son about Second Wind of the Cuckold. She told him he had chosen a disappointingly narrow subject of little universal importance. She means sex, Garp said. This is classic. A lecture on what's universal by a woman who's never once felt sexual desire. And the Pope who takes vows of chastity decides the issue of contraception for millions. The world is crazy. Garp cried. Jenny's newest colleague was a 6'4" transsexual named Roberta Muldoon. Formerly Robert Muldoon, a standout tight end for the Philadelphia Eagles, Roberta's weight had dropped from 235 to 180 since her successful sex change operation. The doses of estrogen had cut into her once massive strength and some of her endurance. Garp guessed also that Robert Muldoon's former and famous quick hands weren't so quick anymore, but Roberta Muldoon was a formidable companion to Jenny Fields. Roberta worshipped Garp's mother. It had been Jenny's book, A Sexual Suspect, that had given Robert Muldoon the courage to have the sex change operation one winter as he lay recovering from knee surgery in a Philadelphia hospital. Jenny Fields was now supporting Roberta's case with the television networks, who, Roberta claimed, had secretly agreed not to hire her as a sports announcer for the football season. Roberta's knowledge of football had not decreased one drop since all the estrogen, Jenny was arguing, waves of support from the college campuses around the country had made the 6'4" Roberta Muldoon a figure of striking controversy. Roberta was intelligent and articulate, and of course she knew her football. She'd have been an improvement on the usual morons who commented on the game. Garp liked her. They talked about football together and they played squash. Roberta always took the first few games from Garp. She was more powerful than he was, and a better athlete, but her stamina was not quite up to his, and being the much bigger person in the court, she wore down. Roberta would also tire of her case against the television networks, but she would develop great endurance for other, more important things. You're certainly an improvement on the Ellen James Society, Roberta, Garp would tell her. He enjoyed his mother's visits better when Jenny came with Roberta. And Roberta tossed a football for hours with Duncan. Roberta promised to take Duncan to an Eagles game, but Garp was anxious about that. Roberta was a target figure. She had made some people very angry. Garp imagined various assaults and bomb threats on Roberta and Duncan disappearing in the vast and roaring football stadium in Philadelphia, where he would be defiled by a child molester. It was the fanaticism of some of Roberta Muldoon's hate mail that gave Garp such an imagination, but when Jenny showed him some hate mail of her own, Garp was anxious about that too. It was an aspect of the publicity of his mother's life that he had not considered. Some people truly hated her. They wrote Jenny that they wished she had cancer. They wrote Roberta Muldoon that they hoped his or her parents were no longer living. One couple wrote Jenny Fields that they would like to artificially inseminate her with elephant sperm and blow her up from the inside. That note was signed, a legitimate couple. One man wrote Roberta Muldoon that he had been an Eagles fan all his life, and even his grandparents had been born in Philadelphia, but now he was going to be a Giants or a Redskins fan, and drive to New York or Washington, or even Baltimore, if necessary, because Roberta had perverted the entire Eagles' offensive line with his pansy ways. One woman wrote Roberta Muldoon that she hoped Roberta would get gang-banged by the Oakland Raiders. The woman thought that the Raiders were the most disgusting team in football. Maybe they would show Roberta how much fun it was to be a woman. A high school tight end from Wyoming wrote Roberta Muldoon that she had made him ashamed to be a tight end anymore, and he was changing his position to linebacker. So far, there were no transsexual linebackers. A college offensive guard from Michigan wrote Roberta that if she were ever in Ypsilanti, he would like to fuck her with her shoulder pads on. This is nothing, Roberta told Garp. Your mother gets much worse. Lots more people hate her. Mom, Garp said. Why don't you drop out for a while? Take a vacation. Write another book. He never thought he'd ever hear himself suggesting such a thing to her, but he suddenly saw Jenny as a potential victim, exposing herself, through other victims, to all the hatred and cruelty and violence in the world. When asked by the press, always, Jenny would say that she was writing another book. Only Garp and Helen and John Wolfe knew this was a lie. Jenny Fields wasn't writing a word. I've done all I want to do. About me, already, Jenny told her son. Now I'm interested in other people. You just worry about you, she said, gravely, as if in her opinion her son's introversion, his imaginative life, was the more dangerous way to live. Helen actually feared this, too, especially when Garp wasn't writing, and for more than a year after Second Wind of the Cuckold, Garp didn't write. Then he wrote for a year and threw it all away. He wrote letters to his editor. They were the most difficult letters John Wolfe ever had to read, much less answer. Some of them were 10 and 12 pages long. Most of them accused John Wolfe of not pushing Second Wind of the Cuckold as hard as he could have. Everyone hated it, John Wolfe reminded Garp. How could we have pushed it? You never supported the book, Garp wrote. Helen wrote John Wolfe that he must be patient with Garp, but John Wolfe knew writers pretty well, and he was as patient and as kind as he could be. Eventually, Garp wrote letters to other people. He answered some of his mother's hate mail, those rare cases with return addresses. He wrote long letters trying to talk these people out of their hatred. You're becoming a social worker, Helen told him. But Garp even offered to answer some of Roberta Muldoon's hate mail. Roberta had a new lover, however, and her hate mail was rolling off her like water. Jesus, Garp complained to her, first a sex reassignment, and now you're in love. For a tight end with tits, you're really boring, Roberta. They were very good friends and they played squash fervently whenever Roberta and Jenny came to town, but this was not frequently enough to occupy all of Garp's restless time. He spent hours playing games with Duncan and waiting for Walt to get old enough to play games, too. He cooked up a storm. The third novel's the big one, John Wolfe told Helen, because he sensed she was wearying of Garp's restlessness, and she was in need of a pep talk. Give him time, it will come. How's he know the third novel's the big one? Garp fumed. My third novel doesn't even exist. And the way it was published, my second novel might as well not exist. These editors are full of myths and self-fulfilling prophecies. If he knows so much about third novels, why doesn't he write his own third novel? Why doesn't he write his first? But Helen smiled and kissed him, and took up going to the movies. With him, although she hated movies. She was happy with her job, the kids were happy. Garp was a good father and a good cook, and he made love to her more elaborately when he wasn't writing than he did when he was hard at work. Let it come, Helen thought. Her father, good old Ernie Holm, had shown signs of early heart trouble, but her father was happy at steering. He and Garp took a trip together, every winter, to see one of those big wrestling matches out in Iowa. Helen was sure that Garp's writing block was a small thing to endure. It will come, Alice Fletcher told Garp on the phone. You can't force it. I'm not trying to force anything, he assured her. There's just nothing there. But he thought that desirable Alice, who could never finish anything, not even her love for him, was a poor one to understand what he meant. Then Garp got some hate mail of his own. He was addressed in a lively letter by someone who took offense at second wind of the cuckold. It was not a blind, stuttering, spastic farter as you might imagine either. It was just what Garp needed to lift himself out of his slump. Dear shithead, wrote the offended party, I have read your novel. You seem to find other people's problems very funny. I have seen your picture. With your fat head of hair, I suppose you can laugh at bald persons. And in your cruel book you laugh at people who can't have orgasms, and people who aren't blessed with happy marriages, and people whose wives and husbands are unfaithful to each other. You ought to know that persons who have these problems do not think everything is so funny. Look at the world, shithead, it is a bed of pain, people suffering and nobody believing in God or bringing their children up right. You shithead, you don't have any problems, so you can make fun of poor people who do. Yours sincerely, Mrs. I. B. Poole, Findlay, Ohio. That letter stung Garp like a slap. Rarely had he felt so importantly misunderstood. Why did people insist that if you were comic you couldn't also be serious? Garp felt most people confused being profound with being sober, being earnest with being deep. Apparently, if you sounded serious, you were. Presumably, other animals could not laugh at themselves, and Garp believed that laughter was related to sympathy, which we were always needing more of. He had been, after all, a humorless child and never religious, so perhaps he now took comedy more seriously than others. But for Garp to see his vision interpreted as making fun of people was painful to him, and to realize that his art had made him appear cruel gave Garp a keen sense of failure. Very carefully, as if he were speaking to a potential suicide high up in a foreign and unfamiliar hotel, Garp wrote to his reader in Findlay, Ohio. Dear Mrs. Poole, the world is a bed of pain, people suffer terribly, few of us believe in God or bring up our children very well, you're right about that. It is also true that people who have problems do not, as a rule, think their problems are funny. Horace Walpole once said that the world is comic to those who think and tragic to those who feel. I hope you'll agree with me that Horace Walpole somewhat simplifies the world by saying this. Surely both of us think and feel, in regard to what's comic and what's tragic, Mrs. Poole, the world is all mixed up. For this reason I have never understood why serious and funny are thought to be opposites. It is simply a truthful contradiction to me that people's problems are often funny, and that the people are often and nonetheless sad. I am ashamed, however, that you think I am laughing at people or making fun of them. I take people very seriously. People are all I take seriously, in fact. Therefore, I have nothing but sympathy for how people behave and nothing but laughter to console them with. Laughter is my religion, Mrs. Poole. In the manner of most religions, I admit that my laughter is pretty desperate. I want to tell you a little story to illustrate what I mean. The story takes place in Bombay, India, where many people starve to death every day, but not all the people in Bombay are starving. Among the non-starving population of Bombay, India, there was a wedding, and a party was thrown in honor of the bride and groom. Some of the wedding guests brought elephants to the party. They weren't really conscious of showing off, they were just using the elephants for transportation. Although that may strike us as a big shot way to travel around, I don't think these wedding guests saw themselves that way. Most of them were probably not directly responsible for the vast numbers of their fellow Indians who were starving all around them. Most of them were just calling time out from their own problems and the problems of the world to celebrate the wedding of a friend. But if you were a member of the starving Indians, and you hobbled past that wedding party and saw all those elephants parked outside, you probably would have felt some disgruntlement. Furthermore, some of the revelers at the wedding got drunk and began feeding beer to their elephant. They emptied an ice bucket and filled it with beer, and they went tittering out to the parking lot and fed their hot elephant the whole bucket. The elephant liked it. So the revelers gave him several more buckets of beer. Who knows how beer will affect an elephant? These people meant no harm, they were just having fun, and chances are fairly good that the rest of their lives weren't 100% fun. They probably needed this party. But the people were also being stupid and irresponsible. If one of those many starving Indians had dragged himself through the parking lot and seen these drunken wedding guests filling up an elephant with beer, I'll bet he would have felt resentful. But I hope you see I am not making fun of anyone. What happens next is that the drunken revelers are asked to leave the party because their behavior with their elephant is obnoxious to the other wedding guests. No one can blame the other guests for feeling this way. Some of them may have actually thought that they were preventing things from getting out of hand, although people have never been very successful at preventing this. Huffy and brave with beer, the revelers struggled tip on their elephant and veered away from the parking lot, a large exhibition of happiness, surely, bumping into a few other elephants and things, because the reveler's elephant plowed from side to side in a lumbering woods, bleary and bloated with buckets of beer. His trunk lashed back and forth like a badly fastened artificial limb. The great beast was so unsteady that he struck an electric utility pole, shearing it cleanly and bringing down the live wires on his massive head, which killed him, and the wedding guests who were riding him, instantly. Mrs. Poole, please believe me, I don't think that's funny. But along comes one of those starving Indians. He sees all the wedding guests mourning the death of their friends, and their friend's elephant, much wailing, rending of fine toffees, spilling of good food and drink. The first thing he does is to take the opportunity to slip into the wedding while the guests are distracted and steal a little of the good food and drink for his starving family. The second thing he does is start to laugh himself sick about the manner in which the revelers disposed of themselves and their elephant. Alongside death by starvation, this method of enormous dying must seem funny, or at least quick, to the undernourished Indian. But the wedding guests don't see it that way. It is already a tragedy to them, they are already talking about this tragic event, and although they could perhaps forgive the presence of a mangy beggar at their party and even have tolerated his stealing their food, they cannot forgive him for laughing at their dead friends, and their dead friend's elephant. The wedding guests, outraged at the beggar's behavior, at his laughter, not his thievery, and not his rags, drown him in one of the beer buckets that the late revelers used to water their elephant. They construe this to represent justice. We see that the story is about the class struggle and, of course, serious after all. But I like to consider it a comedy about a natural disaster. They are just people rather foolishly attempting to take charge of a situation whose complexity is beyond the May situation composed of eternal and trivial parts. After all, with something as large as an elephant, it could have been much worse. I hope, Mrs. Poole, that I have made what I mean clearer to you. In any case, I thank you for taking the time to write to me, because I appreciate hearing from my audience even critically. Yours truly, Shithead Garp was an excessive man. He made everything baroque, he believed in exaggeration, his fiction was also extremist. Garp never forgot his failure with Mrs. Poole, she worried him, often, and her reply to his pompous letter must have upset him further. Dear Mr. Garp, Mrs. Poole replied, I never thought you would take the trouble to write me a letter. You must be a sick man. I can see by your letter that you believe in yourself, and I guess that's good. But the things you say are mostly garbage and nonsense to me, and I don't want you to try to explain anything to me again, because it is boring and an insult to my intelligence. Yours, Irene Poole Garp was, like his beliefs, self-contradictory. He was very generous with other people, but he was horribly impatient. He set his own standards for how much of his time and patience everyone deserved. He could be painstakingly sweet, until he decided he'd been sweet enough. Then he turned and came roaring back the other way. Dear Irene, Garp wrote to Mrs. Poole, you should either stop trying to read books, or you should try a lot harder. Dear shithead, wrote Irene Poole, my husband says that if you write to me again, he'll beat your brains to a pulp. Very sincerely, Mrs. Fitzpool. Dear Fitzy and Irene, Garp shot right back, fuck you. Thus was his sense of humor lost, and his sympathy taken from the world. In The Pension, Grillparzer Garp had somehow struck the chord of comedy, on the one hand, and compassion on the other. The story did not belittle the people in the story either with forced cuteness, or with any other exaggeration rationalized as necessary for making a point. Neither did the story sentimentalize the people, or otherwise cheapen their sadness. But the balance of this power in storytelling felt lost to Garp now. His first novel, Procrastination, in his opinion suffered from the pretentious weight of all that fascist history he had taken no real part in. His second novel suffered his failure at imagining enough, that is, he felt he had not imagined far enough beyond his own fairly ordinary experience. Second Wind of the Cuckold came off rather coldly to him. It seemed just another real but rather common experience. In fact, it seemed to Garp now that he was too full of his own lucky life, with Helen and their children. He felt he was in danger of limiting his ability as a writer in a fairly usual way, writing, essentially, about himself. Yet, when he looked very far outside himself, Garp saw there only the invitation to pretension. His imagination was failing him, his sense a dim rushlight. When anyone asked him how his writing was coming, he managed only a short, cruel imitation of poor Alice Fletcher. I've stopped, Garp said. Chapter 9. The Eternal Husband. In the yellow pages of Garp's phone directory, marriage was listed near lumber. After lumber came machine shops, mail-order houses, manholes, maple sugar, and marine equipment, then came marriage and family counselors. Garp was looking for lumber when he discovered marriage. He had some innocent questions to ask about 2x4s when marriage caught his eye and raised more interesting and disturbing questions. Garp had never realized, for example, that there were more marriage counselors than lumberyards. But this surely depends on where you live, he thought. In the country, wouldn't people have more to do with lumber? Garp had been married nearly 11 years. In that time he had found little use for lumber, still less for counsel. It was not for personal problems that Garp took an interest in the long list of names in the yellow pages. It was because Garp spent a lot of time trying to imagine what it would be like to have a job. There was the Christian Counseling Center and the Community Pastoral Counseling Service. Garp imagined hearty ministers with their dry, fleshy hands constantly rubbing together. They spoke round, moist sentences, like soap bubbles, saying things like, we have no illusions that the church can be of very much assistance to individual problems, such as your own. Individuals must seek individual solutions, they must retain their individuality. However, it is our experience that many people have identified their own special individuality in the church. There sat the baffled couple who had hoped to discuss the simultaneous orgasm myth or reality. Garp noticed that members of the clergy went in for counseling. There was a Lutheran social service, there was a Reverend Dwayne Kuntz, who was certified, and a Louise Nagel who was an All Souls minister associated with something called the United States Bureau of Marriage and Family Counselors, who had certified her. Garp took a pencil and drew little zeros beside the names of the marriage counselors with religious affiliations. They would all offer fairly optimistic counsel, Garp believed. He was less sure of the point of view of the counselors with more scientific training. He was less sure of the training, too. One was a certified clinical psychologist, another simply followed his name with M.A., clinical. Garp knew that these things could mean anything, and that they could also mean nothing. A graduate student in sociology, a former business major. One said B.S., perhaps in botany. One was a Ph.D. in marriage. One was a doctor, but a medical doctor or a doctor of philosophy. At marriage counseling, who would be better? One specialized in group therapy, someone, perhaps less ambitious, promised only psychological evaluation. Garp selected two favorites. The first was Dr. O. Rothrock, self-esteem workshop, bank cards accepted. The second was M. Neff, by appointment only. There was just a phone number after M. Neff's name. No qualifications or supreme arrogance. Perhaps both. If I needed anybody, Garp thought, I would try M. Neff first. Dr. O. Rothrock with his bank cards and his self-esteem workshop was clearly a charlatan. But M. Neff was serious. M. Neff had a vision, Garp could tell. Garp wandered a bit past marriage in the yellow pages. He came to masonry, maternity apparel, and mat refinishing, only one listing, and out of town, steering phone number, Garp's father-in-law, Ernie Holm, refinished wrestling mats as a slightly profitable hobby. Garp hadn't been thinking about his old coach. He passed over mat refinishing to mattresses without recognizing Ernie's name. Then came mausoleums and meat-cutting equipment, seesaws. That was enough. The world was too complicated. Garp wandered back to marriage. Then Duncan came home from school. Garp's older son was now 10 years old. He was a tall boy with Helen Garp's bony, delicate face, and her oval yellow-brown eyes. Helen had skin of a light oak color and Duncan had her wonderful skin, too. From Garp he had gotten his nervousness, his stubbornness, his moods of black self-pity. Dad, he said. Can I spend the night at Ralph's? It's very important. What? Garp said. No. When? Have you been reading the phone book again? Duncan asked his father. Whenever Garp read a phone book, Duncan knew. It was like trying to wake him up from a nap. He read the phone book often, for names. Garp got the names of his characters out of the phone book. When his writing was stuck, he read the phone book for more names. He revised the names of his characters over and over again. When Garp traveled, the first thing he looked for in the motel room was the phone book. He usually stole it. Dad? Duncan said he assumed his father was in his phone book trance, living the lives of his fictional people. Garp had actually forgotten that he had non-fictional business with the phone book today. He had forgotten about the lumber, and was thinking only about the audacity of M. Neff and what it would be like to be a marriage counselor. Dad, Duncan said. If I don't call Ralph back before supper, his mother won't let me come over. Ralph, said Garp. Ralph isn't here. Duncan tipped his fine jaw up and rolled his eyes. It was a gesture Helen had, too, and Duncan had her same lovely throat. Ralph is at his house, Duncan said, and I am at my house, and I would like to go spend the night at Ralph's house with Ralph. Not on a school night, Garp said. It's Friday, Duncan said. Jesus. Don't swear, Duncan, Garp said. When your mother comes home from work, you can ask her. He was stalling, he knew. Garp was suspicious of Ralph worse. He was afraid for Duncan to spend the night at Ralph's house, although Duncan had done it before. Ralph was an older boy whom Garp distrusted. Also, Garp didn't like Ralph's mother. She went out in the evening and left the boys alone. Duncan had admitted that. Helen had once referred to Ralph's mother as slatternly, a word that had always intrigued Garp, and a look in women that had its appeal to him. Ralph's father didn't live at home, so the slatternly look of Ralph's mother was enhanced by her status as a woman alone. I can't wait for Mom to get home, Duncan said. Ralph's mother says she has to know before supper, or I can't come over. Supper was Garp's responsibility, and the idea of it distracted him. He wondered what time it was. Duncan seemed to come home from school at no special time. Why not ask Ralph to spend the night here? Garp said. A familiar ploy. Ralph usually spent the night with Duncan, thus sparing Garp his anxiety about the carelessness of Mrs. Ralph. He could never remember Ralph's last name. Ralph always spends the night here, Duncan said. I want to stay there. And do what? Garp wondered. Drink, smoke dope, torture the pets, spy on the sloppy lovemaking of Mrs. Ralph. But Garp knew that Duncan was 10 years old and very sane, very careful. The two boys probably enjoyed being alone in a house where Garp wasn't smiling over them, asking them if there was anything they wanted. Why not call Mrs. Ralph and ask her if you can wait until your mother comes home before you say whether you'll come or not? Garp asked. Jesus, Mrs. Ralph. Duncan groaned. Mom is just going to say, it's all right with me. Ask your father. That's what she always says. Smart kid, Garp thought. He was trapped. Short of blurting out that he was terrified Mrs. Ralph would kill them all by burning them up in the night, when her cigarette, with which she slept, set fire to her hair, Garp had nothing more he could say. Okay, go ahead, he said, sulkily. He didn't even know if Ralph's mother smoked. He simply disliked her on sight, and he suspected Ralph for no better reason than that the child was older than Duncan and therefore, Garp imagined, capable of corrupting Duncan in terrible ways. Garp suspected most people to whom his wife and children were drawn. He had an urgent need to protect the few people he loved from what he imagined everyone else was like. Poor Mrs. Ralph was not the only victim perhaps slandered by his paranoid assumptions. I should get out more, Garp thought. If I had a job, he thought he had every day, and rethought every day, since he wasn't writing. There was almost no job in the world that appealed to Garp, and certainly nothing he was qualified for. He was qualified, he knew, for very little. He could write. When he was writing, he believed he wrote very well. But one reason he thought about getting a job was that he felt he needed to know more about other people. He wanted to get over his distrust of them. A job would at least force him to come into contact, and if he weren't forced to be with other people, Garp would stay home. It was for his writing, in the beginning, that he had never taken the idea of a job seriously. Now it was for his writing that he was thinking he needed a job. I am running out of people I can imagine, he thought, but perhaps it was really that there had never been many people he liked, and he hadn't written anything he liked in too many years. I'm going now. Duncan called to him, and Garp stopped dreaming. The boy was wearing a bright orange rucksack on his back. A yellow sleeping bag was rolled and tied under the pack. Garp had chosen them both, for visibility. I'll give you a ride, Garp said, but Duncan rolled his eyes again. Mom has the car, Dad, he said, and she's still at work. Of course, Garp grinned foolishly. Then he saw that Duncan was going to take his bicycle, and he called out the door to him. Why don't you walk, Duncan? Why? Duncan said, exasperated. So your spine won't be severed when a car, driven by a crazed teenager, or a drunken man suffering a heart attack, swipes you off the street, Garp thought, and your wonderful, warm chest is cracked against the curbstone, your special skull split open when you land on the sidewalk, and some asshole wraps you in an old rug as if you were somebody's pet discovered in the gutter. Then the dolts from the suburbs come out, and guess who owns it, that green and white house on the corner of Elm and Dodge, I think. Then someone drives you home, rings the bell, and says to me, sorry, and pointing to the spillage in the bloody back seat, asks, is it yours? But all Garp said was, oh, go ahead, Duncan, take the bike. Just be careful. He watched Duncan cross the street, pedal up the next block, look before he turned, good boy, note the careful hand signal, but perhaps this is only for my benefit. It was a safe suburb of a small, safe city, comfortable green plots, One family houses mostly university families, with an occasional big house broken into apartments for graduate students. Ralph's mother, for example, appeared certain to be a graduate student forever, though she had a whole house to herself and although she was older than Garp. Her former husband taught one of the sciences and presumably paid her tuition. Garp remembered that Helen had been told the man was living with a student. Mrs. Ralph is probably a perfectly good person, Garp thought. She has a child, and she no doubt loves him. She is no doubt serious about wanting to do something with her life. If she were just more careful. Garp thought. You must be careful, people didn't realize. It's so easy to blow everything, he thought. Hello, someone said, or he thought someone said. He looked around, but whoever had spoken to him was gone or was never there. He realized he was barefoot, his feet were cold. It was an early spring day, standing on the sidewalk in front of his house, a phone book in his hand. He would have liked to go on imagining Neff and the business of marriage counseling, but he knew it was late. He had to prepare the evening meal, and he hadn't even been shopping. A block away he could hear the hum of the engines that powered the big freezers in the supermarket. That was why they had moved into this neighborhood, so that Garp could walk to the store and shop while Helen took the car to work. Also, they were nearer to a park for him to run in. There were fans on the back of the supermarket, and Garp could hear them sucking the still air out of the aisles and blowing faint food smells over the block. Garp liked it. He had a cook's heart. He spent his day writing, or trying to write, running, and cooking. He got up early and fixed breakfast for himself and the children. Nobody was home for lunch and Garp never ate that meal. He fixed dinner for his family every night. It was a ritual he loved, but the ambition of his cooking was controlled by how good a day he'd had writing, and how good a run he'd had. If the writing went poorly, he took it out on himself with a long, hard run, or, sometimes, a bad day with his writing would exhaust him so much that he could barely run a mile. Then he tried to save the day with a splendid meal. Helen could never tell what sort of day Garp had experienced by what he cooked for them. Something special might mean a celebration, or it might mean that the food was the only thing that had gone well, that the cooking was the only labor keeping Garp from despair. If you are careful, Garp wrote, if you use good ingredients and you don't take any shortcuts, then you can usually cook something very good. Sometimes it is the only worthwhile product you can salvage from a day, what you make to eat. With writing, I find, you can have all the right ingredients, give plenty of time and care, and still get nothing. Also true of love. Cooking, therefore, can keep a person who tries hard sane. He went into the house and looked for a pair of shoes. About the only shoes Bea owned were running shoes, many pairs. They were in different phases of being broken in. Garp and his children wore clean but rumpled clothes. Helen was a smart dresser, and although Garp did her laundry, he refused to iron anything. Helen did her own ironing, and an occasional shirt for Garp ironing was the only task of conventional housewifery that Garp rejected. The cooking, the kids, the basic laundry, the cleaning up, he did them. The cooking expertly, the kids a little tensely but conscientiously, the cleaning up a little compulsively. He swore at errant clothes, dishes, and toys, but he left nothing lie. He was a maniac for picking things up. Some mornings, before he sat down to write, he raced over the house with a vacuum cleaner, or he cleaned the oven. The house never looked untidy, was never dirty, but there was always a certain haste to the neatness of it. Garp threw a lot of things away, and the house was always missing things. For months at a time he would allow most of the light bulbs to burn out, unreplaced, until Helen would realize that they were living in almost total darkness, huddled around the two lamps that worked. Or when he remembered the lights, he forgot the soap and the toothpaste. Helen brought certain touches to the house, too, but Garp took no responsibilities for these. Plants, for example, either Helen remembered them, or they died. When Garp saw that one appeared to be drooping, or was the slightest bit pale, he would whisk it out of the house and into the trash. Days later, Helen might ask, "Where is the red aranzo?" "That foul thing," Garp would remark. "It had some disease. I saw worms on it." I caught it dropping its little spines all over the floor. Thus Garp functioned at housekeeping. In the house Garp found his yellow running shoes and put them on. He put the phone book away in a cabinet where he kept the heavy cooking gear. He stashed phone books all over the house, then would tear the house down to find the one he wanted. He put some olive oil in a cast iron skillet. He chopped an onion while he waited for the oil to get hot. It was late to be starting supper. He hadn't even gone shopping. A standard tomato sauce, a little pasta, a fresh green salad, a loaf of his good bread. That way he could go to the market after he started the sauce, and he'd only need to shop for greens. He hurried the chopping, now some fresh basil, but it was important not to throw anything into the skillet until the oil was just right, very hot but not smoking. There are some things about cooking, like writing, that you don't hurry, Garp knew, and he never hurried them. When the phone rang, it made him so angry that he threw a handful of onions into the skillet and burned himself with the spattering oil. Shit, he cried. He kicked the cabinet beside the stove, snapping the little hinge on the cabinet door. A phone book slid out and he stared at it. He put all the onions and the fresh basil into the oil and lowered the flame. He ran his hand under cold water and, reaching off balance, wincing at the pain of the burn, he picked up the phone in his other hand. Those fakers, Garp thought. What qualifications could there be for marriage counseling? No doubt, he thought, it is one more thing that those simplistic shrinks claim expertise in. You caught me right in the fucking middle of something, he snapped to the phone. He eyed the onions wilting in the hot oil. There was no one who could be calling whom he feared he might offend. This was one of several advantages of being unemployed. His editor, John Wolfe, would only remark that Garp's manner of answering the phone simply confirmed his notion of Garp's vulgarity. Helen was used to how he answered the phone, and if the call were for Helen, her friends and colleagues already pictured Garp as rather bearish. If it were Ernie Holm, Garp would experience a momentary twinge. The coach always apologized too much, which embarrassed Garp. If it were his mother, Garp knew, she would holler back at him, another lie. You're never in the middle of anything. You live on the fringes. Garp hoped it wasn't Jenny. At the moment there was no other woman who would have called him. Only if it were the daycare center, reporting an accident to little Walt. Only if it were Duncan, calling to say that the zipper on his sleeping bag was broken, or that he'd just broken his leg, would Garp feel guilty for his bullying voice. One's children certainly have a right to catch one in the middle of something they usually do. Right in the middle of what, darling? Helen asked him. Right in the middle of whom? I hope she's nice. Helen's voice on the phone had a quality of sexual teasing in it. This always surprised Garp how she sounded because Helen was not like that. She was not even flirtatious. Though he found her, privately, very arousing, there was nothing of the sexy come-on about her dress or her habits in the outer world. Yet on the telephone she sounded bawdy to him, and always had. I've burned myself, he said, dramatically. The oil is too hot, and the onions are scorching. What the fuck is it? My poor man, she said, still teasing him. You didn't leave any message with Pamphlet. Pam was the English department secretary. Garp struggled to think what message he was supposed to have left with her. Are you burned badly? Helen asked him. No. He sulked. What message? The 2x4s, said Helen. Lumber, Garp remembered. He was going to call the lumberyards to price some 2x4s cut to size. Helen would pick them up on her way home from school. He remembered. Now that the marriage counseling had distracted him from the lumberyards. I forgot, he said. Helen, he knew, would have an alternative plan. She had known this much before she even made the phone call. Call them now, Helen said, and I'll call you back when I get to the daycare center. Then I'll go pick up the 2x4s with Walt. He likes lumberyards. Walt was now 5. Garp's second son was in this daycare, or preschool place, whatever it was. Its aura of general irresponsibility gave Garp some of his most exciting nightmares. Well, all right, Garp said. I'll start calling now. He was worried about his tomato sauce, and he hated hanging up on a conversation with Helen when he was in a state so clearly preoccupied and dull. I've found an interesting job, he told her, relishing her silence. But she wasn't silent long. You're a writer, darling, Helen told him. You have an interesting job. Sometimes it panicked. Garp that Helen seemed to want him to stay at home, and just write, because that made the domestic situation the most comfortable for her. But it was comfortable for him, too. It was what he thought he wanted. The onions need stirring, he said, cutting her off. And my burn hurts, he added. I'll try to call back when you're in the middle of something, Helen said, brightly teasing him, that vampish laughter barely contained in her saucy voice. It both aroused him and made him furious. He stirred the onions and mashed half a dozen tomatoes into the hot oil. Then he added pepper, salt, oregano. He called only the lumberyard whose address was closest to Walt's daycare center. Helen was too meticulous about some things, comparing the prices of everything, though he admired her for it. Wood was wood, Garp reasoned. The best place to have the damn 2x4s cut to size was the nearest place. A marriage counselor. Garp thought again, dissolving a tablespoon of tomato paste in a cup of warm water and adding this to his sauce. Why are all the serious jobs done by quacks? What could be more serious than marriage? Counseling. Yet he imagined a marriage counselor was somewhat lower on a scale of trust than a chiropractor. In the way that many doctors scorned chiropractors, would psychiatrists sneer at marriage counselors? There was no one Garp tended to sneer at as much as he sneered at psychiatrists, those dangerous simplifiers, those thieves of a person's complexity. To Garp, psychiatrists were the despicable end of all those who couldn't clean up their own messes. The psychiatrist approached the mess without proper respect for the mess, Garp thought. The psychiatrist's objective was to clear the head. It was Garp's opinion that this was usually accomplished, when it was accomplished, by throwing away all the messy things. That is the simplest way to clean up, Garp knew. The trick is to use the mess to make the messy things work for you. That's easy for a writer to say, Helen had told him. Artists can use a mess. Most people can't, and they just don't want messes. I know I don't. What a psychiatrist you'd be. What would you do if a poor man who had no use for his mess came to you, and he just wanted his mess to go away? I suppose you'd advise him to write about it. Garp remembered this conversation about psychiatry, and it made him glum. He knew he oversimplified the things that made him angry, but he was convinced that psychiatry oversimplified everything. When the phone rang, he said, the lumberyard off Springfield Avenue. That's close to you. I know where it is, Helen said. Is that the only place you called? Wood is wood, Garp said. 2x4s are 2x4s. Go to Springfield Avenue, and they'll have them ready. What interesting job have you found? Helen asked him. He knew she would have been thinking about it. Marriage counseling, Garp said. His tomato sauce bubbled, the kitchen filled with its rich fumes. Helen maintained a respectful silence on her end of the phone. Garp knew she would find it difficult to ask, this time, what qualifications he thought he had for such a thing. You're a writer, she told him. Perfect qualifications for the job, Garp said. Years spent pondering the morass of human relationships, hours spent divining what it is that people have in common. The failure of love, Garp droned on, the complexity of compromise, the need for compassion. So write about it, Helen said. What more do you want? She knew perfectly well what was coming next. Art doesn't help anyone, Garp said. People can't really use it, they can't eat it, it won't shelter or clothe the man if they're sick, it won't make them well. This, Helen knew, was Garp's thesis on the basic uselessness of art. He rejected the idea that art was of any social value whatsoever, that it should be. The two things mustn't be confused, he thought. There was art, and there was helping people. Here he was, fumbling at both his mother's son, after all. But true to his thesis, he saw art and social responsibility as two distinct acts. The messes came when certain jerks attempted to combine these fields. Garp would be irritated all his life by his belief that literature was a luxury item. He desired for it to be more basic, yet he hated it when it was. "I'll go get the 2x4s now," Helen said. "And if the peculiarities of my art weren't qualification enough," Garp said, "I have, as you know, been married myself." He paused. "I've had children." He paused again. "I've had a variety of marriage-related experiences, we both have." Springfield Avenue. Helen said. "I'll be home soon." "I have more than enough experience for the job," he insisted. "I've known financial dependency, I've experienced infidelity." "Good for you," Helen said. She hung up. But Garp thought, maybe marriage counseling is a charlatan field even if a genuine and qualified person is giving the advice. He replaced the phone on the hook. He knew he could advertise himself in the yellow pages most successfully, even without lying. Marriage Philosophy and Family Advice T.S. GARP, author of Procrastination and Second Wind of the Cuckold. Why add that they were novels? They sounded, Garp realized, like marriage counsel manuals. But would he see his poor patients at home, or in an office? Garp took a green pepper and propped it in the center of the gas burner. He turned up the flame, and the pepper began to burn. When it was black all over, Garp would let it cool, then scrape off all the charred skin. Inside would be a roasted pepper, very sweet, and he would slice it and let it marinate in oil and vinegar and a little marjoram. That would be his dressing for the salad. But the main reason he liked to make dressing this way was that the roasting pepper made the kitchen smell so good. He turned the pepper with a pair of tongs. When the pepper was charred, Garp snatched it up with the tongs and flipped it into the sink. The pepper hissed at him. "Talk all you want to," Garp told it. "You don't have much time left." He was distracted. Usually he liked to stop thinking about other things while he cooked. In fact, he forced himself to. But he was suffering a crisis of confidence about marriage counseling. "You're suffering a crisis of confidence about your writing," Helen told him, walking into the kitchen with even more than her usual authority, the freshly cut 2x4s slung over and under her arm like matching shotguns. Walt said, "Daddy burned something." It was a pepper and Daddy meant 2, Garp said. "Every time you can't write you do something stupid," Helen said. "Though I'll confess this is a better idea for a diversion than your last diversion." Garp had expected her to be ready, but he was surprised that she was so ready. What Helen called his last diversion from his stalled writing had been a babysitter. Garp drove a wooden spoon deep into his tomato sauce. He flinched as some fool took the corner by the house with a roaring downshift and a squeal of tires that cut through Garp with the sound of a struck cat. He looked instinctively for Walt, who was right there safe in the kitchen. Helen said, "Where's Duncan?" She moved to the door, but Garp cut in front of her. "Duncan went to Ralph's," he said. He was not worried, this time, that the speeding car meant Duncan had been hit, but it was Garp's habit to chase down speeding cars. He had properly bullied every fast driver in the neighborhood. The streets around Garp's house were cut in squares, bordered every block by stop signs. Garp could usually catch up to a car on foot, provided that the car obeyed the stop signs. He raced down the street after the sound of the car. Sometimes, if the car was going really fast, Garp would need 3 or 4 stop signs to catch up to it. Once he sprinted 5 blocks and was so out of breath when he caught up to the offending car that the driver was sure there'd been a murder in the neighborhood, and Garp was either trying to report it or had done it himself. Most drivers were impressed with Garp, and even if they swore about him later, they were polite and apologetic to his face, assuring him they would not speed in the neighborhood again. It was clear to them that Garp was in good physical shape. Most of them were high school kids who were easily embarrassed, caught hot-rodding around with their girlfriends, or leaving little smoking rubber stains in front of their girlfriends' houses. Garp was not such a fool as to imagine that he changed their ways. All he hoped to do was make them speed somewhere else. The present offender turned out to be a woman. Garp saw her earrings glinting, and the bracelets on her arm, as he ran up to her from behind. She was just ready to pull away from a stop sign, when Garp rapped the wooden spoon on her window, startling her. The spoon, dribbling tomato sauce, looked at a glance as if it had been dipped in blood. Garp waited for her to roll down her window, and was already phrasing his opening remarks. "I'm sorry I startled you, but I wanted to ask you a personal favor," when he recognized that the woman was Ralph's mother, the notorious Mrs. Ralph. Duncan and Ralph were not with her. She was alone, and it was obvious that she had been crying. "Yes, what is it?" she said. Garp couldn't tell if she recognized him as Duncan's father or not. "I'm sorry I startled you," Garp began. He stopped. What else could he say to her? Smeary-faced, fresh from a fight with her ex-husband or a lover, the poor woman looked to be suffering her approaching middle age like the flu. Her body looked rumpled with misery, her eyes were red and vague. "I'm sorry," Garp mumbled. He was sorry for her whole life. How could he tell her that all he wanted was for her to slow down? "What is it?" she asked him. "I'm Duncan's father," Garp said. "I know you are," she said. "I'm Ralph's mother." "I know," he said. He smiled. "Duncan's father meets Ralph's mother," she said caustically. Then she burst into tears. Her face flopped forward and struck the horn. She sat up straight, suddenly hitting Garp's hand, resting on her rolled-down window. His fingers opened, and he dropped the long-handled spoon into her lap. They both stared at it. The tomato sauce produced a stain on her wrinkled beige dress. "You must think I'm a rotten mother," Mrs. Ralph said. Garp, ever conscious of safety, reached across her knees and turned off the ignition. He decided to leave the spoon in her lap. It was Garp's curse to be unable to conceal his feelings from people, even from strangers. If he thought contemptuous thoughts about you, somehow you knew. "I don't know anything about what kind of mother you are," Garp told her. "I think Ralph's a nice boy." "He can be a real shit," she said. "Perhaps you'd rather Duncan not stay with you tonight?" Garp asked. Garp hoped. To Garp, she didn't appear to know that Duncan was spending the night with Ralph. She looked at the spoon in her lap. "It's tomato sauce," Garp said. To his surprise, Mrs. Ralph picked up the spoon and licked it. "You're a cook?" she asked. "Yes, I like to cook," Garp said. "It's very good," Mrs. Ralph told him, handing him his spoon. "I should have gotten one like you, some muscular little prick who likes to cook." Garp counted in his head to 5, then he said, "I'd be glad to go pick up the boys. They could spend the night with us, if you'd like to be alone." "Alone?" she cried. "I'm usually alone. I like having the boys with me." "And they like it too," she said. "Do you know why?" Mrs. Ralph looked at him wickedly. "Why?" Garp said. "They like to watch me take a bath," she said. There's a crack in the door. Isn't it sweet that Ralph likes to show off his old mother to his friends?" "Yes," Garp said. "You don't approve, do you, Mr. Garp?" she asked him. "You don't approve of me at all." "I'm sorry you're so unhappy," Garp said. On the seat beside her in her messy car was a paperback of Dostoevsky's The Eternal Husband. Garp remembered that Mrs. Ralph was going to school. "What are you majoring in?" he asked her, stupidly. He recalled she was a never-ending graduate student. Her problem was probably a thesis that wouldn't come. Mrs. Ralph shook her head. "You really keep your nose clean, don't you?" she asked Garp. "How long have you been married?" "Almost 11 years, Garp said. Mrs. Ralph looked more or less indifferent. Mrs. Ralph had been married for 12. "Your kid's safe with me," she said, as if she were suddenly irritated with him, and as if she were reading his mind with utter accuracy. "Don't worry, I'm quite harmless with children," she added. And I don't smoke in bed. I'm sure it's good for the boys to watch you take a bath, Garp told her, then felt immediately embarrassed for saying it, though it was one of the few things he'd told her that he meant. I don't know, she said. It didn't seem to do much good for my husband, and he watched me for years. She looked up at Garp, whose mouth hurt from all his forced smiles. Just touch her cheek, or pat her hand, he thought, at least say something. But Garp was clumsy at being kind, and he didn't flirt. Well, husbands are funny, he mumbled. Garp the marriage counselor, full of advice. I don't think many of them know what they want. Mrs. Ralph laughed bitterly. My husband found a 19-year-old cunt, she said. He seems to want her. I'm sorry, Garp told her. The marriage counselor is the I am sorry man, like a doctor with bad luck, the one who gets to diagnose all the terminal cases. You're a writer. Mrs. Ralph said to him, accusingly. She waved her copy of The Eternal Husband at him. What do you think of this? It's a wonderful story, Garp said. It was fortunately a book he remembered neatly complicated, full of perverse and human contradiction. I think it's a sick story, Mrs. Ralph told him. I'd like to know what's so special about Dostoevsky. Well, Garp said, his characters are so complex, psychologically and emotionally, and the situations are so ambiguous. His women are less than objects, Mrs. Ralph said, they don't even have any shape. They're just ideas that men talk about and play with. She threw the book out the window at Garp. It hit his chest and fell by the curb. She clenched her fists in her lap, staring at the stain on her dress, which marked her crotch with a tomato sauce bullseye. Boy, that's me all over, she said, staring at the spot. I'm sorry, Garp said again. It may leave a permanent stain. Everything leaves a stain. Mrs. Ralph cried out. A laughter so witless escaped her that it frightened Garp. He didn't say anything, and she said to him, I'll bet you think that all I need is a good lay. To be fair, Garp rarely thought this of people, but when Mrs. Ralph mentioned it, he did think that, in her case, this oversimple solution might apply. And I'll bet you think I'd let you do it, she said, glaring at him. Garp, in fact, did think so. No, I don't think you would, he said. Yes, you think I would love to, Mrs. Ralph said. Garp hung his head. No, he said. Well, in your case, she said, I just might. He looked at her, and she gave him an evil grin. It might make you a little less smug, she told him. You don't know me well enough to talk to me like this, Garp said. I know that you're smug, Mrs. Ralph said. You think you're so superior. True, Garp knew, he was superior. He would make a lousy marriage counselor, he now knew. Please drive carefully, Garp said. He pushed himself away from her car. If there's anything I can do, please call. Like if I need a good lover? Mrs. Ralph asked him, nastily. No, not that, Garp said. Why did you stop me? She asked him. Because I thought you were driving too fast. He said. I think you're a pompous fart, she told him. I think you're an irresponsible slob, Garp told her. She cried out as if she were stabbed. Look, I'm sorry, he said it again, but I'll just come pick up Duncan. No, please, she said. I can look after him, I really want to. He'll be all right, I'll look after him like he was my own. This didn't truly comfort Garp. I'm not that much of a slob with kids, she added. She managed an alarmingly attractive smile. I'm sorry, Garp said his litany. So am I, said Mrs. Ralph. As if the matter were resolved between them, she started her car and drove past the stop sign and through the intersection without looking. She drove away slowly, but more or less in the middle of the road, and Garp waved his wooden spoon after her. Then he picked up The Eternal Husband and walked home. Chapter 10. The Dog in the Alley, the Child in the Sky. We've got to get Duncan out of that mad woman's house, Garp told Helen. Well, you do it, Helen said. You're the one who's worried. You should have seen how she drove, Garp said. Well, said Helen, presumably Duncan isn't going to be riding around with her. She may take the boys out for a pizza, Garp said. I'm sure she can't cook. Helen was looking at the eternal husband. She said, it's a strange book for a woman to give to another woman's husband. She didn't give it to me, Helen. She threw it at me. It's a wonderful story, Helen said. She said it was just sick, Garp said despairingly. She thought it was unfair to women. Helen looked puzzled. I wouldn't say that was even an issue, she said. Of course it isn't. Garp yelled. This woman is an idiot. My mother would love her. Oh, poor Jenny, Helen said. Don't start on her. Finish your pasta, Walt, Garp said. Up your wazoo, Walt said. Nice talk, Garp said. Walt, I don't have a wazoo. Yes, you do, Walt said. He doesn't know what it means, Helen said. I'm not sure what it means, either. 5 years old, Garp said. It's not nice to say that to people, Garp told Walt. He heard it from Duncan, I'm sure, Helen said. Well, Duncan gets it from Ralph, Garp said, who no doubt gets it from his goddamn mother. Watch your own language, Helen said. Walt could as easily have gotten his wazoo from you. Not from me, he couldn't have, Garp declared. I'm not sure what it means, either. I never use that word. You use plenty just like it, Helen said. Walt, eat your pasta, Garp said. Calm down, Helen said. Garp eyed Walt's uneaten pasta, as if it were a personal insult. Why do I bother, he said. The child eats nothing. They finished their meal in silence. Helen knew Garp was thinking up a story to tell Walt after dinner. She knew Garp did this to calm himself whenever he was worried about the children, as if the act of imagining a good story for children was a way to keep children safe forever. With the children, Garp was instinctively generous, loyal as an animal, the most affectionate of fathers. He understood Duncan and Walt deeply and separately. Yet, Helen felt sure, he saw nothing of how his anxiety for the children made the children anxious, tense, even immature. On the one hand, he treated them as grown-ups, but on the other hand he was so protective of them that he was not allowing them to grow up. He did not accept that Duncan was 10, that Walt was 5, sometimes the children seemed fixed, as 3-year-olds in his mind. Helen listened to the story Garp made up for Walt with her usual interest and concern. Like many of the stories Garp told the children, it began as a story for the children, and ended up as a story Garp seemed to have made up for Garp. You would think that the children of a writer would have more stories read to them than other children, but Garp preferred that his children listen only to his stories. There was a dog, Garp said. What kind of dog, said Walt. A big German shepherd dog, said Garp. What was his name? Walt asked. He didn't have a name, Garp said. He lived in a city in Germany, after the war. What war, said Walt. World War II, Garp said. Oh sure, Walt said. The dog had been in the war, Garp said. He had been a guard dog, so he was very fierce and very smart. Very mean, said Walt. No, Garp said, he wasn't mean, and he wasn't nice, or sometimes he was both. He was whatever his master trained him to be, because he was trained to do whatever his master told him to do. How did he know who his master was? Walt asked. I don't know, Garp said. After the war, he got a new master. This master owned a cough superscript 1 in the city. You could get coffee and tea and drinks there. And read the newspapers. At night the master would leave one light on, inside the cough superscript 1, so that you could look in the windows and see all the wiped-off tables with the chairs upside down on the table tops. The floor was swept clean, and the big dog paced back and forth across the floor every night. He was like a lion in his cage at the zoo, he was never still. Sometimes people would see him in there and they'd knock on the window to get his attention. The dog would just stare at them. He wouldn't bark or even growl. He'd just stop pacing and stare until whoever it was went away. You had the feeling that if you stayed too long, the dog might jump through the window at you. But he never did. He never did anything, in fact, because no one ever broke into that cough superscript 1 at night. It was enough just having the dog there. The dog didn't have to do anything. The dog looked very mean, said Walt. Now you've got the picture, Garp told him. Every night was the same for that dog, and every day he was tied up in an alley beside the cough superscript 1. He was tied to a long chain, which was tied to the front axle of an old army truck, which had been backed into the alley and left there for good. This truck didn't have any wheels. And you know what cinder blocks are, Garp said. The truck was set on blocks so it wouldn't roll an inch on its axles. There was just enough room for the dog to crawl under the truck and lie down out of the rain and the sun. The chain was just long enough so that the dog could walk to the end of the alley and watch the people on the sidewalk and the cars in the street. If you were coming along the sidewalk, you could sometimes see the dog's nose poking out of the alley. That was as far as the chain would reach and no farther. You could hold out your hand to the dog and he would sniff you, but he didn't like to be touched, and he never licked your hand the way some dogs do. If you tried to pat him, he would duck his head and slink back into the alley. The way he stared at you made you think it would not be a very good idea to follow him into the alley, or to try very hard to pat him. He would bite you, Walt said. Well, you couldn't be sure, Garp said. He never bit anyone, actually, or I never heard about it if he did. You were there? Walt said. Yes, Garp said. He knew that the storyteller was always there. Walt, called Helen. It irritated Garp that she eavesdropped on the stories he told the children. That is what they mean by a dog's life, Helen called. But neither Walt nor his father appreciated her interruption. Walt said, go on with the story. What happened to the dog? The responsibilities loomed for Garp every time. What is the instinct in people that makes them expect something to happen? If you begin a story about a person or a dog, something must be going to happen to them. Go on. Walt cried impatiently. Garp, caught up in his art, frequently forgot his audience. He went on. If too many people held out their hands for the dog to sniff, the dog would wall back down the alley and crawl under the truck. You could often see the tip of his black nose poking out from under the truck. He was either under the truck or at the sidewalk end of the alley. He never stopped in between. He had his habits and nothing disturbed them. Nothing? Walt asked, disappointed or else worried that nothing was going to happen. Well, almost nothing, Garp admitted, and Walt perked up. Something bothered him. There was just one thing. It alone could make the dog furious. It was the only thing that could even make the dog bark. It really drove him crazy. Oh sure, a cat, cried Walt. A terrible cat, said Garp in a voice that made Helen stop rereading The Eternal Husband and hold her breath. Poor Walt, she thought. Why was the cat terrible? Walt asked. Because he teased the dog, Garp said. Helen was relieved that this was, apparently, all that was terrible. Teasing isn't nice, Walt said with knowledge. Walt was Duncan's victim in the area of teasing. Duncan should be hearing this story, Helen thought. A lesson about teasing is clearly wasted on Walt. Teasing is terrible, Garp said. But this cat was terrible. He was an old cat, off the streets, dirty and mean. What was his name? Walt asked. He didn't have a name, Garp said. Nobody owned him. He was hungry all the time, so he stole food. Nobody could blame him for that. And he had lots of fights with other cats, and nobody could blame him for that either, I suppose. He had only one eye. The other eye had been missing for so long that the hole had closed and the fur had grown over where the eye had been. He didn't have any ears. He must have had to fight all the time. The poor thing. Helen cried. Nobody could blame the cat for the way he was, Garp said, except that he teased the dog. That was wrong, he didn't have to do that. He was hungry, so he had to be sneaky, and nobody took care of him, so he had to fight. But he didn't have to tease the dog. Teasing isn't nice, Walt said again. Very definitely Duncan's story, Helen thought. Every day, said Garp, the cat would walk down the sidewalk and stop to wash himself at the end of the alley. The dog would come out from under the truck, running so hard that the chain wriggled behind him like a snake that's just been run over in the road. You ever seen that? Oh sure, Walt said. And when the dog got to the end of his chain, the chain would snap the dog's neck back and the dog would be tugged off his feet and land on the pavement of the alley, sometimes knocking his wind out or hitting his head. The cat would never move. The cat knew how long the chain was and he would sit there washing himself with his one eye staring at the dog. The dog went crazy. He barked and snapped and struggled against his chain until the owner of the cough superscript 1, his master, would have to come out and shoo the cat away. Then the dog would crawl back under the truck. Sometimes the cat would come right back, and the dog would lie under the truck for as long as he could stand it, which was not very long. He'd lie under there while the cat licked himself all over out on the sidewalk, and pretty soon you could hear the dog begin to whimper and whine, and the cat would just stare down the alley at him and go on washing himself. And pretty soon the dog would start to howl under the truck and thrash around there as if he were covered with bees, but the cat would just go on washing himself. And finally the dog would lunge out from under the truck and charge up the alley again, snapping his chain behind him even though he knew what would happen. He knew that the chain would rip him off his feet and choke him, and throw him on the pavement, and that when he got up the cat would still be sitting there, inches away, washing himself. And he'd bark himself hoarse until his master, or someone else, would shoo the cat away. That dog hated that cat, Garp said. So do I, Walt said. And so did I, said Garp. Helen felt herself turn against the story. It had such an obvious conclusion. She said nothing. Go on, Walt said. Part of telling a story to a child, Garp knew, is telling, or pretending to tell, a story with an obvious conclusion. One day, said Garp, everybody thought the dog had finally lost his mind. For one whole day he ran out from under the truck, and all the way up the alley until the chain jerked him off his feet, then he'd do it again. Even when the cat wasn't there, the dog just kept charging up the alley, throwing his weight against the chain, and heaving himself to the pavement. It startled some of the people walking on the sidewalk, especially the people who saw the dog coming at them, and didn't know that there was a chain. And that night the dog was so tired that he didn't pace around the cough superscript 1, he slept on the floor as if he were sick. Anyone could have broken into the cough superscript 1 that night. I don't think that dog would have woken up. And the next day he did the same thing, although you could tell his neck was sore because he cried out every time the chain snapped him off his feet. And that night he slept in the cough superscript 1, as if he were a dead dog who'd been murdered there on the floor. His master called a vet, Garp said, and the vet gave the dog some shots I guess to calm him down. For 2 days the dog lay on the floor of the cough superscript 1 at night time, and under the truck in the daytime, and even when the cat walked by on the sidewalk, or sat washing himself at the end of the alley, that dog wouldn't move. That poor dog, Garp added. He was sad, Walt said. But do you think he was smart? Garp asked. Walt was puzzled but he said, I think he was. He was, Garp said, because all the time he'd been running against the chain, he'd been moving the truck he was tied to just a little. Even though that truck had sat there for years, and it was rusted solid on those cinder blocks and the buildings could fall down around it before that truck would budge, even so, Garp said, that dog made the truck move. Just a little. Do you think the dog moved the truck enough? Garp asked Walt. I think so, Walt said. Helen thought so, too. He needed just a few inches to reach that cat, Garp said. Walt nodded. Helen, confident of the gory outcome, plunged back into the eternal husband. One day, Garp said, slowly, the cat came and sat down on the sidewalk at the end of the alley and began to lick his paws. He rubbed his wet paws into his old ear holes where his ears had been, and he rubbed his paws over his old grown-together eye hole where his other eye used to be, and he stared down the alley at the dog under the truck. The cat was getting bored now that the dog wouldn't come out anymore. And then the dog came out. I think the truck moved enough, Walt said. The dog ran up the alley faster than ever before, so that the chain behind him was dancing off the ground, and the cat never moved, although this time the dog could reach him. Except, said Garp, the chain didn't quite reach. Helen groaned. The dog got his mouth over the cat's head, but the chain choked him so badly that he couldn't close his mouth. The dog gagged and was jerked back like before, and the cat, realizing that things had changed, sprang away. God! Helen cried. Oh no, Walt said. Of course, you couldn't fool a cat like that twice, Garp said. The dog had one chance, and he blew it. That cat would never let him get close enough again. What a terrible story. Helen cried. Walt, silent, looked as if he agreed. But something else happened, Garp said. Walt looked up, alert. Helen, exasperated, held her breath again. The cat was so scared he ran into the street without looking. No matter what happens, Garp said, you don't run into the street without looking, do you, Walt? No, Walt said. Not even if a dog is going to bite you, Garp said. Not ever. You never run into the street without looking. Oh sure, I know, Walt said. What happened to the cat? Garp slapped his hands together so sharply that the boy jumped. He was killed like that. Garp cried. Smack. He was dead. Nobody could fix him. He'd have had a better chance if the dog had gotten him. A car hit him? Walt asked. A truck, Garp said, ran right over his head. His brains came out his old ear holes, where his ears used to be. Squashed him? Walt asked. Flat, said Garp, and he held up his hand, palm level, in front of Walt's serious little face. Jesus, Helen thought, it was Walt's story after all. Don't run into the street without looking. The end, said Garp. Good night, Walt said. Good night, Garp said to him. Helen heard them kiss. Why didn't the dog have a name? Walt asked. I don't know, Garp said. Don't run into the street without looking. When Walt fell asleep, Helen and Garp made love. Helen had a sudden insight regarding Garp's story. That dog could never move that truck, she said. Not an inch. Right, Garp said. Helen felt sure he had actually been there. So how'd you move it? She asked him. I couldn't move it either, Garp said. It wouldn't budge. So I cut a link out of the dog's chain, at night when he was patrolling the cough superscript 1, and I matched the link at a hardware store. The next night I added some links about 6 inches. And the cat never ran into the street? Helen asked. No, that was for Walt, Garp admitted. Of course, Helen said. The chain was plenty long enough, Garp said. The cat didn't get away. The dog killed the cat. Helen asked. He bit him in half, Garp said. In a city in Germany. Helen said. No, Austria, Garp said. It was Vienna. I never lived in Germany. But how could the dog have been in the war? Helen asked. He'd have been 20 years old by the time you got there. The dog wasn't in the war, Garp said. He was just a dog. His owner had been in the war, the man who owned the cough superscript 1. That's why he knew how to train the dog. He trained him to kill anybody who walked in the cough superscript 1 when it was dark outside. When it was light outside, anybody could walk in. When it was dark, even the master couldn't get in. That's nice. Helen said. Suppose there was a fire. There seems to me to be a number of drawbacks to that method. It's a war method, apparently, Garp said. Well, Helen said, it makes a better story than the dogs being in the war. You think so, really? Garp asked her. It seemed to her that he was alert for the first time during their conversation. That's interesting, he said, because I just this minute made it up. About the owners being in the war. Helen asked. Well, more than that, Garp admitted. What part of the story did you make up? Helen asked him. All of it, he said. They were in bed together and Helen lay quietly there, knowing that this was one of his trickier moments. Well, almost all of it, he added. Garp never tired of playing this game, though Helen certainly tired of it. He would wait for her to ask, which of it? Which of it is true, which of it is made up? Then he would say to her that it didn't matter, she should just tell him what she didn't believe. Then he would change that part. Every part she believed was true, every part she didn't believe needed work. If she believed the whole thing, then the whole thing was true. He was very ruthless as a storyteller, Helen knew. If the truth suited the story, he would reveal it without embarrassment, but if any truth was unsuccessful in a story, he would think nothing of changing it. When you're through playing around, she said, I'd just be curious to know what really happened. Well, really, said Garp, the dog was a beagle. A beagle. Well, actually, a schnauzer. He was tied up in the alley all day, but not to an army truck. To a Volkswagen. Helen guessed. To a garbage sled, Garp said. The sled was used to pull the garbage cans out to the sidewalk in the winter, but the schnauzer, of course, was too small and weak to pull it at any time of the year. And the Cough Superscript 1 owner? Helen asked. He was not in the war. She, Garp said. She was a widow. Her husband had been killed in the war. Helen guessed. She was a young widow, Garp said. Her husband had been killed crossing the street. She was very attached to the dog, which her husband had given her for their first anniversary. But her new landlady would not allow dogs in her apartment, so the widow set the dog loose in the Cough Superscript 1 each night. It was a spooky, empty space and the dog was nervous in there, in fact, he crapped all night long. People would stop and peer in the window and laugh at all the messes the dog made. This laughter made the dog more nervous, so he crapped more. In the morning the widow came early to air out the place and clean up the messes, and she spanked the dog with a newspaper and dragged him carrying out into the alley, where he was tied up to the garbage sled all day. And there was no cat? Helen asked. Oh, there were lots of cats, Garp said. They came into the alley because of the garbage cans for the Cough Superscript 1. The dog would never touch the garbage, because he was afraid of the widow, and the dog was terrified of cats. Whenever there was a cat in the alley, raiding the garbage cans, the dog crawled under the garbage sled and hid there until the cat was gone. My God, said Helen. So there was no teasing either. There is always teasing, Garp said solemnly. There was a little girl who would come to the end of the alley and call the dog out to the sidewalk. Except that the dog's chain wouldn't reach the sidewalk and the dog would yap. And yap. And yap. At the little girl, who stood on the sidewalk and called, come on, until someone rolled down a window and yelled at her to leave the poor mutt alone. You were there? Helen said. We were there, Garp said. Every day my mother wrote in a room, the only window of which faced that alley. That dog's yapping drove her nuts. So Jenny moved the garbage sled, Helen said, and the dog ate the little girl, whose parents complained to the police, who had the dog put to sleep. And you, of course, were a great comfort to the grieving widow, who was perhaps in her early 40s. Her late 30s, Garp said. But that's not how it happened. What happened? Helen asked. One night, in the Cough Superscript 1, Garp said, the dog had a stroke. A number of people claimed to have been responsible for scaring the dog so badly that they caused his stroke. There was a kind of competition in regard to this in the neighborhood. They were always doing things like creeping up to the cough superscript 1 and hurling themselves against the windows and doors, shrieking like huge cats, creating a frenzy of bowel movements by the frightened dog. The stroke killed the dog, I hope, Helen said. Not quite, Garp said. The stroke paralyzed the dog's hindquarters, so that he could only move his front end and wag his head. The widow, however, clung to the life of this wretched dog as she clung to the memory of her late husband, and she had a carpenter, with whom she was sleeping, build a little cart for the dog's rear end. The cart had wheels on it, so the dog just walked on his front legs, and towed his dead hindquarters around on the little cart. My God, Helen said. You wouldn't believe the noise of those little wheels, Garp said. Probably not, said Helen. Mother claimed she couldn't hear it, Garp said, but the rolling sound was so pathetic, it was worse than the dog's yapping at the stupid little girl. And the dog couldn't turn a corner very well without skidding. He'd hop along and then turn, and his rear wheels would slide out beside him, faster than he could keep hopping, and he'd go into a roll. When he was on his side, he couldn't get up again. It seemed I was the only one to see him in this predicament at least. I was always the one who went into the alley and tipped him upright again. As soon as he was back on his wheels, he'd try to bite me, Garp said, but he was easy to outrun. So one day, Helen said, you untied the schnauzer, and he ran into the street without looking. No, excuse me, he rolled into the street without looking. And everyone's troubles were over. The widow and the carpenter were married. Not so, said Garp. I want the truth, Helen said, sleepily. What happened to the damn schnauzer? I don't know, Garp said. Mother and I came back to this country, and you know the rest. Helen, giving in to sleep, knew that only her silence might get Garp to reveal himself. She knew that this story might be as made up as the other versions, or that the other versions might be largely true, even that this one might be largely true. Any combination was possible with Garp. Helen was already asleep when Garp asked her, which story do you like better? But lovemaking made Helen sleepy, and she found the sound of Garp's voice, going on and on, enhancing to her drowsiness. It was her most preferred way to fall asleep, after love, with Garp talking. This frustrated Garp. At bedtime his engines were almost cold. Lovemaking seemed to rev him up and rouse him to moods of marathon talk, eating, all-night reading, general prowling about. In this period he rarely tried to write, though he would sometimes write messages to himself about what he would write later. But not this night. He instead pulled back the covers and watched Helen sleep, then he covered her again. He went to Walt's room and watched him. Duncan was sleeping at Mrs. Ralph's. When Garp shut his eyes he saw a glow on the suburban horizon, which he imagined was the dreaded house of Ralph in flames. Garp watched Walt, and this calmed him. Garp relished having such close scrutiny of the child. He lay beside Walt and smelled the boy's fresh breath, remembering when Duncan's breath had turned sour in his sleep in that grown-up's way. It had been an unpleasant sensation for Garp, shortly after Duncan turned 6, to smell that Duncan's breath was stale and faintly foul in his sleep. It was as if the process of decay, of slowly dying, was already begun in him. This was Garp's first awareness of the mortality of his son. There appeared with this odor the first discolorations and stains on Duncan's perfect teeth. Perhaps it was just that Duncan was Garp's firstborn child, but Garp worried more about Duncan than he worried about Walt, even though a 5-year-old seems more prone than a 10-year-old to the usual childhood accidents. And what are they? Garp wondered. Being hit by cars. Choking to death on peanuts. Being stolen by strangers. Cancer, for example, was a stranger. There was so much to worry about when worrying about children, and Garp worried so much about everything, at times, especially in these throes of insomnia, Garp thought himself to be psychologically unfit for parenthood. Then he worried about that too, and felt all the more anxious for his children. What if their most dangerous enemy turned out to be him? He soon fell asleep beside Walt, but Garp was a fearful dreamer. He was not asleep for long. Soon he was moaning. His armpit hurt. He woke up suddenly. Walt's little fist was snagged in his armpit hair. Walt was moaning, too. Garp untangled himself from the whimpering child, who seemed to Garp to be suffering the same dream Garp had suffered, as if Garp's trembling body had communicated Garp's dream to Walt. But Walt was having his own nightmare. It would not have occurred to Garp that his instructional story of the war dog, the teasing cat, and the inevitable killer truck could have been terrifying to Walt. But in his dream Walt saw the great abandoned army truck, more the size and shape of a tank, guns and inexplicable tools and evil-looking attachments all over it. The windshield was a slit no bigger than a letter slot. It was all black, of course. The dog who was tied to the truck was the size of a pony, though leaner and much more cruel. He was loping, in slow motion, toward the end of the alley, his weak-looking chain spiraling behind him. The chain hardly looked strong enough to hold back the dog. At the end of the alley, with his legs all buttery and stumbling over himself, hopelessly clumsy and unable to flee, little Walt bumbled in circles, but he couldn't seem to get himself away from that terrible dog. When the chain snapped, the great truck lurched forward as if someone had started it, and the dog was on him. Walt grabbed the dog's fur, sweaty and coarse, his father's armpit, but somehow he lost his grip. The dog was at his throat, but Walt was running again, into the street, where trucks like the abandoned army truck rolled heavily past, their massive rear wheels in rows stacked together like giant donuts on their sides. And because of the mere gun slits, for windshields, the drivers couldn't see, of course, they couldn't see little Walt. Then his father kissed him, and Walt's dream slipped away, for now. He was somewhere safe again. He could smell his father and feel his father's hands, and he heard his father say, "It's just a dream, Walt." In Garp's dream, he and Duncan had been riding on an airplane. Duncan had to go to the bathroom. Garp pointed down the aisle. There were doors down there, a small kitchen, the pilot's cabin, the lavatory. Duncan wanted to be taken there, to be shown which door, but Garp was cross with him. "You're 10 years old, Duncan," Garp said. "You can read. Or ask the stewardess." Duncan crossed his knees and sulked. Garp shoved the child into the aisle. "Grow up, Duncan," he said. "It's one of those doors down there. Go on." Moodily, the child walked down the aisle toward the doors. A stewardess smiled at him and rumpled his hair as he passed her, but Duncan, typically, would ask nothing. He got to the end of the aisle and glared back at Garp. Garp waved to him, impatiently. Duncan shrugged his shoulders, helplessly. "Which door?" Exasperated, Garp stood up. "Try one," he shouted down the aisle to Duncan, and people looked at Duncan standing there. Duncan was embarrassed and opened a door immediately, the one nearest him. He gave a quick, surprised, but uncritical look back to his father before he seemed to be drawn through the door he'd opened. The door slammed itself after Duncan. The stewardess screamed. The plane gave a little dip in altitude, then corrected itself. Everyone looked out the windows. Some people fainted, some threw up. Garp ran down the aisle, but the pilot and another official-looking person prevented Garp from opening the door. "It should always be kept locked, you stupid bitch," the pilot shouted to the sobbing stewardess. "I thought it was locked," she wailed. "Where's it go?" Garp cried. "God, where's it go?" He saw that nothing was written on any of the doors. "I'm sorry, sir," the pilot said. "It couldn't be helped." But Garp shoved past him. He bent a plainclothes man against the back of a seat. He smacked the stewardess out of the aisle. When he opened the door, Garp saw that it went outside into the rushing sky, and before he could cry aloud for Duncan, Garp was sucked through the open door and into the heavens, where he hurtled after his son. Chapter 11 MRS, Ralph. If Garp could have been granted one vast and wish, it would have been that he could make the world safe. For children and for grown-ups. The world struck Garp as unnecessarily perilous for both. After Garp and Helen made love, and Helen fell asleep after the dreams, Garp got dressed. When he sat on his bed to tie his track shoes, he sat on Helen's leg and woke her up. She reached out her hand to touch him, then felt his running shorts. "Where are you going?" she asked him. "To check on Duncan," he said. Helen stretched up on her elbows. She looked at her watch. It was after 1 in the morning, and she knew Duncan was at Ralph's house. "How are you going to check on Duncan?" she asked Garp. "I don't know," Garp said. Like a gunman hunting his victim, like the child molester the parent dreads, Garp stalks the sleeping spring suburbs, green and dark. The people snore and wish and dream, their lawnmowers at rest. It is too cool for their air conditioners to be running. A few windows are open, a few refrigerators are humming. There is the faint, trapped warble from some televisions tuned into the late show, and the blue-gray glow from the picture tubes throbs from a few of the houses. To Garp this glow looks like cancer, insidious and numbing, putting the world to sleep. Maybe television causes cancer, Garp thinks, but his real irritation is a writer's irritation. He knows that wherever the TV glows, there sits someone who isn't reading. Garp moves lightly along the street. He wants to meet no one. His running shoes are loosely laced, his track shorts flap. He hasn't worn a jock because he hasn't planned to run. Though the spring air is cool, he wears no shirt. In the blackened houses an occasional dog snorfles as Garp passes by. Fresh from lovemaking, Garp imagines that his scent is as keen as a cut strawberry. He knows the dogs can smell him. These are well-policed suburbs, and for a moment Garp is apprehensive that he might be caught in violation of some unwritten dress code, at least guilty of carrying no identification. He hurries, convinced he's coming to Duncan's aid, rescuing his son from the randy Mrs. Ralph. A young woman on an unlighted bicycle almost collides with him, her hair floating behind her, her knees bare and shiny, her breath striking Garp as a startling mixture of a fresh-cut lawn and cigarettes. Garp crouches, she cries out and wobbles her bike around him. She stands up on her pedals and pumps fast away from him, not looking back. Perhaps she thinks he is a would-be exhibitionist there with his torso and legs bare, ready to drop his shorts. Garp thinks she is coming from some place she shouldn't have been. She is headed for trouble, he imagines. But thinking of Duncan and Mrs. Ralph, Garp has trouble on his mind at this hour. When Garp first sees Ralph's house, he believes it should be given the light of the block award. Every window is glaring, the front door is open, the cancerous television is violently loud. Garp suspects Mrs. Ralph is having a party, but as he creeps closer, her lawn festooned with dog messes and mangled sports equipment, he feels the house is deserted. The television's lethal rays pulsate through the living room, clogged with piles of shoes and clothes, and crammed against the sagging couch are the casual bodies of Duncan and Ralph, half in their sleeping bags, asleep of course, but looking as if the television has murdered them. In the sickly TV light their faces look drained of blood. But where is Mrs. Ralph? Out for the evening. Gone to bed with all the lights on and the door open, leaving the boys to be bathed by the television. Garp wonders if she's remembered to shut the oven off. The living room is pockmarked with ashtrays. Garp fears for cigarettes still smoldering. He stays behind the hedges and slinks to the kitchen window, sniffing for gas. There is a litter of dishes in the sink, a bottle of gin on the kitchen table, the sour smell of slashed limes. The cord to the overhead light, at one time too short, has been substantially lengthened by one sheer leg and hip of a woman's pair of pantyhose severed up the middle, the whereabouts of the other half unclear. The nylon foot, spotted with translucent stains of grease, dangles in the breeze above the gin. There is nothing burning that Garp can smell, unless there's a slow fire under the cat, who lies neatly on top of the stove, artfully spread between burners, its chin resting on the handle of a heavy skillet, its furry belly warmed by the pilot lights. Garp and the cat stare at each other. The cat blinks. But Garp believes that Mrs. Ralph hasn't the necessary concentration to turn herself into a cat. Her home, her life in utter disarray, the woman appears to have abandoned ship, or perhaps passed out upstairs. Is she in bed? Or in the bathtub, drowned. And where is the beast whose dangerous droppings have made a minefield out of the lawn? Just then there is a thunderous approach down the back staircase of a heavy, falling body that bashes open the stairway entrance door to the kitchen, startling the cat into flight, skidding the greasy iron skillet to the floor. Mrs. Ralph sits bare-assed and wincing on the linoleum, a kimono-style robe wide open and roughly tugged above her thick waist, a miraculously unspilled drink in her hand. She looks at the drink, surprised, and sips it. Her large, down-pointing breasts shine, they slouch across her freckled chest as she leans back on her elbows and burps. The cat, in a corner of the kitchen, yowls at her, complaining. "Oh, shut up, Titsy," Mrs. Ralph says to the cat. But when she tries to get up, she groans and lies down flat on her back. Her pubic hair is wet and glistens at Garp. Her belly, furrowed with stretch marks, looks as white and parboiled as if Mrs. Ralph has been underwater for a long time. "I'll get you out of here if it's the last thing I do," Mrs. Ralph tells the kitchen ceiling, though Garp assumes she's speaking to the cat. Perhaps she's broken an ankle and is too drunk to feel it, Garp thinks. Perhaps she's broken her back. Garp glides alongside the house to the open front door. He calls inside. "Anybody home?" he shouts. The cat bolts between his legs and is gone outside. Garp waits. He hears grunts from the kitchen, the strange sounds of flesh slipping. "Well, as I live and breathe," says Mrs. Ralph, veering into the doorway, her robe of faded flowers more or less drawn together. "Somewhere, she's ditched her drink." "I saw all the lights on and thought there might be trouble," Garp mumbles. You're too late," Mrs. Ralph tells him. "Both boys are dead. I should never have let them play with that bomb." She probes Garp's unchanging face for any signs of a sense of humor there, but she finds him rather humorless on this subject. "Okay, you want to see the bodies?" she asks. She pulls him toward her by the elastic waistband of his running shorts. Garp, aware he's not wearing a jock, stumbles quickly after his pants, bumping into Mrs. Ralph, who lets him go with a snap and wanders into the living room. Her odor confuses him like vanilla spilled in the bottom of a deep, damp paper bag. Mrs. Ralph seizes Duncan under his arms, and with astonishing strength lifts him in his sleeping bag to the mountainous, lumpy couch. Garp helps her lift Ralph, who's heavier. They arrange the boys, foot to foot on the couch, tucking their sleeping bags around them and setting pillows under their heads. Garp turns off the TV and Mrs. Ralph stumbles through the room, killing lights, gathering ashtrays. They are like a married couple, cleaning up after a party. "Nighty-night," Mrs. Ralph whispers to the suddenly dark living room, as Garp trips over a hassock, groping his way toward the kitchen lights. "You can't go yet," Mrs. Ralph hisses to him. "You've got to help me get someone out of here." She takes his arm, drops an ashtray, her kimono opens wide. Garp, bending to pick up the ashtray, brushes one of her breasts with his hair. "I've got this lummox up in my bedroom," she tells Garp, "and he won't go. I can't make him leave." "A lummox," Garp says. "He's a real oaf," says Mrs. Ralph, "a fucking wingding." "A wingding?" Garp says. "Yes, please make him go," she asks Garp. She pulls out the elastic waistband of his shorts again, and this time she takes an unconcealed look. "God, you don't wear too much, do you?" she asks him. "Aren't you cold?" She lays her hand flat on his bare stomach. "No, you're not," she says, shrugging. Garp edges away from her. "Who is he?" Garp asks, fearing he might get involved in evicting Mrs. Ralph's former husband from the house. "Come on, I'll show you," she whispers. She draws him up the back staircase through a narrow channel that passes between the piled laundry and enormous sacks of pet food. No wonder she fell down here, he thinks. In Mrs. Ralph's bedroom, Garp looks immediately at the sprawled black Labrador retriever on Mrs. Ralph's undulating water bed. The dog rolls listlessly on his side and thumps his tail. Mrs. Ralph mates with her dog, Garp thinks, and she can't get him out of her bed. "Come on, boy," Garp says. Get out of here. The dog thumps his tail harder and pees a little. Not him, Mrs. Ralph says, giving Garp a terrific shove. He catches his balance on the bed, which sloshes. The great dog licks his face. Mrs. Ralph is pointing to an easy chair at the foot of the bed, but Garp first sees the young man reflected in Mrs. Ralph's dressing table mirror. Sitting naked in the chair, he is combing out the blonde end of his thin ponytail, which he holds over his shoulder and sprays with one of Mrs. Ralph's aerosol cans. His belly and thighs have the same slick buttered look that Garp saw on the flesh and fur of Mrs. Ralph, and his young cock is as lean and arched as the backbone of a whippet. Hey, how you doing? The kid says to Garp. Fine, thank you, Garp says. Get rid of him, says Mrs. Ralph. I've been trying to get her to just relax, you know, the kid asks Garp. I'm trying to get her to just sort of go with it, you know. Don't let him talk to you, Mrs. Ralph says. He'll bore the shit out of you. Everyone's so tense, the kid tells Garp. He turns in the chair, leans back, and puts his feet on the water bed. The dog licks his long toes. Mrs. Ralph kicks his legs off the bed. You see what I mean, the kid asks Garp. She wants you to leave, Garp says. You her husband, the kid asks. That's right, says Mrs. Ralph, and he'll pull your scrawny little prick off if you don't get out of here. You better go, Garp tells him. I'll help you find your clothes. The kid shuts his eyes, appears to meditate. He's really great at that shit, Mrs. Ralph tells Garp. All this kid's good for is shutting his damn eyes. Where are your clothes? Garp asks the boy. Perhaps he's 17 or 18, Garp thinks. Maybe he's old enough for college or a war. The boy dreams on and Garp gently shakes him by the shoulder. Don't touch me, man, the boy says, eyes still closed. There is something foolishly threatening in his voice that makes Garp draw back and look at Mrs. Ralph. She shrugs. That's what he said to me, too, she says. Like her smiles, Garp notices, Mrs. Ralph's shrugs are instinctual and sincere. Garp grabs the boy's ponytail and tugs it across his throat and around to the back of his neck. He snaps the boy's head into the cradle of his arm and holds him tightly there. The kid's eyes open. Get your clothes, okay? Garp tells him. Don't touch me, the boy repeats. I am touching you, Garp says. Okay, says the boy. Garp lets him get up. The boy is several inches taller than Garp but easily 10 pounds lighter. He looks for his clothes but Mrs. Ralph has already found the long purple kaftan, absurdly heavy with brocade. The boy climbs into it like armor. It was nice balling you, he tells Mrs. Ralph, but you should learn to relax more. Mrs. Ralph laughs so harshly that the dog stops wagging his tail. You should go back to day one, she tells the kid, and learn everything all over again from the beginning. She stretches out on the waterbed beside the Labrador, who lolls his head across her stomach. Oh, cut it out, Bill, she tells the dog crossly. She's very unrelaxed, the kid informs Garp. You don't know shit about how to relax anybody, Mrs. Ralph says. Garp steers the young man out of the room, and down the treacherous back staircase, through the kitchen to the open front door. You know, she asked me in, the boy explains. It was her idea. She asked you to leave too, Garp says. You know, you're as unrelaxed as she is, the boy tells him. Did the children know what was up? Garp asks him. Were they asleep when you two went upstairs? Don't worry about the kids, the boy says. Kids are beautiful, man. And they know much more than grown-ups think they know. Kids are just perfect people until grown-ups get their hands on them. The kids were just fine. Kids are always just fine. You have kids. Garp can't help but mutter. Until now Garp has felt great patience toward the young man, but Garp isn't patient on the subject of children. He accepts no other authority there. Goodbye. Garp tells the boy. And don't come back. He shoves him, but lightly, out the open door. Don't push me, the kid shouts, but Garp ducks under the punch and comes up with his arms locked around the kid's waist. To Garp it feels that the kid weighs 75, maybe 80 pounds, though of course he's heavier than that. He bear hugs the boy and pins his arms behind his back, then he carries him out to the sidewalk. When the kid stops struggling, Garp puts him down. You know where to go? Garp asks him. Do you need any directions? The kid breathes deeply, feels his ribs. And don't tell your friends where they can come sniffing around after it, Garp says. Don't even use the phone. I don't even know her name, man, the kid whines. And don't call me man, says Garp. Okay, man, the kid says. Garp feels a pleasant dryness in his throat, which he recognizes as his readiness to touch someone, but he lets the feeling pass. Please walk away from here, Garp says. A block away, the boy calls, goodbye, man. Garp knows how quickly he could run him down. Anticipation of such a comedy appeals to him, but it would be disappointing if the boy weren't scared and Garp feels no pressing need to hurt him. Garp waves goodbye. The boy raises his middle finger and walks away, his silly robe dragging an early Christian lost in the suburbs. Look out for the lions, kid, Garp thinks, sending a blessing of protection after the boy. In a few years, he knows, Duncan will be that age. Garp can only hope that he'll find it easier to communicate with Duncan. Back inside, Mrs. Ralph is crying. Garp hears her talking to the dog. Oh, Bill, she sobs. I'm sorry I abuse you, Bill. You're so nice. Goodbye. Garp calls up the stairs. Your friend's gone, and I'm going too. Chicken shit, yells Mrs. Ralph. How can you leave me like this? Her wailing grows louder. Soon, Garp thinks, the dog will start to bay. What can I do? Garp calls up the stairs. You could at least stay and talk to me. Mrs. Ralph shouts. You goody chicken shit wingding. What's a wingding? Garp wonders, navigating the stairs. You probably think this happens to me all the time, says Mrs. Ralph, in utter rumplement upon the water bed. She sits with her legs crossed, her kimono tied around her, Bill's large head in her lap. Garp in fact does think so, but he shakes his head. I don't get my rocks off by humiliating myself, you know, Mrs. Ralph says. For God's sake, sit down. She pulls Garp to the rocking bed. There's not enough water in the damn thing, Mrs. Ralph explains. My husband used to fill it all the time, because it leaks. I'm sorry, Garp says. The marriage council man. I hope you never walk out on your wife, Mrs. Ralph tells Garp. She takes his hand and holds it in her lap, the dog licks his fingers. It's the shittiest thing a man can do, says Mrs. Ralph. He just told me he'd been faking his interest in me for years. He said. And then he said that almost any other woman, young or old, looked better to him than I did. That's not very nice, is it? Mrs. Ralph asks Garp. No, it isn't, Garp agrees. Please believe me, I never messed around with anyone until he left me, Mrs. Ralph tells him. I believe you, Garp says. It's very hard on a woman's confidence, Mrs. Ralph says. Why shouldn't I try to have some fun? You should, Garp says. But I'm so bad at it. Mrs. Ralph confesses, holding her hands to her eyes, rocking on the bed. The dog tries to lick her face, but Garp pushes him away. The dog thinks Garp is playing with him, and lunges across Mrs. Ralph's lap. Garp whacks the dog's nose too hard and the poor beast whines and slinks away. Don't you hurt Bill. Mrs. Ralph shouts. I was just trying to help you, Garp says. You don't help me by hurting Bill, Mrs. Ralph says. Jesus, is everyone bananas? Garp slumps back on the water bed, eyes shut tight, the bed rolls like a small sea, and Garp groans. I don't know how to help you, he confesses. I'm very sorry about your troubles, but there's really nothing I can do, is there? If you want to tell me anything, go ahead, he says, his eyes still shut tight, but nobody can help the way you feel. That's a cheerful thing to say to someone, Mrs. Ralph says. Bill is breathing in Garp's hair. There is a tentative lick at his ear. Garp wonders, is it Bill or Mrs. Ralph? Then he feels her hand grab him under his track shorts, and he thinks, coldly, if I didn't really want her to do that, why did I lie down on my back? Please don't do that, he says. She can certainly feel he's not interested, and she lets him go. She lies down beside him, then rolls away, putting her back to him. The bed sloshes violently as Bill tries to wriggle between them, but Mrs. Ralph elbows him so hard in his thick rib cage that the dog coughs and abandons the bed for the floor. Poor Bill. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ralph says, crying softly. Bill's hard tail thumps the floor. Mrs. Ralph, as if to complete her self-humiliation, farts. Her sobbing is steady, like the kind of rain Garp knows can last all day. Garp, the marriage counselor, wonders what could give the woman a little confidence. Mrs. Ralph. Garp says, then tries to bite back what he's said. What, she says. What did you say? She struggles up to her elbows and turns her head to glare at him. She heard him, he knows. Did you say Mrs. Ralph, she asks him. Jesus, Mrs. Ralph, she cries. You don't even know my name. Garp sits up on the edge of the bed. He feels like joining Bill on the floor. I find you very attractive, he mumbles to Mrs. Ralph, but he's facing Bill. Really? Prove it, Mrs. Ralph says. You goddamn liar. Show me. I can't show you, Garp says, but it's not because I don't find you attractive. I don't even give you an erection. Mrs. Ralph shouts. Here I am half naked, and when you're beside me on my goddamn bed you don't even have a respectable hard-on. I was trying to conceal it from you, Garp says. You succeeded, Mrs. Ralph says. What's my name? Garp feels he has never been so aware of one of his terrible weaknesses, how he needs to have people like him, how he wants to be appreciated. With every word he knows, he is deeper in trouble, and deeper into an obvious lie. Now he knows what a wingding is. Your husband must be crazy, Garp says. You look better to me than most women. Oh, please stop it, says Mrs. Ralph. You must be sick. I must be, Garp agrees, but he says, you should have confidence in your sexuality, believe me. And more important, you should develop confidence in yourself in other ways. There never were any other ways, Mrs. Ralph admits. I was never so hot at anything but sex, and now I'm not so hot at sex either. But you're going to school, Garp says, groping. I'm sure I don't know why, Mrs. Ralph says. Or is that what you mean by developing confidence in other ways? Garp squints hard, wishes for unconsciousness. When he hears the waterbed sound like surf, he senses danger and opens his eyes. Mrs. Ralph has undressed, has spread herself out on the bed naked. The little waves are still lapping under her rough tough body, which confronts Garp like a sturdy rowboat moored on choppy water. Show me you've got a hard-on, and you can go, she says. Show me your hard-on, and I'll believe you like me. Garp tries to think of an erection. In order to do this, he shuts his eyes and thinks of someone else. You bastard, says Mrs. Ralph, but Garp discovers he is already hard. It was not nearly so difficult as he imagined. Opening his eyes, he's forced to recognize that Mrs. Ralph is not without allure. He pulls down his track shorts and shows himself to her. The gesture itself makes him harder. He finds himself liking her damp, curly hair. But Mrs. Ralph seems neither disappointed nor impressed with the demonstration. She is resigned to being let down. She shrugs. She rolls over and turns her great round rump to Garp. Okay, so you can actually get it up, she tells him. Thank you. You can go home now. Garp feels like touching her. Sickened with embarrassment, Garp feels he could come by just looking at her. He blunders out the door, down the wretched staircase. Is the woman's self-abuse all over for this night? He wonders. Is Duncan safe? He contemplates extending his vigil until the comforting light of dawn. Stepping on the fallen skillet and clanging it against the stove, he hears not even a sigh from Mrs. Ralph and only a moan from Bill. If the boys were to wake up and need anything, he fears Mrs. Ralph wouldn't hear them. It's 3:30 a.m. in Mrs. Ralph's finally quiet house when Garp decides to clean the kitchen, to kill the time until dawn. Familiar with a housewife's tasks, Garp fills the sink and starts to wash the dishes. When the phone rang, Garp knew it was Helen. It suddenly occurred to him, all the terrible things she could have on her mind. Hello, Garp said. Would you tell me what's going on, please? Helen asked. Garp knew she had been awake a long time. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Nothing's going on, Helen, Garp said. There was a little trouble here, and I didn't want to leave Duncan. Where is that woman? Helen asked. In bed, Garp admitted. She passed out. From what? Helen asked. She'd been drinking, Garp said. There was a young man here, with her, and she wanted me to get him to leave. So then you were alone with her? Helen asked. Not for long, Garp said. She fell asleep. I don't imagine it would take very long, Helen said, with her. Garp let there be silence. He had not experienced Helen's jealousy for a while, but he had no trouble remembering its surprising sharpness. Nothing's going on, Helen, Garp said. Tell me what you're doing, exactly, at this moment, Helen said. I'm washing the dishes, Garp told her. He heard her take a long, controlled breath. I wonder why you're still there, Helen said. I didn't want to leave Duncan, Garp told her. I think you should bring Duncan home, Helen said. Right now. Helen, Garp said. I've been good. It sounded defensive, even to Garp. Also, he knew he hadn't been quite good enough. Nothing has happened, he added, feeling a little more sure of the truth of that. I won't ask you why you're washing her filthy dishes, Helen said. To pass the time, Garp said. But in truth he had not examined what he was doing, until now, and it seemed pointless to him waiting for dawn, as if accidents only happened when it was dark. I'm waiting for Duncan to wake up, he said, but as soon as he spoke he felt there was no sense to that either. Why not just wake him up? Helen asked. I'm good at washing dishes, Garp said, trying to introduce some levity. I know all the things you're good at, Helen told him, a little too bitterly to pass as a joke. You'll make yourself sick, thinking like this, Garp said. Helen, really, please stop it. I haven't done anything wrong. But Garp had a Puritan's niggling memory of the hard-on Mrs. Ralph had given him. I've already made myself sick, Helen said, but her voice softened. Please come home now, she told him. And leave Duncan. For Christ's sake, wake him up, she said. Or carry him. I'll be right home, Garp told her. Please don't worry, don't think what you're thinking. I'll tell you everything that happened. You'll probably love this story. But he knew he would have trouble telling her all this story, and that he would have to think very carefully about the parts to leave out. I feel better, Helen said. I'll see you soon. Please don't wash another dish. Then she hung up and Garp reviewed the kitchen. He thought that his half-hour of work hadn't made enough of a difference for Mrs. Ralph to notice that any effort to approach the debris had even been begun. Garp sought Duncan's clothes among the many, forbidding clots of clothing flung about the living room. He knew Duncan's clothes but he couldn't spot them anywhere. Then he remembered that Duncan, like a hamster, stored things in the bottom of his sleeping bag and crawled into the nest with them. Duncan weighed about 80 pounds, plus the bag, plus his junk, but Garp believed he could carry the child home. Duncan could retrieve his bicycle another day. At least, Garp decided, he would not wake Duncan up inside Ralph's house. There might be a scene. Duncan would be fussy about leaving. Mrs. Ralph might even wake up. Then Garp thought of Mrs. Ralph. Furious at himself, he knew he wanted one last look. His sudden, recurring erection reminded him that he wanted to see her thick, crude body again. He moved quickly to the back staircase. He could have found her fetid room with his nose. He looked straight at her crotch, her strangely twisted navel, her rather small nipples for such big breasts. He should have looked first at her eyes, then he might have realized she was wide awake and staring back at him. "Dishes all done?" asked Mrs. Ralph. "Come to say goodbye." "I wanted to see if you were all right," he told her. "Bullshit," she said. "You wanted another look." "Yes," he confessed. He looked away. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," she said. "It's made my day." Garp tried to smile. "You're too sorry all the time," Mrs. Ralph said. "What a sorry man you are." "Except to your wife," Mrs. Ralph said. "You never once said you were sorry to her." There was a phone beside the waterbed. Garp felt he had never so badly misread a person's condition as he had misread Mrs. Ralph's. She was suddenly no drunker than Bill, or she had become miraculously undrunk, or she was enjoying that half-hour of clarity between stupor and hangover, a half-hour Garp had read about, but had always believed was a myth. Another illusion. "I'm taking Duncan home," Garp told her. She nodded. "If I were you," she said, "I'd take him home, too." Garp fought back another "I'm sorry," suppressing it after a short but serious struggle. "Do me one favor," said Mrs. Ralph. Garp looked at her. She didn't mind. "Don't tell your wife everything about me, okay? Don't make me out to be such a pig. Maybe you could draw a picture of me with a little sympathy." "I have pretty good sympathy," Garp mumbled. You have a pretty good rod on, too," said Mrs. Ralph, staring at Garp's elevated track shorts. "You better not bring that home." Garp said nothing. Garp the Puritan felt he deserved to take a few punches. "Your wife really looks after you, doesn't she?" said Mrs. Ralph. "I guess you haven't always been a good boy." "You know what my husband would have called you?" she asked. "My husband would have called you pussy-whipped." "Your husband must have been some asshole," Garp said. It felt good to get a punch in, even a weak punch, but Garp felt foolish that he had mistaken this woman for a slob. Mrs. Ralph got off the bed and stood in front of Garp. Her tits touched his chest. Garp was anxious that his hard-on might poke her. "You'll be back," Mrs. Ralph said. "Want to bet on it?" Garp left her without a word. He wasn't farther than 2 blocks from Mrs. Ralph's house. Duncan crammed down in the sleeping bag, wriggling over Garp's shoulder when the squad car pulled to the curb, and its police blue light flickered over him where he stood caught. A furtive, half-naked kidnapper sneaking away with his bright bundle of stolen goods and stolen looks and a stolen child. "What you got there, fella?" a policeman asked him. There were 2 of them in the squad car, and a third person who was hard to see in the back seat. My son," Garp said. Both policemen got out of the car. "Where are you going with him?" one of the cops asked Garp. "Is he all right?" He shined a flashlight in Duncan's face. Duncan was still trying to sleep. He squinted away from the light. "He was spending the night at a friend's house," Garp said. "But it didn't work out. I'm carrying him home." The policeman shined his light over Garp in his running costume. Shorts, shoes with racing stripes, no shirt. "You got identification?" the policeman asked. Garp set Duncan and the sleeping bag gently on someone's lawn. "Of course not," Garp said. "If you give me a ride home, I'll show you something." The policemen looked at each other. They had been called into the neighborhood hours ago, when a young woman had reported that she was approached by an exhibitionist, at least, by a streaker. Possibly it was a matter of attempted rape. She had escaped him on a bicycle, she said. "You been out here a long time?" one of the policemen asked Garp. The third person, in the back seat of the police car, looked out the window at what was going on. When he saw Garp, he said, "Hey, man, how you doing?" Duncan started to wake up. "Ralph," Duncan said. One policeman knelt beside the boy and pointed the flashlight up at Garp. "Is this your father?" the cop asked Duncan. The boy was rather wild-eyed. He darted his eyes from his father to the cops to the blue light flashing on the squad car. The other policeman went over to the person in the back seat of the car. It was the boy in the purple kaftan. The police had picked him up while they were cruising the neighborhood for the exhibitionist. The boy hadn't been able to tell them where he lived because he didn't really live anywhere. "Do you know that man with the child there?" the policeman asked the boy. "Yeah, he's a real tough guy," the kid said. "It's all right, Duncan," Garp said. "Don't be scared. I'm just taking you home." "Son," the policeman asked Duncan. "Is this your father?" "You're scaring him," Garp told the cop. "I'm not scared," Duncan said. "Why are you taking me home?" he asked his father. It seemed that everyone wanted to hear this. Ralph's mother was upset, Garp said. He hoped that would be enough, but the rejected lover in the police car started to laugh. The policeman with the flashlight shone his light on the lover boy and asked Garp if he knew him. Garp thought, there is no end to this in sight. "My name is Garp," Garp said, irritably. "T.S. Garp. I am married. I have 2 children. One of them, this one, named Duncan, the older, was spending the night with a friend. I was convinced that this friend's mother was unfit to look after my son. I went to the house and took my son home. Or, I'm still trying to get home." "That boy," Garp said, pointing to the police car, "was visiting the mother of the friend of my son when I arrived. The mother wanted the boy to leave that boy," Garp said, again pointing at the kid in the police car, "and he left." "What is this mother's name?" a policeman asked. He was trying to write everything down in a giant pad. After a polite silence, the policeman looked up at Garp. "Duncan?" Garp asked his son. "What is Ralph's name?" "Well, it's being changed," Duncan said. "He used to have his father's name, but his mother's trying to get it changed." "Yes, but what is his father's name?" Garp asked. "Ralph," Duncan said. Garp shut his eyes. Ralph, the policeman with the pad said. "No, Duncan, please think," Garp said. "Ralph's last name is what?" "Well, I think that's the name being changed," Duncan said. "Duncan, what is it being changed from?" Garp asked. "You could ask Ralph," Duncan suggested. Garp wanted to scream. "Did you say your name was Garp?" one of the policemen asked. "Yes," Garp admitted. "And the initials are T.S., the policeman asked. Garp knew what would happen next. He felt very tired. "Yes, T.S., he said. "Just T.S. "Hey, tough shit," howled the kid in the car, falling back in the seat, swooning with laughter. "What does the first initial stand for, Mr. Garp?" the policeman asked. "Nothing," Garp said. "Nothing," the policeman said. "They're just initials," Garp said. "They're all my mother gave me." "Your first name is T?" the policeman asked. "People call me Garp," Garp said. "What a story, man," cried the boy in the kaftan, but the policeman nearest the squad car rapped on the roof at him. "You put your dirty feet on that seat again, Sonny," he said, "and I'll have you licking the crud off." "Garp," said the policeman interviewing Garp. "I know who you are," he cried suddenly. Garp felt very anxious. "You're the one who got that molester in that park." "Yes," said Garp. "That was me. But it wasn't here, and it was years ago." I remember it as if it were yesterday, the policeman said. What's this? The other policeman asked. You're too young, the cop told him. This is man named Garp who grabbed that molester in that park. Where was it? That child molester, that's who it was. And what was it you did? He asked Garp curiously. I mean, there was something funny, wasn't there? Funny, said Garp. For a living, the policeman said. What did you do for a living? I'm a writer, Garp said. Oh yeah, the policeman remembered. Are you still a writer? Yes, Garp confessed. He knew, at least, that he wasn't a marriage counselor. Well, I'll be, the policeman said, but something was still bothering him. Garp could tell something was wrong. I had a beard then, Garp offered. That's it, the policeman cried. And you've shaved it all right, said Garp. The policeman had a conference in the red glow of the taillights of the squad car. They decided to give Garp and Duncan a ride home, but they said Garp would still have to show them some information regarding his identity. I just don't recognize you from the pictures without the beard, the older policeman said. Well, it was years ago, Garp said sadly, and in another town. Garp felt uneasy that the young man in the caftan would get to see the house the Garps lived in. Garp imagined the young man would show up one day, asking for something. You remember me? The kid asked Duncan. I don't think so, Duncan said politely. Well, you were almost asleep, the boy admitted. To Garp he said, you're too uptight about children, man. Children make it just fine. This your only child? No, I have another one, Garp said. Man, you ought to have a dozen other ones, the boy said. Then maybe you wouldn't get so uptight about just one, you know. This sounded to Garp like what his mother called the Percy theory of children. Take your next left, Garp told the policeman who was driving, then a right, and it's on the corner. The other policeman handed Duncan a lollipop. Thank you, Duncan said. What about me? The kid in the caftan asked. I like lollipops. The policeman glared. When he turned his back, Duncan gave the kid his lollipop. Duncan was no fan of lollipops, he never had been. Thank you, the boy whispered. You see, man, he said to Garp. Kids are just beautiful. So is Helen, Garp T-bot in the doorway with the light behind her. Her blue, floor-length robe had a high, roll-up collar. Helen had the collar turned up as if she were cold. She also had her glasses on, so that Garp knew she'd been watching for them. Man, whispered the kid in the caftan, elbowing Garp as he got out of the car. What's that lovely lady like when she gets her glasses off? Mom. We got arrested, Duncan called to Helen. The squad car waited at the curb for Garp to get his identification. We did not get arrested, Garp said. We got a ride, Duncan. Everything's fine, he said angrily to Helen. He ran upstairs to find his wallet among his clothes. Is that how you went out? Helen called after him. Dressed like that? The police thought he was kidnapping me, Duncan said. Did they come to the house? Helen asked him. No, Dad was carrying me home, Duncan said. Boy, is Dad weird. Garp thundered down the stairs and ran out the door. A case of mistaken identity, Garp muttered to Helen. They must have been looking for someone else. For God's sake, don't get upset. I'm not upset, Helen said, sharply. Garp showed the police his identification. Well, I'll be, the older policeman said. It is just TS, isn't it? I suppose it's easier that way. Sometimes it isn't, Garp said. As the police car was leaving, the kid called out to Garp. You're not a bad guy, man, if you'd just learn to relax. Garp's impression of Helen's body, lean and tense and shivering in the blue robe, did not relax him. Duncan was wide awake and jabbering. He was hungry, too. So was Garp. In the pre-dawn kitchen, Helen coolly watched them eat. Duncan told the plot of a long TV movie, Garp suspected that it was actually 2 movies, and Duncan had fallen asleep before one was over and woken up after the other one had begun. He tried to imagine where and when Mrs. Ralph's activities fitted into Duncan's movies. Helen didn't ask any questions. In part, Garp knew this was because there was nothing she could say in front of Duncan. But in part, like Garp, she was severely editing what she wanted to say. They were both grateful for Duncan's presence. By the time they got to speak freely to each other, the long wait might make them kinder and more careful. At dawn they couldn't wait any longer, and they began to talk to each other through Duncan. "Tell Mommy what the kitchen looked like," Garp said. "And tell her about the dog." "Bill?" "Right," Garp said. "Tell her about old Bill." "What was Ralph's mother wearing while you were there?" Helen asked Duncan. She smiled at Garp. "I hope she wore more clothes than Daddy." "What did you have for supper?" Garp asked Duncan. "Are the bedrooms upstairs or downstairs?" Helen asked. "Or both?" Garp tried to give her a look that said, "Please don't get started." He could feel her edging the old, worn weapons into easy reach. She had a babysitter or 2 she could recall for him, and he felt her moving the babysitters into place. If she brought up one of the old, wounding names, Garp had no names ready for retaliation. Helen had no babysitters against her, not yet. In Garp's mind, Harrison Fletcher didn't count. "How many telephones are there?" Helen asked Duncan. "Is there a phone in the kitchen and one in the bedroom? Or is the only phone in the bedroom?" When Duncan finally went to his room, Helen and Garp were left with less than half an hour before Walt would wake up. But Helen had the names of her enemies ready. There is plenty of time to do damage when you know where the war wounds are. "I love you so much, and I know you so well," Helen began. Chapter 12. It happens to Helen. Late-night phone calls. Those burglar alarms in the heart would frighten Garp all his life. "Who is it that I love?" Garp's heart would cry, at the first ring. Who's been blasted by a truck? Who's drowned in the beer, or lies sideswiped by an elephant in the terrible darkness? Garp feared the receiving of such after-midnight calls, but he once made one unknowingly himself. It had been one evening when Jenny was visiting them. His mother had let it slip how Cushy Percy had ruptured in childbirth. Garp had not heard of it, and although he occasionally joked with Helen about his old passion for Cushy and Helen teased him about her, the news of Cushy dead was nearly crippling to Garp. Cushman Percy had been so active, there had been such a hot juiciness about her it seemed impossible. News of an accident to Alice Fletcher could not have upset him more. He felt more prepared for something happening to her. Sadly, he knew things would always be happening to quiet Alice. Garp wandered into the kitchen, and without really noticing the time, or remembering when he opened another beer, he discovered that he had dialed the Percy's number. The phone was ringing. Slowly, Garp could imagine the long way back from sleep that Fat Stu had to travel before he could answer the phone. "God, who are you calling?" Helen asked, coming into the kitchen. "It's 1:45. Before Garp could hang up, Stuart Percy answered the phone. "Yes?" Fat Stu asked, worriedly, and Garp could imagine frail and brainless Midge sitting up in bed beside him, as nervous as a cornered hen. "I'm sorry I woke you," Garp said. "I didn't realize it was so late." Helen shook her head and walked abruptly out of the kitchen. Jenny appeared in the kitchen doorway. On her face was the kind of critical look only a mother can give a son. That is a look with more disappointment in it than the usual anger. "Who the hell is this?" Stuart Percy said. "This is Garp, sir," Garp said, a little boy again, apologizing for his jeans. "Holy shit," said Fat Stu. "What do you want?" Jenny had neglected to tell Garp that Cushy Percy had died months ago. Garp thought he was offering condolences on a fresh disaster. Thus he faltered. "I'm sorry, very sorry," Garp said. You said so," Stuart said. I just heard about it, Garp said, and I wanted to tell you and Mrs. Percy how truly sorry I was. I may not have demonstrated it to you, sir, but I was really very fond of you little swine, said Stuart Percy. You mother humper, you Jap ball of shit. He hung up the phone. Even Garp was unprepared for this much loathing. But he misunderstood the situation. It would be years before he realized the circumstances of his phone call. Poor Pooh Percy, Batty Bainbridge, would one day explain it to Jenny. When Garp called, Coochie had been dead for so long that Stuart did not realize Garp was commiserating with him on Coochie's loss. When Garp called, it was the midnight of the dark day when the black beast, Bonkers, had finally expired. Stuart Percy thought that Garp's call was a cruel joke, false condolences for the dog Garp had always hated. And now, when Garp's phone rang, Garp was conscious of Helen's grip emerging instinctively from her sleep. When he picked up the phone, Helen had his leg clamped fast between her knees as if she were holding tight to the life and safety that his body was to her. Garp's mind ran through the odds. Walt was home asleep. And so was Duncan, he was not at Ralph's. Helen thought, it is my father, it's his heart. Sometimes she thought, they've finally found and identified my mother. In a morgue. And Garp thought, they have murdered Mom. Or they are holding her for ransom, men who will accept nothing less than the public rape of 40 virgins before releasing the famous feminist, unharmed. And they'll also demand the lives of my children, and so forth. It was Roberta Muldoon on the phone, and that only convinced Garp that the victim was Jenny Fields. But the victim was Roberta. He's left me, Roberta said, her huge voice swollen with tears. He's thrown me over. Me. Can you believe it? Jesus, Roberta, Garp said. Oh, I never knew what shits men were until I became a woman, Roberta said. It's Roberta, Garp whispered to Helen, so that she could relax. Her lover's flown the coop. Helen sighed, released Garp's leg, rolled over. You don't even care, do you? Roberta asked Garp testily. Please, Roberta, Garp said. I'm sorry, Roberta said. But I thought it was too late to call your mother. Garp found this logic astonishing, since he knew that Jenny stayed up later than he did, but he also liked Roberta very much, and she had certainly had a hard time. He said I wasn't enough of a woman, that I confused him, sexually, that I was confused sexually. Roberta cried. Oh God, that prick. All he wanted was the novelty of it. He was just showing off for his friends. I'll bet you could have taken him, Roberta, Garp said. Why didn't you beat the shit out of him? You don't understand, Roberta said. I don't feel like beating the shit out of anyone anymore. I'm a woman. Don't women ever feel like beating the shit out of someone? Garp asked. Helen reached over to him and pulled his cock. I don't know what women feel like, Roberta wailed. I don't know what they're supposed to feel like anyway. I just know what I feel like. What's that? Garp asked, knowing she wanted to tell him. I feel like beating the shit out of him now, Roberta confessed, but when he was dumping all over me, I just sat there and took it. I even cried. I've been crying all day, she cried, and he even called me up and told me that if I was still crying I was faking myself. The hell with him, Garp said. All he wanted was a great big lay, Roberta said. Why are men like that? Well, Garp said. Oh, I know you're not, Roberta said. I'm not even attractive to you, probably. Of course you're attractive, Roberta, Garp said. But not to you, Roberta said. Don't lie. I'm not sexually attractive, am I? Not really to me, Garp confessed, but to lots of other men, yes. Of course you are. Well, you're a good friend, that's more important, Roberta said. You're not really sexually attractive to me, either. That's perfectly all right, Garp said. You're too short, Roberta said. I like longer-looking people, I mean, sexually. Don't be hurt. I'm not hurt, Garp said. Don't you be, either. Of course not, Roberta said. Why not call me in the morning, Garp suggested. You'll feel better. I won't, Roberta said sulkily. I'll feel worse. And I'll feel ashamed that I called you. Why not talk to your doctor? Garp said. The urologist. The fellow who did your operation, he's your friend, isn't he? I think he wants to fuck me, Roberta said seriously. I think that's all he ever wanted to do to me. I think he recommended this whole operation just because he wanted to seduce me, but he wanted to make me a woman first. They're notorious for that, a friend was telling me. A crazy friend, Roberta, Garp said. Who's notorious for that? Urologists, Roberta said. Oh, I don't know, isn't urology a little creepy to you? It was, but Garp didn't want to upset Roberta any further. Call Mom, he heard himself say. She'll cheer you up, she'll think of something. Oh, she is wonderful, Roberta sobbed. She always does think of something, but I feel I've used her for so much. She loves to help, Roberta, Garp said, and knew it was, at least, the truth. Jenny Fields was full of sympathy and patience, and Garp only wanted to sleep. A good game of squash might help, Roberta, Garp suggested, weakly. Why not come over for a few days, and we'll really hit the ball around? Helen rolled into him, frowned at him, and bit his nipple. Helen liked Roberta, but in the early phase of her sex reassignment, Roberta could talk only about herself. I just feel so drained, Roberta said. No energy, no nothing. I don't even know if I could play. Well, you should try, Roberta, Garp said. You should make yourself do something. Helen, exasperated with him, rolled away from him. But Helen was affectionate with Garp when he answered these late-night calls. She said they frightened her, and she didn't want to be the one to find out what the calls were about. It was strange, therefore, that when Roberta Muldoon called a second time, a few weeks later, Helen was the one who answered the phone. It surprised Garp because the phone was on his side of the bed and Helen had to reach over him to pick it up. In fact, this time, she lunged across him and whispered quickly to the phone, Yes, what is it? When she heard it was Roberta, she passed the phone quickly to Garp. It was not as if she'd been trying to let him sleep. And when Roberta called a third time, Garp felt an absence when he picked up the phone. Something was missing. Oh, hello, Roberta, Garp said. It was Helen's usual grip on his leg. It wasn't there. Helen wasn't there, he noticed. He talked reassuringly to Roberta, felt the cold side of his unshared bed, and noted the time was 2 a.m., Roberta's favorite hour. When Roberta finally hung up, Garp went downstairs to look for Helen, finding her all alone on the living room couch, sitting up with a glass of wine and a manuscript in her lap. Couldn't sleep, she said, but there was a look on her face. It was a look Garp couldn't immediately place. Although he thought he recognized that look, he also thought he had never seen that look on Helen. Reading papers, he asked. She nodded, but there was only one manuscript in front of her. Garp picked it up. It's just student work, she said, reaching for it. The student's name was Michael Milton. Garp read a paragraph of the paper. It sounds like a story, Garp said. I didn't know you assigned fiction writing to your students. I don't, Helen said, but they sometimes show me what they do, anyway. Garp read another paragraph. He thought that the writer's style was self-conscious and forced, but there were no errors on the page. It was, at least, competent writing. He's one of my graduate students, Helen said. He's very bright, but... She shrugged, but her gesture had the sudden mock casualness of an embarrassed child. But what? Garp said. He laughed that Helen could look so girlish at this late hour. But Helen took her glasses off and showed him that other look again, that look he had first seen, and couldn't place. Anxiously, she said, Oh, I don't know. Young, maybe. He's just young, you know. Very bright, but young. Garp flipped a page, read half of another paragraph, gave the manuscript back to her. He shrugged. It's all shit to me, he said. No, it's not shit, Helen said, seriously. Oh, Helen, the judicious teacher, Garp thought, and announced he was going back to bed. I'll be up in a little while, Helen told him. Then Garp saw himself in the mirror in the upstairs bathroom. That was where he finally identified that look he'd seen, strangely out of place, on Helen's face. It was a look Garp recognized because he'd seen it before on his own face, from time to time, but never on Helen's. The look Garp recognized was guilty, and it puzzled him. He lay awake a long time, but Helen did not come up to bed. In the morning, Garp was surprised that although he'd only glanced at the graduate student's manuscript, the name of Michael Milton was the first thing to come to his mind. He looked cautiously at Helen, now lying awake beside him. Michael Milton, Garp said quietly, not to her, but loud enough for her to hear. He watched her unresponding face. Either she was daydreaming, and far away, or she simply had not heard him. Or, he thought, the name of Michael Milton was already on her mind, so that when Garp uttered it, it was the name that she was already saying to herself and she had not noticed that Garp had spoken it. Michael Milton, a third-year graduate student in comparative literature, had been a French major at Yale, where he graduated with indifferent distinction. He had earlier graduated from the steering school, though he tended to play down his prep school years. Once he knew that you knew he had gone to Yale, he tended to play that down, too, but he never played down his junior year abroad in France. To listen to Michael Milton, you would not guess that he'd spent only a year in Europe, because he managed to give you the impression that he'd lived in France all his young life. He was 25. Though he'd lived so briefly in Europe, it appeared that he'd bought all the clothes for his lifetime there. The tweed jackets had wide lapels and flared cuffs, and both the jackets and the slacks were cut to flatter the hips and the waist. They were the kind of clothes that even the Americans of Garp's days at steering referred to as continental. The collars of Michael Milton's shirts, which he wore open at the throat, always with two unbuttoned buttons, were floppy and wide with a kind of Renaissance flair, a manner betraying both carelessness and intense perfection. He was as different from Garp as an ostrich is different from a seal. The body of Michael Milton was an elegant body. When dressed, unclothed, he resembled no animal so much as he resembled a heron. He was thin and tallish, with a slouch his tailored tweed jackets concealed. He had a body like coat hangers, the perfect body to hang clothes on. Stripped, he had barely a body at all. He was Garp's opposite in almost every way, except that Michael Milton had in common with Garp a tremendous self-confidence. He shared with Garp the virtue, or the vice, of arrogance. Like Garp, he was aggressive in the way only. Someone who believes totally in himself can be aggressive. It had been these qualities, long ago, that had first attracted Helen to Garp. Now here were the qualities, newly attired. They manifested themselves in a much different form, yet Helen recognized them. She was not usually attracted to rather dandified young men who dressed and spoke as if they had grown world-weary, and wisely sat in Europe, when, in fact, they had spent most of their short lives in the back seats of cars in Connecticut. But in her girlhood, Helen had not usually been attracted to wrestlers either. Helen liked confident men, provided that their confidence was not absurdly misplaced. What attracted Michael Milton to Helen was what attracted many men and few women to her. She was, in her 30s, an alluring woman not simply because she was beautiful but because she was perfect-looking. It is an important distinction to note that she looked not only as if she had taken good care of herself, but that she had good reason to have done so. This frightening but fetching look, in Helen's case, was not misleading. She was a very successful woman. She looked to be in such total possession of her life that only the most confident men could continue to look at her if she looked back at them. Even in bus stations, she was a woman who was stared at only until she looked back. In the corridors surrounding the English department, Helen was not used to being stared at all. Everyone looked when they could, but the looks were furtive. She was, therefore, unprepared for the long, frank look that young Michael Milton gave her one day. He simply stopped in the hall, and watched her walking toward him. It was actually Helen who turned her eyes away from his. He turned, and watched her walk away from him, down the hall. He said to someone beside him, loud enough for Helen to hear, "Does she teach here or go here? What's she do here, anyway?" Michael Milton asked. In the second semester of that year, Helen taught a course in narrative point of view. It was a seminar for graduate students, and for a few advanced undergraduates. Helen was interested in the development and sophistication of narrative technique, with special attention to point of view, in the modern novel. In the first class she noticed the older-looking student with the thin, pale mustache, and the nice shirt with the 2 buttons unbuttoned. She turned her eyes away from him, and distributed a questionnaire. It asked, among other questions, why the students thought they were interested in this particular course. In answer to that question, a student named Michael Milton wrote, "Because, from the first time I saw you, I wanted to be your lover." After that class, alone in her office, Helen read that answer to her questionnaire. She thought she knew which one of the people in the class Michael Milton was. If she'd known it was someone else, some boy she hadn't even noticed, she would have shown the questionnaire to Garp. Garp might have said, "Show me the fucker." Or, "Let's introduce him to Roberta Muldoon." And they would both have laughed, and Garp would have teased her about leading her students on. Because the intentions of the boy, whoever he was, would have been aired between them, there would have been no possibility of actual connection. Helen knew that. When she didn't show the questionnaire to Garp, she felt already guilty, but she thought that if Michael Milton was who she thought he was, she would like to see this go a little further. At that moment in her office, Helen honestly did not foresee it going more than a little further. What would have been the harm of a little? If Harrison Fletcher had still been her colleague, she would have shown him the questionnaire. Regardless whoever Michael Milton was, even if he was that disturbing-looking boy, she would have brought up the matter with Harrison. Harrison and Helen, in the past, had some secrets of this kind, which they kept from Garp and Alice. They were permanent but innocent secrets. Helen knew that sharing Michael Milton's interest in her with Harrison would have been another way to avoid any actual connection. But she did not mention Michael Milton to Garp, and Harrison, of course, had left to seek his tenure elsewhere. The handwriting on the questionnaire was black, 18th century calligraphy, the kind that can only be carved with a special pen. Michael Milton's written message looked more permanent than print, and Helen read it over and over again. She noted the other answers to the questionnaire: date of birth, years in school, previous courses in the Department of English or in comparative literature. She checked his transcript. His grades were good. She called 2 colleagues who'd had Michael Milton in courses last semester. She derived from them both that Michael Milton was a good student, aggressive and proud to the point of being vain. She gathered from both her colleagues, though they did not actually say so, that Michael Milton was both gifted and unlikable. She thought of the deliberately unbuttoned buttons on his shirt. She was sure, now, that it was he, and she imagined buttoning them up. She thought of that wispy mustache, a thin trace upon his lip. Garp would later comment on Michael Milton's mustache, saying that it was an insult to the world of hair, and to the world of lips. Garp thought it was so much the merest imitation of a mustache that Michael Milton would do his face a favor to shave it off. But Helen liked the strange little mustache on the lip of Michael Milton. "You just don't like any mustaches," Helen said to Garp. "I don't like that mustache," he said. "I've got nothing against mustaches, in general," Garp insisted, though in truth Helen was right. Garp hated all mustaches, ever since his encounter with the Mustache Kid. The Mustache Kid had spoiled mustaches for Garp forever. Helen also liked the length of Michael Milton's sideburns, curly and blondish. Garp's sideburns were cropped level to his dark eyes, almost at the tops of his ears, although his hair was thick and shaggy, and always just long enough to cover the ear that Bonkers ate. Helen also noticed that her husband's eccentricities were beginning to bother her. Perhaps she just noticed them more, now that he was so fitfully involved in his writing slump. When he was writing, perhaps he had less time to devote to his eccentricities. Whatever the reason, she found them irksome. His driveway trick, for example, infuriated her. It was even contradictory. For someone who fussed and worried so much about the safety of the children, about reckless drivers, about leaking gas, and so forth. Garp had a way of entering their driveway and garage after dark that terrified Helen. The driveway turned sharply uphill off a long downhill road. When Garp knew the children were in bed, asleep, he would cut the engine and the lights and coast up the black driveway. He would gather enough momentum from leaving the downhill road to roll over the lip at the top of the driveway and down into their dark garage. He said he did it so that the engine and the headlights would not wake up the children. But he had to start the car to turn it around to drive the babysitter home. Anyway, Helen said his trick was simply for a thrill. It was puerile and dangerous. He was always running over toys left in the blackened driveway and crashing into bicycles not moved far enough to the rear of the garage. Once a babysitter had complained to Helen that she hated coasting down the driveway with the engine and the headlights out. Another trick. He would pop the clutch and snap on the lights just before they reached the road. Am I the one who's restless? Helen wondered. She had not thought of herself as restless until she thought of Garp's restlessness. And for how long had she really been irritated by Garp's routines and habits? She didn't know. She only knew that she noticed she was irritated by them almost from the moment she read Michael Milton's questionnaire. Helen was driving to her office, wondering what she would say to the rude and conceited boy, when the gear knob of the Volvo's stick shift came off in her hand. The exposed shaft scratched her wrist. She swore as she pulled the car over and examined the damage to herself and to the gearshift. The knob had been falling off for weeks, the screw threads were stripped, and Garp had several times attempted to make the knob stay on the stick shift shaft with tape. Helen had complained about this half-assed method of repair, but Garp never claimed to be handy, and the care of the car was one of Helen's domestic responsibilities. This division of labor, though largely agreed upon, was sometimes confusing. Although Garp was the homemaker among them, Helen did the ironing because, Garp said, "It's you who cares about pressed clothes," and Helen got the car serviced because, Garp said, "You're the one who drives it every day, you know best when something has to be fixed." Helen accepted the ironing, but she felt that Garp should deal with the car. She did not like accepting a ride in the service truck from the garage to her office, sitting in the greasy cab with some young mechanic who paid less than adequate attention to his driving. The garage where the car was fixed was a friendly enough place to Helen, but she resented having to be there at all, and the comedy of who would drive her to work after she dropped off the car had finally worn thin. "Who's free to take Mrs. Garp to the university?" the boss mechanic would cry into the dank and oily darkness of the vehicle pits. And 3 or 4 boys, eager but begrimed, would drop their wrenches and their needle-nosed pliers, would lug and heave themselves out of the pits, would bolt forward and volunteer to share for a brief, heady moment that tight cab a clank with auto parts, which would take the slender Professor Garp to work. Garp pointed out to Helen that when he took the car, the volunteers were slow to appear. He frequently waited in the garage for an hour, finally coaxing some laggard to drive him home. His morning's work thus shot, he decided the Volvo was Helen's chore. They had both procrastinated about the gearshift knob. "If you just call to order a new one," Helen told him, "I'll drive there and let them screw it on while I wait. But I don't want to leave the car for a day while they fart around trying to fix this one." She had tossed the knob to him, but he'd carried it out to the car and had taped it, precariously, back on the shaft. Somehow, she thought, it always fell off when she was driving, but of course, she drove the car more than he did. "Damn," she said, and drove to her office with the ugly gearshift uncovered. It hurt her hand every time she had to shift the car, and her scratched wrist bled a little on the fresh skirt of her suit. She parked the car and carried the gear knob with her, across the parking lot, toward her office building. She contemplated throwing it down a storm sewer, but it had little numbers printed on it. In her office she could call the garage and tell them what the little numbers were. Then she could throw it away, wherever she liked, or, she thought, I can mail it to Garp. It was in this mood, beset with trivia, that Helen encountered the smug young man slouched in the hall by her office door with the top 2 buttons of his nice shirt unbuttoned. The shoulders of his tweed jacket were, she noticed, slightly padded, his hair was a bit too lank and too long, and one end of his mustache as thin as a knife drooped too far down at the corner of his mouth. She was not sure if she wanted to love this young man or groom him. "You're up early," she told him, handing him the gearshift knob so that she could unlock her office door. "Have you hurt yourself?" he asked. "You're bleeding." Helen would think later that it was as if he had a nose for blood, because the slight scratch on her wrist had almost stopped bleeding. "Are you going to be a doctor?" she asked him, letting him inside her office. "I was going to be," he said. "What stopped you?" she asked, still not looking at him, but moving about her desk, straightening what was straight already, and adjusting the Venetian blind, which had been left exactly as she wanted it. She took her glasses off, so that when she looked at him he was soft and fuzzy. "Organic chemistry stopped me," he said. "I dropped the course. And besides, I wanted to live in France." "Oh, you've lived in France?" Helen asked him, knowing that's what she was supposed to ask him, knowing it was one of the things he thought was special about himself, and he didn't hesitate to slip it in. He had even slipped it in the questionnaire. He was very shallow, she saw right away. She hoped he was the slightest bit intelligent, but she felt curiously relieved by his shallowness, as if this made him less dangerous to her, and left her a little freer. They talked about France, which was fun for Helen, because she talked about France as well as Michael Milton talked about it, and she had never been to Europe. She also told him that she thought he had a poor reason for taking her course. "A poor reason?" he pressed her, smiling. "First of all," Helen said, "it's a totally unrealistic expectation to have for the course." "Oh, you already have a lover?" Michael Milton asked her, still smiling. Somehow he was so frivolous that he didn't insult her. She didn't snap at him that it was enough to have a husband, that it was none of his business, or that she was out of his league. She said instead that for what he wanted he should at least have registered for independent study. He said he'd be glad to switch courses. She said she never took on any new independent study students in the second semester. She knew she had not entirely discouraged him, but she had not been exactly encouraging either. Michael Milton talked to her, seriously, for an hour about the subject of her course in narration. He discussed Virginia Woolf's The Waves and Jacob's Room very impressively, though he was not so good on To the Lighthouse, and Helen knew he only pretended to have read Mrs. Dalloway. When he left, she was forced to agree with her two colleagues who'd evaluated Michael Milton previously. He was glib, he was smug, he was facile, and all that was unlikable, but he had a certain brittle smartness, however shiny and thin it was, and it was also, somehow, unlikable. What her colleagues had overlooked was his audacious smile, and his way of wearing clothes, as if he were defiantly undressed. But Helen's colleagues were men. They could not have been expected to define the precise audacity of Michael Milton's smile the way Helen could define it. Helen recognized it as a smile that said to her, "I already know you, and I know everything you like." It was an infuriating smile, but it tempted her. She wanted to wipe it off his face. One way of wiping it off, Helen knew, would be to show Michael Milton that he didn't know her or what she really liked at all. She also knew that not too many ways of showing him were open to her. When she first shifted the Volvo, driving home, the point of the uncovered stick-shift shaft dug sharply into the heel of her hand. She knew exactly where Michael Milton had left the gear knob on the window ledge above the wastebasket, where the janitor would find it and probably throw it away. It looked as if it ought to be thrown away, but Helen remembered that she had not phoned in the little numbers to the car garage. That would mean that she, or GARP, would have to call the car garage and try to order a new knob without the goddamn numbers giving the year and model of the car, and so forth, and inevitably ending up with a knob that wasn't right. But Helen decided she was not going back to her office, and she had enough on her mind already without trying to remember to call the janitor and tell him not to throw away the knob. Besides, it might already be too late. And anyway, Helen thought, it's not just my fault. It's GARP's fault too. Or, she thought, it's really nobody's fault. It's just one of those things. But she did not quite feel guiltless, not yet. When Michael Milton gave her his papers to read, his old papers, from his other courses she accepted them and read them, because at least this was an allowable, still innocent subject for them to discuss, his work. When he grew bolder and more attached to her, and he showed her even his creative work, his short stories and pathetic poems about France, Helen still felt that their long conversations were guided by the critical, constructive relationship between a student and a teacher. It was all right to have lunch together, they had his work to talk about. Perhaps both of them knew that the work was not so special. For Michael Milton, any topic of conversation that justified his being with Helen was all right. For Helen, she was still anxious about the obvious conclusion when he simply ran out of work, when they had consumed all the papers he'd had time to write, when they'd mentioned every book they had in common. Then Helen knew they would need a new subject. She also knew that this was only her problem, that Michael Milton already knew what the inevitable subject between them was. She knew he was smugly and irritatingly waiting for her to make up her mind. She occasionally wondered if he would be bold enough to raise his original answer to her questionnaire again, but she didn't think so. Perhaps both of them knew that he wouldn't have to, that the next move was hers. He would show her how grown up he was by being patient. Helen wanted, above all, to surprise him. But among these feelings that were new to her, there was one she disliked. She was most unused to feeling guilty, for Helen Holm always felt right about everything she did, and she needed to feel guiltless about this, too. She felt close to achieving this guilt-free state of mind, but she did not quite have it, not yet. It would be Garp who provided her with the necessary feeling. Perhaps he sensed he had competition. Garp got started as a writer out of a sense of competition, and he finally broke out of his writing slump with a similar, competitive surge. Helen, he knew, was reading someone else. It did not occur to Garp that she might be contemplating more than literature, but he saw with a typical writer's jealousy that someone else's words were keeping her up at night. Garp had first courted Helen with the Pension Grilleparzer. Some instinct told him to court her again. If that had been an acceptable motive to get a young writer started, it was a dubious motive for his writing now, especially after he'd been stopped for so long. He might have been in a necessary phase, rethinking everything, letting the well refill, preparing a book for the future with a proper period of silence. Somehow the new story he wrote for Helen reflected the forced and unnatural circumstances of its conception. The story was written less out of any real reaction to the viscera of life than it was written to relieve the anxieties of the writer. It was possibly a necessary exercise for a writer who had not written in too long, but Helen did not care for the urgency with which Garp shoved the story at her. "I finally finished something," he said. It was after dinner. The children were asleep. Helen wanted to go to bed with him. She wanted long and reassuring lovemaking, because she had come to the end of what Michael Milton had written. There was nothing more for her to read, or for them to talk about. She knew she should not show the slightest disappointment in the manuscript Garp gave her, but her tiredness overwhelmed her, and she stared at it, crouching between dirty dishes. "I'll do the dishes alone," Garp offered, clearing the way to his story for her. Her heart sank. She had read too much. Sex, or at least romance, was the subject she had at last come to. Garp had better provide it, or Michael Milton would. "I want to be loved," Helen told Garp. He was gathering up the dishes like a waiter who was confident of a large tip. He laughed at her. "Read the story, Helen," he said. "Then we'll get laid." She resented his priorities. There could be no comparison between Garp's writing and the student work of Michael Milton. Though gifted among students, Michael Milton, Helen knew, would only be a student of writing all his life. The issue was not writing. "The issue is me," Helen thought. "I want someone paying attention to me." Garp's manner of courtship was suddenly offensive to her. The subject being courted was somehow Garp's writing. "That is not the subject between us," Helen thought. Because of Michael Milton, Helen was way ahead of Garp at considering the spoken and unspoken subjects between people. If people only told each other what was on their minds, wrote Jenny Field's VE but forgivable lapse, both Garp and Jenny knew how difficult it was for people to do that. Garp cautiously washed the dishes, waiting for Helen to read his story. Instinctively the trained teacher Helen took out her red pencil and began. That is not how she should read my story, Garp thought. I'm not one of her students. But he went on quietly washing the dishes. He saw there was no stopping her. Vigilance by T.S. Garp. Running my 5 miles a day, I frequently encounter some smart-mouthed motorist who will pull alongside me and ask from the safety of the driver's seat, "What are you in training for?" Deep and regular breathing is the secret. I am rarely out of breath. I never pant or gasp when I respond. I am staying in shape to chase cars, I say. At this point the responses of the motorists vary. There are degrees of stupidity as there are degrees of everything else. Of course, they never realize that I don't mean them. I am not staying in shape to chase their cars, not out on the open road, at least. I let them go out there, though I sometimes believe that I could catch them. And I do not run on the open road, as some motorists believe, to attract attention. In my neighborhood there is no place to run. One must leave the suburbs to be even a middle-distance runner. Where I live there are 4-way stop signs at every intersection. The blocks are short, and those tight-angle corners are hard on the balls of the feet. Also, the sidewalks are threatened by dogs, festooned with the playthings of children, intermittently splashed with lawn sprinklers. And just when there's some running room, there's an elderly person taking up the whole sidewalk, precarious on crutches or armed with quacking cones. With good conscience one does not yell "track" to such a person. Even passing the aged at a safe distance, but with my usual speed, seems to alarm them, and it's not my intention to cause heart attacks. So it's the open road for training, but it's the suburbs I'm in training for. In my condition I am more than a match for a car caught speeding in my neighborhood. Provided they make an even half-hearted halt at the stop signs, they cannot hit over 50 before they have to brake for the next intersection. I always catch up to them. I can travel across lawns, over porches, through swing sets and the children's wading pools. I can burst through hedges or hurdle them. And since my engine is quiet and steady, and always in tune, I can hear if other cars are coming. I don't have to stop at the stop signs. In the end I run them down, I wave them over, they always stop. Although I am clearly in impressive car-chasing condition, that is not what intimidates the speeders. No, they are almost always intimidated by my parenthood, because they are almost always young. Yes, my parenthood is what sobers them, almost every time. I begin simply. "Did you see my children back there?" I ask them, loudly and anxiously. Veteran speeders, upon being asked such a question, are immediately frightened that they have run over my children. They are instantly defensive. "I have 2 young children," I tell them. The drama is deliberate in my voice which, with this sentence, I allow to tremble a little. It is as if I am holding back tears, or unspeakable rage, or both. Perhaps they think I am hunting a kidnapper, or that I suspect them of being child molesters. "What happened?" they invariably ask. "You didn't see my children, did you?" I repeat. A little boy pulling a little girl in a red wagon. This is, of course, a fiction. I have 2 boys and they're not so little, they have no wagon. They may have been watching television at the time, or riding their bikes in the park where it's safe, where there are no cars. No, the bewildered speeder says. I saw children, some children. But I don't think I saw those children. Why? Because you almost killed them, I say. But I didn't see them, the speeder protests. You were driving too fast to see them. I say. This is sprung on them as if it were proof of their guilt. I always pronounce this sentence as if it were hard evidence. And they're never sure. I've rehearsed this part so well. The sweat from my hard sprint, by now, drips off my mustache and the point of my chin, streaking the driver's side door. They know only a father who genuinely fears for his children would run so hard, would stare like such a maniac, would wear such a cruel mustache. I'm sorry, they usually say. This is a neighborhood full of children, I always tell them. You have other places you can drive fast, don't you? Please, for the children's sake, don't speed here anymore. My voice, now, is never nasty, it is always beseeching. But they see that a restrained fanatic resides behind my honest, watering eyes. Usually it's just a young kid. Those kids have a need to dribble a little oil. They want to race the frantic pace of the music on their radios. And I don't expect to change their ways. I only hope they'll do it somewhere else. I concede that the open road is theirs. When I train there, I keep my place. I run in the stuff of the soft shoulder, in the hot sand and gravel, in the beer bottle glass among the mangled cats, the maimed birds, the mashed condoms. But in my neighborhood, the car is not king, not yet. Usually they learn. After my 5-mile run I do 55 push UPS, then 500-yard dashes, followed by 55 sit-ups, followed by 55 neck bridges. It's not that I care so much for the number 5, it's simply that strenuous and mindless exertion is easier if one doesn't have to keep track of too many different numbers. After my shower, about 5 o'clock, through the late afternoon, and in the course of the evening, I allow myself 5 beers. I do not chase cars at night. Children should not be playing outside at night in my neighborhood, or in any other neighborhood. At night, I believe, the car is king of the whole modern world. Even the suburbs. At night, in fact, I rarely leave my house, or allow the members of my family to venture out. But once I went to investigate an obvious accident. The darkness suddenly streaked with headlights pointing straight up and exploding, the silence pierced with a metal screaming, and the shriek of ground glass. Only half a block away, in the dark and perfect middle of my street, a Land Rover lay upside down, and bleeding its oil and gas in a puddle so deep, and still I could see the moon in it. The only sound, the ping of heat in the hot pipes and the dead engine. The Land Rover looked like a tank tumbled by a land mine. Great jets and tears in the pavement revealed that the auto had rolled over and over before coming to rest here. The driver's side door could be opened only slightly, but enough to miraculously turn on the door light. There in the lit cab, still behind the steering wheel, still upside down, and still alive, was a fat man. He looked unharmed. The top of his head rested gingerly on the ceiling of the cab, which of course was now the floor, but the man seemed only dimly sensitive to this change in his perspective. He looked puzzled, chiefly, by the presence of a large brown bowling ball that sat alongside his head, like another head. He was, in fact, cheek to cheek with this bowling ball, which he perhaps felt touching him as he might have felt the presence of a lover's severed head formerly resting on his shoulder. "Is that you, Roger?" the man asked. I couldn't tell whether he was addressing me or the bowling ball. "It is not Roger," I said, answering for us both. "That Roger is a moron," the man explained. We crossed our balls. That the fat man was referring to a bizarre sexual experience seemed unlikely. I assumed that the fat man referred to bowling. "This is Roger's ball," he explained, indicating the brown globe against his cheek. I should have known it wasn't my ball because it wouldn't fit in my bag. My ball will fit in anyone's bag, but Roger's ball is really strange. I was trying to fit it in my bag when the Land Rover went off the bridge. Although I knew there was no bridge in my entire neighborhood, I tried to visualize the occurrence. But I was distracted by the gurgle of spilling gasoline, like beer down a thirsty man's throat. You should get out," I told the upside-down bowler. "I'll wait for Roger," he replied. "Roger will be right along." And sure enough, along come another Land Rover, as if they were a separated twosome from a column of an army on the move. Roger's Land Rover come along with its headlights out, and did not stop in time. It plowed into the fat bowler's Land Rover, and together, like coupled boxcars, they jarred each other another tough 10 yards down the street. It appeared that Roger was a moron, but I merely asked him the expected question, "Is that you, Roger?" "Yup," said the man, whose throbbing Land Rover was dark and creaking, little fragments of its windshield and headlights and grille dropped to the street like noisy confetti. "That could only be Roger," groaned the fat bowler, still upside down and still alive in his lit cab. I saw that his nose bled slightly. It appeared that the bowling ball had bashed him. You moron, Roger, he called out. You've got my ball. Well, someone's got my ball, then, Roger replied. I've got your ball, you moron, the fat bowler declared. Well, that's not the answer to everything, Roger said. You've got my Land Rover. Roger lit a cigarette in the blackened cab. He did not appear interested in climbing out of the wreck. You should set up flares, I suggested to him, and that fat man should get out of your Land Rover. There's gasoline everywhere. I don't think you should smoke. But Roger only continued smoking and ignoring me in the cave-like silence of the second Land Rover, and the fat bowler again cried out as if he were having a dream that was starting over, at the beginning, Is that you, Roger? I went back to my house and called the police. In the daytime, in my neighborhood, I would never have tolerated such mayhem, but people who go bowling in each other's Land Rovers are not the usual suburban speeders, and I decided they were legitimately lost. Hello, police. I said. I have learned what you can, and what you can't expect of the police. I know that they do not really support the notion of citizen arrest. When I have reported speeders to them, the results have been disappointing. They don't seem interested in learning the details. I am told there are people whom the police are interested in apprehending, but I believe the police are basically sympathetic to speeders, and they do not appreciate citizens who make arrests for them. I reported the whereabouts of the bowler's accident, and when the police asked, as they always ask, who was calling, I told them, Roger. That, I knew, knowing the police would be interesting. The police are always more interested in bothering the person who reports the crime than they are interested in bothering the criminals. And sure enough, when they arrived, they went straight after Roger. I could see them all arguing under the street lamps, but I could catch only snatches of their conversation. He's Roger, the fat bowler kept saying. He's Roger through and through. I'm not the Roger who called you fuckers, Roger told the police. That's true, the fat bowler declared. This Roger wouldn't call the police for anything. And after a while they began to call out into our dark suburb for another Roger. Is there another Roger here? One policeman called. Roger, screamed the fat bowler, but my dark house, and the dark houses of my neighbors were appropriately silent. In daylight, I knew they would all be gone. Only their oil slicks and their broken glass would remain. Relieved and, as always, pleased with the destruction of automotive vehicles, I watched until almost dawn, when the hulking, coupled Land Rovers were finally separated and towed away. They were like two exhausted rhinos caught fornicating in the suburbs. Roger and the fat bowler stood arguing and swinging their bowling balls until the street lamps in our block were extinguished. Then, as if on signal, the bowlers shook hands and departed in different directions on foot, and as if they knew where they were going. The police came interrogating in the morning, still concerned with the possibility of another Roger. But they learned nothing from me, just as they learn nothing, apparently, whenever I report a speeder to them. Well, if it happens again, they tell me, be sure to let us know. Fortunately, I have rarely needed the police. I am usually effective with first offenders. Only once have I had to stop the same driver and him, only twice. He was an arrogant young man in a blood-red plumber's truck. Lurid yellow lettering advertised on the cab that the plumber handled roto-rootering needs and all plumbing services. Oh, fecto, owner and head plumber with two-time offenders. I come more quickly to the point. I'm calling the cops, I told the young man. And I'm calling your boss. Old oh fecto, I should have called him the last time. I'm my own boss, the young man said. It's my plumbing business. Fuck off. And I realized I was facing oh, fecto himself, a runty but successful youth, unimpressed with standard authority. There are children in this neighborhood, I said. 2 of them are mine. Yeah, you already told me, the plumber said. He revved his engine as if he were clearing his throat. There was a hint of menace in his expression, like the trace of pubic beard he was growing on his young chin. I rested my hands on the door, one on the handle, one on the rolled-down window. Please don't speed here, I said. Yeah, I'll try, said oh fecto. I might have let it go at that, but the plumber lit a cigarette and smiled at me. I thought I saw on his punk's face the leer of the world. If I catch you driving like that again, I said, I'll stick your roto-rooter up your ass. We stared at each other, Fecteau and I. Then the plumber gunned his engine and popped his clutch. I had to leap back to the curb. In the gutter I saw a little metal dump truck, a child's toy. The front wheels were missing. I snatched it up and ran after Fecteau. 5 blocks later I was close enough to throw the dump truck, which struck the plumber's cab. It made a good noise but it bounced off harmlessly. Even so, Fecteau slammed on his brakes. About 5 long pipes were flipped out of the pickup part of the truck, and one of those metal drawers sprang open, disgorging a screwdriver and several spools of heavy wire. The plumber jumped down from his cab, banging the door after himself. He had a Stilson wrench in his hand. You could tell he was sensitive about collecting dents on his blood-red truck. I grabbed one of the fallen pipes. It was about 5 feet long, and I quickly smashed the truck's left taillight with it. For some time now, things have just been coming naturally to me in fives. For example, the circumference in inches of my chest expanded 55. Your taillight's broken, I pointed out to the plumber. You shouldn't be driving around that way. I'm going to call the cops on you, you crazy bastard, said Fecteau. This is a citizen arrest, I said. You broke the speed limit, you're endangering the lives of my children. We'll go see the cops together. And I poked the long pipe under the truck's rear license plate and folded the plate like a letter. You touch my truck again, the plumber said, and you're in trouble. But the pipe felt as light in my hands as a badminton racket. I swung it easily and shattered the other tail light. You're already in trouble, I pointed out to Fecteau. You ever drive in this neighborhood again, you better stay in first gear and use your flasher. First, I knew, swinging the pipe, he would need to repair his flasher. There was an elderly woman, just then, who came out of her house to observe the commotion. She recognized me immediately. I catch up to a lot of people at her corner. Oh, good for you, she called. I smiled to her and she tattered toward me, stopping and peering into her well-groomed lawn where the toy dump truck arrested her attention. She seized it, with obvious distaste, and carried it over to me. I put the toy and the pieces of broken glass and plastic from the taillights and the flasher into the back of the pickup. It is a clean neighborhood, I despise litter. On the open road, in training, I see nothing but litter. I put the other pipes in back too, and with the long pipe I still held, like a warrior's javelin, I nudged the screwdriver and the spools of wire that had fallen by the curb. Fecteau gathered them up and returned them to the metal drawer. He is probably a better plumber than a driver, I thought. The Stilson wrench looked very comfortable in his hand. You should be ashamed of yourself, the old woman told Fecteau. The plumber glared at her. He's one of the worst ones, I told her. Imagine that, the old lady said. And you're a big boy, she told the plumber. You should know better. Fecteau edged back to the cab, looking as if he would hurl his wrench at me, then leap into his truck and back over the old biddy. Drive carefully, I told him. When he was safely in the cab, I slid the long pipe into the pickup. Then I took the old woman's arm and helped her along the sidewalk. When the truck tore away from the curb, with that stink of scorched rubber and a noise as raw as bones leaving their sockets, I felt the old lady tremble through the frail point of her elbow. Something of her fear passed into me, and I realized how risky it was to make anyone as angry as I had made Fecteau. I could hear him, maybe 5 blocks away, driving furiously fast, and I prayed for all the dogs and cats and children who might be near the street. Surely, I thought, modern life is about 5 times as difficult as life used to be. I should stop this crusade against speeders, I thought. I go too far with them, but they make me so angry with their carelessness, their dangerous, sloppy way of life, which I view as so directly threatening to my own life and the lives of my children. I have always hated cars, and hated people who drove them stupidly. I feel such anger toward people who take such risks with other people's lives. Let them race their cars, but in the desert. We would not allow an outdoor rifle range in the suburbs. Let them jump out of airplanes if they want, but over the ocean. Not where my children live. What would this neighborhood be like without you? The old woman wondered aloud. I can never remember her name. Without me, I thought, this neighborhood would probably be peaceful. Perhaps deadlier, but peaceful. They all drive so fast, the old lady said. If it weren't for you, I sometimes think they'd be having their smash-ups right in my living room. But I felt embarrassed that I shared such anxiety with 80-year-olds, that my fears are more like their nervous, senile worries than they are the normal anxieties of people my own young middle age. What an incredibly dull life I have, I thought, aiming the old woman toward her front door, steering her over the cracks in the sidewalk. Then the plumber came back. I thought the old woman was going to die in my arms. The plumber drove over the curb and hurtled past us, over the old woman's lawn, flattening a whip-like young tree, and nearly rolling over when he wheeled the truck into a U-turn that uprooted a sizable hedge, and tore divots from the ground the size of 5-pound steaks. Then down to the sidewalk the truck fled, an explosion of tools flying free of the pickup as the rear wheels jounced over the curb. Oh, Fecteau was off up the street, once more terrorizing my neighborhood. I saw the violent plumber jump the curb again at the corner of Dodge and Furlong, where he grazed the back of a parked car, springing open the car's trunk on impact and leaving it flapping. Helping the shaken old lady inside, I called the police and my wife, to tell her to keep the children indoors. The plumber was berserk. This is how I help the neighborhood, I thought. I drive mad men madder. The old woman sat in a paisley chair in her cluttered living room, as carefully as a plant. When Fecteau returned, this time driving within inches of the living room bay window, and through the gravel beds for the baby trees, his horn blaring, the old woman never moved. I stood at the door awaiting the ultimate assault, but I thought it wiser not to show myself. I knew that if Fecteau saw me, he would attempt to drive in the house. By the time the police arrived, the plumber had rolled his truck in an attempt to avoid a station wagon at the intersection of Cold Hill and North Lane. He had broken his collarbone and was sitting upright in the cab, though the truck lay on its side. He wasn't able to climb out the door above his head, or he hadn't tried. Fecteau appeared calm. He was listening to his radio. Since that time, I have tried to provoke the offending drivers less. If I sense them taking offense at my stopping them and presuming to criticize their vile habits, I simply tell them I am informing the police and quickly leave. That Fecteau turned out to have a long history of violent overreactions to social situations did not allow me to forgive myself. Look, it's all the better you got that plumber off the road, my wife told me, and she usually criticizes my meddlesomeness in the behavior of others. But I could only think that I had driven a working man off his rocker, and that during his outburst, if Fecteau had killed a child, whose fault would it have been? Partly mine, I think. In modern times, in my opinion, either everything is a moral question, or there are no more moral questions. Nowadays, there are no compromises, or there are only compromises. Never influenced, I keep my vigil. There is no letting up. Don't say anything, Helen told herself. Go kiss him and rub against him, get him upstairs as fast as you can, and talk about the damn story later. Much later, she warned herself. But she knew he wouldn't let her. The dishes were done and he sat across the table from her. She tried her nicest smile and told him, I want to go to bed with you. You don't like it, he asked. Let's talk in bed, she said. God damn it, Helen, he said. It's the first thing I've finished in a long time. I want to know what you think of it. She bit her lip and took her glasses off. She had not made a single mark with her red pencil. I love you, she said. Yes, yes, he said, impatiently. I love you too, but we can fuck anytime. What about the story? And she finally relaxed. she felt he had released her, somehow. I tried, she thought, she felt hugely relieved. Fuck the story, she said. No, I don't like it. And I don't want to talk about it either. You don't care to regard what I want, obviously. You're like a little boy at the dinner table. You serve yourself first. You don't like it, Garp said. Oh, it's not bad, she said, it's just not much of anything. It's a trifle, it's a little ditty. If you're warming up to something, I'd like to see what it is when you get to it. But this is nothing, you must know that. It's a toss-off, isn't it? You can do tricks like this with your left hand, can't you? It's funny, isn't it? Garp asked. Oh, it's funny, she said, but it's funny like jokes are funny. It's all one-liners. I mean, what is it? A self-parody. You're not old enough, and you haven't written enough, to start mocking yourself. It's self-serving, it's self-justifying, and it's not about anything except yourself, really. It's cute. Son of a bitch, said Garp. Cute. You're always talking about people who write well but don't have anything to say, Helen said. Well, what do you call this? It's no Grillparzer, certainly, it isn't worth a fifth of what Grillparzer is worth. It isn't worth a tenth of that story, Helen said. The Pension Grillparzer is the first big thing I wrote, Garp said. This is completely different, it's another kind of fiction altogether. Yes, one is about something and one is about nothing, Helen said. One is about people and one is about only you. One has mystery and precision, and one has only wit. When Helen's critical faculties were engaged, they were difficult to disengage. It's not fair to compare them, Garp said. I know this is smaller. Then let's not talk any more about it, Helen said. Garp sulked for a minute. You didn't like the second wind of the cuckold either, he said, and I don't suppose you'll like the next one any better. What next one? Helen asked him. Are you writing another novel? He sulked some more. She hated him, making her do this to him, but she wanted him, and she knew she loved him, too. Please, she said. Let's go to bed. But now he saw his chance for a little cruelty and or a little truth, and his eyes shone at her brightly. Let's not say another word, she begged him. Let's go to bed. You think the Pension Grillparzer is the best thing I've written, don't you? He asked her. He knew already what she thought of the second novel, and he knew that, despite Helen's fondness for procrastination, a first novel is a first novel. Yes, she did think Grillparzer was his best. So far, yes, she said softly. You're a lovely writer, you know I think so. I guess I just haven't lived up to my potential, Garp said nastily. You will, she said. The sympathy and her love for him were draining from her voice. They stared at each other. Helen looked away. He started upstairs. Are you coming to bed? He asked. His back was to her, his intentions were hidden from her, his feelings for her, too, either hidden from her or buried in his infernal work. Not right now, she said. He waited on the stairs. Got something to read? He asked. No, I'm through reading for a while, she said. Garp went upstairs. When she came up to him, he was already asleep, which made her despair. If he'd had her on his mind at all, how could he have fallen asleep? But actually, he'd had so much on his mind, he'd been confused, he had fallen asleep because he was bewildered. If he'd been able to focus his feelings on any one thing, he'd still have been awake when she came upstairs. They might have saved a lot of things, then. As it was, she sat beside him on the bed, and watched his face with more fondness than she thought she could stand. She saw he had a hard-on, as severe as if he had been waiting up for her, and she took him into her mouth and sucked him softly until he came. He woke up, surprised, and he was very guilty-looking when he appeared to realize where he was, and with whom. Helen, however, was not in the least guilty-looking, she looked only sad. Garp would think, later, that it was as if Helen had known he had been dreaming of Mrs. Ralph. When he came back from the bathroom, she was asleep. She had quickly drifted off. Guiltless at last, Helen felt freed to have her dreams. Garp lay awake beside her, watching the astonishing innocence upon her face until the children woke her.